Hello and welcome to the Shimmering Skies Store Championship live here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. I am OT Silence here with my co-host Mushu. How are you doing, man?
I'm freaking excited. I'm happy. I'm ready to go. I have been waiting for this one. I think that this set is going to be full of surprises.
Dude, I noticed that I unfortunately had to miss Rise of the Floodborn and Ursula's Return. I'm happy to be here with you again.
Heck yeah.
For our third now together doing one of these.
100%. Hopefully that we'll be on a roll where we're just get them every single time. You don't get sick,
Yes.
my man. You keep
Yeah, I
getting
know. I
sick
keep
every
getting
odd time.
Dude, I'm
Or
allergic
even
to
time.
I'm allergic to even numbered sets. That's what it is. But
Well, this one's odd, and I can't wait to get through with it, get into it today. So we're going to be going through hopefully a bunch of different deck combinations because this set has birthed a lot of variety. You know,
Absolutely.
we've seen deck combinations that we've really never seen have any kind of viable option in the competitive play space, and now they're getting their time in the sun. And then we're seeing fan favorites kind of coming back and making their resurgence, and I think that we're seeing whereas in set one there was two, I think we're up to 5 or 6 really solid deck color combinations that if you're looking to get into this game, there's the cheap versions that are as low as $60 a deck that are just doing some really crazy things, and then there's those decks that are a little bit more expensive.
yeah, absolutely. And also what we're seeing is in each color pairing that exists, there's multiple variations of that same color pairing,
100%.
which we hadn't seen before, you know. And then also it's very worth noting the Bucky errata combined with that Bucky Diablo combo
Yeah.
made set four's meta not necessarily the most interesting. I'm very excited for this meta because, like you
100%.
said, we have so much variety in the meta
Definitely.
today.
Definitely.
I don't know what to expect, but we do actually have a first pairing.
100%. I know we can expect these two, starting out with CJ Penna. He's going to be running the, looks like Steel and Sapphire, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I'm still waiting. My eyes are still waking up from the long drive, but Steel and Sapphire looks like what we're rocking today from CJ Penna. And it seems to be a pretty interesting list. It's got some 2s, 3s, a few 1-ofs, so definitely some tech cards, definitely some fun spice hidden in there. What do you got?
Yeah, so I got Justin's list here. Definitely looks like we're going to be seeing a matchup against the Lantern version of Amber Steel Song.
Nice.
Very excited to see that. So definitely going to be a very interesting matchup. Steel Sapphire is a much slower deck. Is he playing the wheel variety? Is he playing a whole new world?
I do see 4 whole new worlds
Okay,
in
so,
here, so
that's going to be very interesting. You know, it looks like we're going very aggressive with this Amber Steel Song list. He is playing Piglet. He's playing 3 Prince Naveen, 4 Smee. You know, it seems like he does play the Cinderella line here as well with 2 Stout-Hearted. And, of course, you got your Tink Giant Fairy. So very interesting to see if maybe the Sapphire Steel list might be a little too slow or if it's actually going to end up being okay. Because if CJ can get out his bigger characters like Mufasa or something like that, it's probably going to win the game. But
definitely.
it might be hard to get there. We'll
And
have to wait and see.
And we do have 1 Mufasa. We're also running 4 of the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, which usually lately we've been seeing a lot more people kind of opting for that as Green Steel's taking that popularity, just because that's a good, nice board wipe to some of those.
I was going to say, yeah, especially with the Lantern variety and all these shift targets, because he's also playing Robin Hood, I'm noticing here.
Yeah.
One Tink can just wipe out
100%.
an entire Amber Steel Song's board.
100%.
So,
Getting rid of a low cost Cindy is a nice little advantage for sure.
Absolutely. Also, can I just point out that I think Justin's shirt might win Best Shirt of the Day?
Because I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to distract from what we're talking about. But that is a 10 out of 10 button up.
Absolutely.
As a gentleman that appreciates his own button ups, I think I've worn. This is, I think, the one I wore on our very first one.
Yeah. I was going to say, I remember the Gonzo. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Definitely style points for Justin here, but very excited to see. I am a huge fan of Amber Steel Song, and I feel like this is the first meta since maybe even the first chapter where it's potentially tier 1.
100%.
And I'm very excited to see that.
I played Amber Steel as my first deck that I really enjoyed, and I had it built for this season. I think it's such a good, strong contender. I think that Green Steel does give it a lot of hiccups and a lot of problems, but
Yeah.
I think it still has great matchups into everything else. And I think that and this one's going to be interesting because it's really about who gets to fire off that wheel first, and then who gets the most value out of it. But if it goes long enough, we could see a battle of, hey, who gets to the bottom of their deck first.
Absolutely. Looks like our players are shuffled up, and we are off Justin's going to ink a Bare Necessities to play a Cinderella. Pretty solid basic start. Says go.
And we're running those Cogsworth as he puts one into the inkwell, passes. Ooh,
This
so
could be like, I think Cogsworth is actually a huge contender for game-changing card in this tournament.
100%.
Challenging is going to be so important, like you said, with all these little guys running around. You have things like Ice Block and things in Ruby Sapphire. So being able to challenge freely is definitely in this metagame. So it's definitely going to be a defining card, I think, throughout the tournament.
100%.
All right, just going to ink and quest and pass.
And inking that big Cinderella, so that's a shift target for that smaller Cinderella, and that big Cinderella is extremely hard to get off the board when it's there. So getting rid of that is definitely not, he's definitely, it hurts a little bit. It hurts.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I'm thinking maybe he wants singing targets, but again, you can always just sing with the Cinderella. So
100%.
all right,
Hey,
gonna ink that place Ariel, which is always great. Still such a great
nice.
card. Been good since chapter 1. Still good right now.
And Ariel is that 3-drop Singer 5 that is going to allow you to, when it comes down into play, to pick up the top 4 cards of your deck and pick a song, reveal that song, put the remaining cards at the bottom of your deck in any order.
Looks like he got Let the Storm Rage on, which would lets you do 2 damage and draw a card. Looks like he quested, or no, he sang. I'm sorry, he sang the song there with that Cinderella Singer 3. Again, maybe that's why he inked that bigger Cinderella. Got rid of the Smee, though.
And in the early game, you gotta ink it. It's not a matter of like, do you want to or not. You just got to. It's you're not gonna get there for a while, but it just sucks because now you got one less in the deck.
Yeah, but Cogsworth's Resist, like I was saying, is
Yeah.
going to be definitely relevant. I see another one in CJ's hand. CJ's goal here is to survive and ramp,
Yep.
basically. Because if he can make it, to turn 6, turn 7, he's going to run away with the game.
100%. Because in Steel Song, you're not going to have any of that direct one-shot removal. You're going to have to like kind of ping the damage a little bit, do
Yep.
here or there. So once that Cogsworth engine gets online, if he gets 2 of them, oh man, now he's really running.
And
with
he
it.
was able to trade the Smee there for that Cinderella. So it looks like we're going to see another Bare
Ooh.
Necessities. But Naveen coming down. Naveen, one of the best cards out of set 5. Absolutely.
100%.
It's a Singer 6, lets you automatically sing a song, but it doesn't look like Justin actually has anything to sing. So I guess he just played it. But I mean, it's still a very good. It's a very good.
Great card. You definitely want to put it on the field, but it's like when you play a Medusa with no target.
Exactly. It's kind of like, yeah, you kind of want to have that, the a whole new world,
So, and the thing
Along
is,
Came Zeus.
he has something in his
I
hand
think
that
he
he
has
could
Along
have
Came Zeus in his hand, but he has no
no
target.
targets, and that's the
Yeah.
even thing where you're like Justin, you're like, ah man, I kept this because I knew I wanted it.
But you
you're
want
not
to
even
stay on
playing
curve,
into
so
it.
I get it. So, all right, looks like we got a popsicle coming down for CJ, and there's that big tank we were just talking about.
100% coming down and doing a little bit of damage. I'm gonna do a 1-drop on each one of those. Small amount of damage, but relevant because now they're in the range of things like Let the Storm Rage on and Strength of a Raging Fire. If he just puts one more character down.
Yeah, and I think I see he has a few songs in hand, so yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing some stuff here. Yep, just going to kill that giant tank. I think that's absolutely the right move.
Ooh, and that's a Hiram, so he's got that card draw, so he's gonna be able to refuel.
If he can find. Oh, he does have the fishbone quill, so yeah, he at least has one. Gonna quest with the Naveen.
Ooh, and at this point, you probably just throw hard cast that strength of raging. I'm sorry, grab your swords if you're CJ in this position. Yep, and throwing that down, clearing out most of that board. Actually, sorry, all that board.
And we do apologize. Our lore counter is not working. It's not going to be working for a little bit here. We should have it working by round 2, but we are keeping manual track of the lore here. We are at 3-0 in Justin's favor, but we have a complete board wipe here with grab your sword, and then just gonna play Cinderella and pass.
Perfect, perfect.
Oh, and that's a whole new world CJ just drew. I think CJ is actually in a very good position here if he plays everything right. He also has the fire of the cannons that he can use against that Cinderella. Gonna use the Hiram though, draw some cards here.
Ooh, Pete. That's great. That's one
Dude,
of the
Pete is
better
another
cards for
great
sure,
card
yeah.
from the new set. When he comes down, just you say no actions, nothing.
And then I've seen some steel amethyst lists that bounce it. Oh, it's so
Yeah,
cool.
and it's extremely relevant in this matchup because all songs are actions, and
Yes.
in Steel Song you want your songs.
And you can completely you can hold off any momentum that they could even think
Yeah,
to gain.
you can basically lock out your opponent from 30% of their deck with
Yep.
that card if you can continue to chain it.
Yep.
Fortisphere coming down, gonna fire the cannons, the Cinderella, and I think he just passed here.
Ooh, a
Ooh,
very shiny Cinderella.
shiny Cinderella. Gonna Storm Rage on the Hiram. He has 6 willpower, so that's a little tough to.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass to CJ. CJ having that Mickey and the whole new in hand.
Unfortunately, it seems like Justin's a little bit in top deck mode. I see a Grab Your Sword. Is that a Rapunzel? But he has no target for it.
Yeah, it's the value was with that Naveen, and he wasn't able to get it. Now it's just a kind of a brick in the
Yep.
hand a
And
little
then
bit.
CJ was just able to Hiram that Fortisphere away. Again, like this is where you don't want to be if you're facing Sapphire Steel. Like the longer you let it live and the longer you let it ramp up, it's going to be harder and harder for Justin to find a way out here.
100%. And CJ's in complete control with that hand right now. The size of his hand with the whole new world in
Yeah.
there. The only thing he's
Detective Mickey
risking by
coming
holding on to
down.
that is
Yeah.
getting another one, which it looks like he just did. But that's honestly that's a sacrifice you're willing to make to keep control of the hand right now.
And honestly, Smee and Detective Mickey doing some work. I mean, like it's a little unassuming, but like 3 lore every turn. I mean, you got to have a response.
And then Hiram quested to get rid of that Fortisphere, drawing the cards,
Yep.
bringing
So
it
that
up
he's
to
going to be at
4.
4 lore. Actually, he quested the turn before that too, didn't he? Or no, that was for when he came in. Okay, cool. We apologize again, Chad. Just trying to make sure we stay on top of this lore counter here. Looks like Justin's thinking through his options. What do you do here if you're Justin?
I mean, really, honestly, you got to try to build up a little bit more momentum. You have that Cindy, you're at the ink where if you can have that, this is again where it's kind of relevant from earlier, where you have that Cinderella. Man, you get that on the field, that feels really good. You be able to ink and play that, that'd be awesome. But he's not able to do that right now. So with what he has in the hand, he's gonna have to throw something down that wastes it. It looks like it's gonna be that Rapunzel, so no card
I
draw.
think he's doing the right move here. He's attacking into the Hiram, who only has 1 power, so that he can
Yeah,
heal with Rapunzel, draw at least 1 card. Hopefully, he gets something good. I
yeah,
mean, it's better than nothing.
yeah.
I didn't
That's
see what he drew there. It looked like maybe it was a big Robin Hood or a big Tink.
gonna go ahead and ink
Ink
that
Piglet.
Piglet.
Yeah, not doing much. I mean, 2 characters is okay, but
It's again one of those things where he's beating out the
oh my,
characters on curve, but he's losing value and not doing the way he
is
wants
that
to.
3 a whole new world? Or no, that's Pete.
Oh, thank goodness.
It's
I
at
was
least 2.
it's definitely 2. Yeah, he's had 2, and he's holding them because right now. Oh, never mind. He's using them.
Oh, it is 3. Wow, he
Oh,
did. Okay, well, and
dang.
he's hard casting it. Okay.
At that point, yeah, when you get the third one, I mean, you lose the fourth one, that's your whole engine. Now you're at the. He is at a
I
massive
mean that might
disadvantage with that, though.
honestly that was kind of a gift to Justin. That's the
Yeah.
thing. Like whole new world is kind of a double-edged sword because Justin was kind of out of it there.
Yeah.
But now he's just got to draw 7 new cards. CJ's CJ does have a very dominating board presence though. He has a huge inkwell. You know, Mufasa could be around the corner at any point.
And he just got rid of Justin's
Lucky Dime.
grab your swords,
Yep.
which could have actually been pretty impactful.
Yeah, he did lose a few songs there. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think Justin's still okay with that. Gonna just quest here for 3. So it looks like we're 4-3 now.
All right.
All right, looks like we got everything up and running.
Perfect. I have a hard time sometimes when people put their ink upright, but don't put it like in their ink. I thought that Argus somehow was in play, and I was trying to figure out if he was inking it or playing, and I didn't know where he got the ink from. So you're gonna go ahead and ink that Argus, and now Justin looks like he is going. Is that okay? So he's gonna play the aerial to try to grab. What song are you looking for in that position?
Well, I
Just
mean,
grab
you
your
only got
swords, right?
one. I mean, here, yeah, you want grab your sword because that you can get rid of most of the board, or at least close to it.
You damage all the. You do.
You get
Good
rid of
amount,
Smee.
but
You bring Mickey down to 1.
yep. Everybody's at 1 at that point.
Everybody's at 1.
Tinkerbell
Comes in. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, okay, so but you have rage here, so you're doing 3. What do you take out?
Ooh.
Ooh, okay,
Coming in
Pete.
with a Pete, which is pretty great right
That's
now
actually
for him.
relevant. Yeah, I'm seeing the grab your sword in CJ's hand, and the let it go.
And it doesn't. Let's see. He used 3 for the aerial, 3 for the P. Yeah, so he's at 6 ink. He's not. Doesn't look like he's going to ink this turn. I don't believe he did.
Just gonna pass.
I think it's pretty interesting to see this like the difference that Amber and Sapphire bring to steel because they're pretty much running they're running a very similar steel package, but the complements that both do it's completely different.
I think that we might see more Sapphire Steel than we've seen the rest of this season. in these store championships because I think the control meta is starting to build a little bit more back up. I think it was a little bit more aggressive in the beginning, but now you see things like Ruby Sapphire and even things like you said, Emerald Steel or Emerald Amethyst starting
Yeah.
to shine. These slower mid-rangier decks. I think Sapphire Steel, because once it gets to its end game, it's basically game over, right?
CJ gonna quest with that Hiram.
Going up to, is that his first lore? Am I incorrect about that? No, he's up to
No,
no,
he's up.
he's up to 4 now. That's right. Okay. 4/4. Big Tink. I mean, I was saying it before. I mean, like, look at, like, it's a bunch of little guys, but I mean, CJ has a board presence that can quest happily, without much fear.
Yeah. One Cogsworth on the field, and he is just gonna be in
So
a
he
crazy good place.
so he just quested for 4 more. So it looks like he's at 8 now. Is that Smee on the field too underneath
Yeah,
it? Okay,
that's
so he has 2 Smees out there.
yeah. Again, he's. I mean, Justin's gonna have to come down with a Tink and grab your swords, which he could do if he had them. I just don't know if he does. And like that would be an amazing play though.
Singing here,
Grab your
maybe?
sword, so he's got
Okay,
part of
yep.
the plan.
There it goes. Bye, Mr. Shmee.
Already doing a lot of work as that Smee with the 2 lore. CJ's art just once you get into that like double digit range now, I feel like the games end a lot quicker than they used to.
Yeah. Does he have the big tank is the question. Because that's huge if he does.
I feel like he would have slammed it by now, but maybe he's building the suspense. It's working. All
Okay,
right.
okay, he's actually going to take out the big tank with rage. That's good.
Strength of a raging fire, dealing 1 damage for every character. So that's 4 damage with a Cinderella. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so the 4 plus 2 is 6. That takes out big tank. Yeah, this is the risk of using a whole new world, right? Like you're basically revitalizing your opponent sometimes,
Yep.
and that's why we're seeing some people choose not to play the wheel variant of a lot of these decks.
Yeah, definitely. Especially because he already had the card draw going.
I think in a lot of ways it is still probably a good card. I would probably play it still, but it is sometimes frustrating when this happens.
Definitely.
Gonna kill the harem there.
Ooh.
And another Pete. So no more songs again.
Dang, you know that's got to be bugging CJ a
Yeah,
little
this
bit.
might actually be
'Cause
swinging a little bit back. Momentum coming back in Justin's way a little bit at least.
definitely. Yep. So.
Gonna quest or
Oh no.
no, he's gonna take out the Pete because he has a lot of willpower as well.
And then take out the Mickey.
Me. Yep. So even if he doesn't have the tank, he can always just challenge.
Yeah, I mean.
I mean, what do you got a Mr. Smee?
Interesting. I kind of would have thought to maybe quest in that scenario to try to like fill the gap, but I think that's the thing with like you're talking about with the control meta. He's like, no, no, no. I'm gonna make sure that you have nothing. You have only 1 wheel. I'm very confident that either you don't have it or you're not gonna pull it. If you do, then you're gonna recharge, and maybe that was a
That
mistake.
Pete is extremely relevant. It looks like he might have just drawn a lucky dime,
Mm-hmm.
which is no help here. Or no, he drew.
Ooh, a Mufasa right now
Oh,
would not be bad. Double grab your swords for the next turn with the Mufasa. Oh, that could be crazy. Let's see what he does. I'm very interested. I haven't
plus,
seen the Mufasa make any waves in my local community yet.
dude, the Pete here is actually so relevant.
100%. Taking out the aerial. And
Curious
then
what 2 cards he ends up getting back out with Mufasa.
inking the Let It Go.
Gonna play the Hiram.
Okay. And then the Mufasa. Fantastic. All right. So Mufasa coming down. He is going to shuffle his inkwell. He's going to put it all out there, and 2 of the cards are going to go back into his hand. And then Justin will pick what cards they are. And then at the start, what is it? After Mufasa quests, you get to ready your ink up again. So next
Your
turn,
entire inkwell.
yeah.
And he quests for 4. So no, Mufasa's nasty once he resolves. He's crazy. But this is the risk.
9 willpower. Oh man, that card
This is a
is
great game.
awesome.
I just want to say for like the
100%.
first game out, like this is
100%.
great.
Oh man, I cannot wait to see
But
what
the Pete
CJ
is still
does on his
keeping him
next
under
turn.
action lock for now. But
Does he have another? Does he have a
though it
third
looks,
Pete?
is that a fishbone quill? He might have
Is that a
options for
third
Hiram
Pete?
to draw him cards at least. Oh, he's got a Rapunzel to heal up all that damage and draw a full 3 cards.
Okay. Oh, that's 5 damage on the Mufasa right there with that Zeus.
Yeah, if he can remove the Mufasa before it's really relevant.
Oof. Does he have 2 Zeuses? And that is a.
I think he has a grab your
I
sword.
swear, I think that's a Pete. I just could be tripping though.
That'd be this is gonna be, dude. Pete is like honestly maybe the best card in set 5. It is the third Pete, dude. It's the 3 Pete.
Wow. That is brutal for CJ.
Dude, that's crazy.
That could not have been better for Justin because if not, CJ's Mufasa turn would have annihilated the board. It would have completely wiped the board.
And we're gonna Zeus the Hiram here.
Okay.
Basically saying I'm not. He's trying to lock him off from drawing any more cards, right?
Yep.
Like that's really what this is. He's saying I can tell based off the last 2 turns you have a bunch of actions in your hand, and I'm gonna try to beat you before that.
And then it looks like we just quested. We went sideways for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So pretty sure, it could be wrong, but pretty sure Justin is at 9 and CJ is at 8 currently.
Yes, I believe that is correct.
So that is oh man, what a great card to have in your hand, but really got to have 3 of them.
Dude, that's actually unreal. I mean, that's the danger of drawing cards with Pete in the meta, man.
And
is he playing 4? He has to be playing 4 Pete, right? Yeah, he does. He plays all 4.
And CJ's only running 3 Pete, so total. So I mean, I haven't seen one from him. I don't know if he's inked one. I can't remember, but he could have up to 3 in his deck still.
I mean, honestly, if you're playing Amber Steel Song, you're planning for the mirror match, right? I mean, Pete can just shut down Amber Steel Song. So I feel like having it is probably more of a commentary that he believes there's going to be a lot of Amber Steel here, or cards that use it.
CJ went ahead and put down the Fishbone Quill. He put down a Lucky Dime. Is he going to activate the Lucky Dime?
So Justin, I believe, is at 9 lore now, and then CJ's at 8. So we're going to, toss away that Fishbone Quill to draw the cards.
Did you see if he happened to use it first? I don't think he did.
Which one?
The Fishbone Quill.
I did not see if he used it first. I don't believe.
Then Mufasa's going to go ahead and quest now. Now he's
he
going to
gets
be able
to ready his Inkwell.
Oh,
That's just such a nasty ability.
Too.
So CJ's at 12 or 13 actually, because he also quested with the Hiram, right? To get rid of the Fishbone Quill.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. 9-13.
And then he has the ink now to pop the Fishbone. So he'll be at 17 by the end of this.
Yeah. The Lucky Dime, you mean?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's one quest away for CJ winning this game.
Imagine if he had the other Lucky Dime. Pow.
Yeah, this is going to be, because let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, Justin does not have lethal.
Because he's not going to be able to have that Mufasa survive if he doesn't do something right. Like it's sideways. There's 3 Petes on there. You're sacrificing your Petes for the Mufasa at that point. They've done their job. Ooh, an Ariel coming in.
Dude, that card is underrated.
So she quests for 5. So
exactly.
He's actually going to 18.
I think
Sorry.
if you're you're good. I think if you're Justin here, you kind of you're like, he has too many threats. This is the problem with Sapphire Steel. Like we were saying, the longer you wait, you have Mufasa readying 15 ink. You have to basically win the game now. Yeah, you basically. I would go. I'm going balls to the wall, trying to find a way to win this game.
Yep.
I don't know if it's there.
Nope. I mean, I don't. I agree. I don't know. I don't know. That Piglet, if that would have been relevant to have. Oh, throwing down the whole.
Okay,
that is a good option.
I don't know if I like the hard cast, but it's
Gotta do what you gotta
gotta
do,
do
I
what you gotta
guess.
do.
Maybe he's hoping for a big shift Cindy. No, because in the hard cat, no, he should. Yeah, I don't.
So wait, if he gets the big shift Cindy, he's still one lore shy.
Ah,
So
he's got another whole new world in hand.
spell book.
All right, looks like he's gonna go sideways.
And what
And
else can you do?
yeah,
Yeah, that looks like it's gonna be.
GG.
Yep, game one goes to CJ.
Whew.
Man. Oh wait, did he have the? Oh no, he didn't. He topped that. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Good job, CJ, for game one. Man, that's the thing. Like, if you let Sapphire Steel go too long, it's gonna win the game in the end. Mufasa
100%.
is just a nasty, incredible card.
Well, and like, it's one thing when like the Mufasa's there and you're like, all right, cool, I can go ahead and throw everything into it. That slows you down. But then he threw down the aerial, and it's like, oh, well,
Yeah, there's a lot of late game boss monsters in Sapphire Steel,
yeah,
or just in Sapphire in general. Like it really has those big characters at the end there.
100%.
Mufasa especially. I mean, watching him ready all that ink is just
It's
crazy.
brutal. It's brutal being able to like get to that like first of all, you're at an ink level that most decks just don't ever get to. You
Hmm.
know, 12, 14, 15 ink.
Yep.
And then you're like, yeah, 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 but I'm actually going to do it twice. I'm going
Yep.
to use 28 ink in this one
Yeah.
turn because I have a plethora of cards to choose from and I have a massive ink well to use it with.
Yeah. It's definitely exciting to see that happen. Like I said, I think we'll see more of these types of strategies in these set championships than we did before this season. But I think Justin had a good chance to win that game there. It
Yes.
was definitely not, sunshine and rainbows for CJ the entire time. So it's going to be an exciting game too, I think. And excited to see more Amber Steel Song as always. I love this. I love this deck.
100%. I really want Justin. I mean, going first. Now, this is one thing I will say. I didn't see in Justin's list the small daisies,
Hmm.
the baby daisies, and I think they are a phenomenal add to that deck because in this, especially in the mirror match, when you have somebody that they are also relying on songs, items, all those things. Every time she quests, you could be sending one of those to the Shadow Realm,
Yeah,
essentially.
actually, like it is very intimidating sometimes to see if you can ever come back from something like that.
And keep in mind, if Justin would have had 2, 4 more lore,
Hmm.
he would have been across the finish line first.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like it really is coming down to and like even with three peats, it wasn't enough. So
Yeah, that's got to feel good if you're CJ. You
yeah.
you had a three-peat to face, and then you had 3 whole new worlds in your hand you had to toss. So it's like,
Hmm.
man, it's the game of threes.
Yeah,
Will the
absolutely.
match go to game 3?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm excited to see where this one goes though, for sure.
So Justin going first now. The breaking out his
Ooh, the
secret
secret mint.
weapon. Whoa! All right, we're gonna have to call a judge over and make sure those are legal.
Excellent.
All right, so we have in this Amber Steel Steel song list. We have, like you said earlier, the lanterns, and Justin wasn't able to get a
Yeah,
single lantern going last
Justin
time.
really kind of struggled at the early parts of the game. He kind of stalled out pretty early, which is one of the big issues with Amber Steel Song is
Yes.
you can brick pretty easily compared to some of the other decks. Uh, so you just have to be careful. But again, we're seeing a very similar start. We're just going to see a Cindy and looks like pass.
And that's a strong open, right?
It's a
Because
very
it's
strong
like
open.
you have the advantage now. You're Justin. You're gonna be that little bit ahead that you needed to be. Ooh,
I mean, Fortisphere's okay. I
like
don't know if I love that for turn one, but
the one of 8 popsicles in his deck. You
yeah.
mean?
I mean, there's definitely worse cards, right?
Ooh,
Does he play Tipo?
I
The two cost?
I didn't see it.
Because I'm noticing also like those cards actually are not really played as much anymore in Sapphire.
Yeah, like I'm not seeing Tipo or Chicha. I the
Chicha especially, I've seen little play for her very much. Oh, second Cindy here for Justin.
As I look through this Steel and Sapphire list, there is only 2. I'm sorry, 5 total new cards. Pete is one of them. The new Cusco card, the Selfish Emperor, there's a one
which
of,
is
and the
one of the best
Mufasa.
cards in blue, I think.
And very good to have as a tech card against locations because instead of Rise of the Titans, which is
Yeah,
just going to just feel so dead, that's a good
you have
body
a
that comes
body.
on the
Yeah, yeah.
field.
He quests
Uh,
for a lot.
yeah, I think he quests for two,
Hmm.
and then he is I think four in the butt.
Yeah. So it's a nice shield, and it's questing for you, and it just auto spot removes. Awesome.
Dang. So he was able to get rid of Justin's Robin Hood, really
Yep.
taking out his steam for that shift that he wanted to do.
Yeah, it really does come as a shame that Baboom. Uh, but then we got the Fishbone Quill. Looks like we got Rapunzel coming down. And then did he just quest with? Yeah, it looks like he just quested with the two Cinderellas. So he's looks like Justin's going to be at 2 lore here. And I think CJ's just happy to just slowly build up his board. It looks like he has Big Tink and Grab Your Sword. So
Yeah.
he's gonna grab your sword.
And that's 100% just like you get rid
Just
of those
wipe.
Tinkerbells or
Yep.
those Cinderellas as soon as possible, especially on the
Gone.
5 ink coming up. That's a shift Cindy waiting to happen.
No, absolutely. I mean, like that's what I'm saying. Like CJ is just perfectly happy to just like slow roll this. Bare Necessity is getting rid of the lucky dime. Now the only thing here is CJ has to be careful not to brick. Uh, he has so many opportunities to draw cards. I'm not too worried about it, but like grab your sword, Big Tink is not what you want to really be in. He's kind of going into top deck mode if you're not careful. All right, gonna simply play the Big Tink here with just the Rapunzel out. I mean, at least it's a body, right? It's a presence. It's gonna be able to start dealing 2 damage if it can take some stuff out.
That's a great card
I
for
mean,
sure.
I mean, when you have little else in your hand, CJ could go into top deck mode here. This is where Justin needs to strike. Justin needs to take the advantage while he has it here and try to put some kind of board presence out there.
But it looks like Justin is, I mean, realistically, he's going to have to, if he wants to do it, he's going to have to hard
Well,
cast that whole new world, which is like the last thing you want to do in this scenario.
yeah, CJ would then get back in the game, get a fresh new hand of cards. You're hard casting it, so you don't really get to follow it up with anything. So yeah, he's gonna draw 1 card here and just do some damage to tank. Which honestly, don't hate it.
Oof. He doesn't have the ink to ink this turn and can't play that lantern. That is rough.
Well, that's the thing. He sees Tink come out with like no targets on field. He probably is assuming CJ doesn't have a ton in hand, right? But that just completely changed. So I think now is a totally safe time to whole new world. Get rid of all those cards that CJ just got to draw, unless he plays them first and prevents you from doing that by playing
That's
Pete.
a really good Pete. That's a really well timed Pete for CJ. Oh no. That is not what you want to see if you're Justin because now you have to ink that card and the best thing you can do is either put your yeah like that's
Hey, that lantern we were just talking about. It's out there now.
and now do you ink your Robin Hood that you need? Nope.
Nope, you just passed the turn.
Brutal. Because now you oh yeah,
Well,
you
now
can
you
see
can't. I mean,
Justin, he's
honestly, I
shaking
don't know
his
if he
head.
can play
That's
anything with Pete. Like,
that well that's what I mean and
he
so
might quite literally maybe cannot play anything. So,
oh man.
inking with Fishbone. Gonna hire him with the
If he
Fishbone.
gets
Draw
another
2
Pete, it's
cards.
gonna be game
Yeah,
over.
I think this is not looking great. CJ's one good boss monster. Yeah, there we go. That's not what you want to see if you're Justin.
Dang, and then the
And the
baboom to
Baboom,
finish
the
it
one
off.
Rapunzel.
Wow. Wow.
Brutal. That's the thing. Like, if this deck can pop off, it can pop. Like, uh, CJ was looking like he might have been in top deck mode there, but I mean, Hiram can single-handedly draw you cards, right?
And he quested with that Hiram, putting him up at least one lore. I'm not sure. Did he quest with that Tinkerbell as well?
Yes, I believe he must have. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 lore. So he's doing pretty all right here. He's already ahead of Justin. And then we get the Cogsworth. So what does he just quest? Yeah, just turn everything sideways. So it was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 lore. So plus the 3, so he's at 10. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. And right now, that's really, really, really tough to deal with. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
mean, you got one Robin. Who would win? One Robin.
if only that Robin Hood had the strength to fire 5 arrows at the same time.
I mean, I don't know what you even do here.
It's really tough because I mean you want to play to your out, so I mean you have the whole new world in hand. It looks like so you'd want to probably sing with your Robin Hood, so you have the option to get something else. But grab your sword
Okay.
using that. Okay.
But also remember that's dealing 1 to everything because you got that Cogsworth out there.
Yep. And then going ahead
Killing
and
the aerial,
slowing down the roll a little
getting
bit.
2 lore for it, but that's okay. I mean, that's too little, too late. Maybe. I mean, let's see here. You're facing down 3, 4, 6, 16 lore.
Yeah, I wouldn't even
I
if
mean,
I'm CJ, I'm literally play a monster, turn him sideways,
that
and
Cogsworth
pass.
is. I mean, you're probably not questing with the Cogsworth if you don't have lethal, right? But like, even still, like this is. I mean, you can kill with the Tinkerbell this turn, or can you kill with the Pete? I
There's
don't think he's quite enough.
I think there's 3 damage on the
Oh, is that 3?
yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, but he is just gonna turn sideways everything. Just
I would that's what I was thinking is like at that point I'm doing it just because how much would he have to stop? You know what I mean?
I guess so. Yeah, I just think like the ward with the resist is just so useful.
For sure.
I would be worried that.
Because the Robin Hood's gonna survive. He has that Zeus in hand, so
So what was that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6, 16. He's at 16. I'm pretty sure.
and then it looks like he was able to put another Hiram down, popping the item and getting that card draw, so refreshing that hand from that turn.
I mean, I don't even know what Justin could draw here to turn this around. Honestly, I think.
All right, so he's getting rid of that Tinkerbell with the Zeus, leaving him with 1 ink left. Going to use the Robin Hood to.
Yeah, and just offers the hand. I mean, I think unfortunately it was a little too
Yeah,
little too late at this point. So that is a clean 2-0 for CJ with Sapphire Steel here in round number 1. Big congratulations to him. I have to say to both players, I'm very, very happy with a great first round here for this
100%.
tournament.
100%.
Very entertaining.
And it's very interesting sometimes how that first match was like this back and forth, and
Yep.
everything's rocking and rolling because both players are getting the cards they need and able to do things. And then in the second match, man, I feel bad for Justin. I feel like his cards were just not on his side, hitting that
Yeah.
brick on the ink, and then it's just like, man, he was already up against it, and then hit the brick on the ink when CJ was. I mean, man, I don't think he could have orchestrated a better hand. He was on fire on that
Yeah.
second match.
And that's the thing with these slower control decks, like they have the tendency to brick. I think that's a big game changer with something like Sapphire, like Hiram, allowing you to get out of that hole and draw 2 cards multiple times. I mean, you saw that. I mean, CJ at the very beginning of that game was in a worse position than Justin as far as top deck mode, and then he drew 1 Hiram, and then that was the end of that. And from there,
Literally.
the steamroll began.
Literally.
So, yeah, I think being able to draw cards is still really, really good in card games.
100%. And then again, I think that's where it kind of comes back into those moments of is that Daisy Duck in the beginning hitting some of those cards to the bottom of the deck? Would that be the difference maker to
Mhm.
slow him down enough? Because I mean, he didn't win that with characters necessarily. He won that with like combo plays and bidding
Mhm.
this on the other thing. So I think that it's kind of the same reason why Pete is so powerful because it
Dude,
just stops those actions.
we saw the power of Pete in that game for sure.
Man,
That card
man.
is going to completely change the meta, completely define this tournament, I think, and most set championships and DLCs to come. I mean, he is the only card that can like shut down actions
Yes.
across the board like that.
Yes,
And
I wanted Pete as like I love the cards that we've gotten for our enchanteds, but give me an enchanted Pete with like a
dude,
red card doing this number. Oh man, because that card is just so. It's one of those things where I'm hoping like maybe when Lorcana comes back around and they go, hey, we're gonna re-release certain things, they make certain new enchanteds that are just playable and like that we like
yeah,
love those fan favorite cards because I Pete's up there. He's
dude.
instantly in that category.
Yeah, and like I think he was kind of flew under the radar a little bit when he was first announced, but as people started to realize, wow, that ability is very, very good. No songs, no actions.
No
Uh,
actions is brutal because you don't. I think that at first glance, I think the baseline player is going to hear no actions and think like, oh, I can't do these certain few cards. Oh,
mhm.
very few cards are just actions, but it's also really it's the songs.
Yeah,
If it was just songs, I think it would still be super effective.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that was a phenomenal first round. We're going to be bringing you great rounds all throughout the day here at this set championship for Shimmering Skies at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will have another great game for you. See you guys soon.
All right, hello, hello, and welcome back to round number 2 here at our set championship at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. All right, after that first round of a pretty fun little back and forth with the steel variants, now we're going to be running into a little bit of some different vibes. What do you got over there?
Yeah, so we do have on my end here, we have another round of Sapphire Steel. We did get to see that last game, but it looks like this one uses a little bit more items. Also has some interesting choices here. 2 Pete instead of 3. Looks like we got 4 full copies of Cogsworth as well as a Donald Duck strutting his stuff. So some interesting choices here in the Sapphire Steel list. From Nick, Nico-san OS on his username, I believe. Wanted to give him a shout out. And then what do you got over there?
I
Here
have
on Patrick's side.
I have Patrick over here, and Patrick is going to be running another steel variant. He's going to be running Emerald Steel. So we're seeing a whole lot of steel. Steel
Nice. Yeah, I
seems
mean
to be,
steel is a great color
yep,
in this metagame for sure. I mean, there's only a couple decks that don't play it, right? That are top tier.
that's
So
what I'm saying. I mean, like, there seems to be a reason why. I think this set, I think Pete is a big part of that for
yeah,
sure.
for sure. Looks like our players are ready to go. Nick's simply gonna ink and play a popsicle for his first turn. Man, I do love to see some Emerald Steel coming back into the mix. It died there for a little bit at the beginning of things, and just gonna play location, inking the Pete. Interesting choice.
Very interesting.
Um,
He doesn't know exactly what deck he's going against yet, so he doesn't really know
yeah,
that maybe that was more impactful than he thinks.
maybe. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Ooh.
Maybe you play less. You probably play less songs or actions in Ruby Sapphire than Sapphire Steel, but I mean, there's a lot in this deck. You're gonna want to keep your Pete's, I think.
Definitely. And then Nick getting rid of a Hiram, and with 2 popsicles on the field, he does have another Hiram in hand. He also looks like he has 2 whole new worlds in
Gonna
hand.
ink a Deceiver to play a Deceiver. I was gonna say I was at first a little confused because I think Deceiver is one of the best cards against blue, but
But he did just take away one of his. He if he had that second one, he'd be able to rip both whole new worlds. But now he can only take the one and
yeah.
just sit there and wait for the other one to happen.
I mean, that's less. That's not a super impactful Deceiver because if he's gonna pop the whole new world, it's kind of a moot point to get rid of one. Oh, but he just threw the third. This is the second game in a row that
Oh,
we've seen the 3-peat whole new world.
that's brutal. At
Gonna
least
play.
he's able to get rid of it with this, and which is the right move. But
Yeah,
he's choosing to get rid of the lucky dime because he thinks that there might be another deceiver he's worried about. So he's mitigating the chance of losing that whole new world again. That's my thought process on that because he
so
wants
he
to be
inks
able to
the
pop
lucky
it.
dime. I don't understand that though personally because if that's the case, like ink the song, he can't take the lucky. Oh, but I see what you're saying.
Yes.
So he has one to play.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
get you. See, this is why you get paid the big bucks. All right, we see Deceiver of All. We haven't seen Deceiver of All that much this season, so it's interesting to see her back. Still an extraordinarily powerful card. Can sing everything twice. Crazy. And he's simply going to pass, though. I mean, I'm worried this might be a little too slow from Patrick's end. Again, Sapphire Steel, when it gets up there and you can play your Tamatoas, you can play your Simbas. That's, or I'm sorry, your Mufasas, I should say. It's dangerous.
So he's gonna hard cast that whole new world instead of playing the Hiram, which he could not have made a better choice with how locked and loaded Patrick's hand was right
Yeah,
there.
that was a disgusting whole new world. That was a
Wow.
great play by Nick.
Prince John, a Diablo, a shifted Diablo, a sudden
Sudden
chill,
chill,
and a
yeah.
Storm Rage on.
Dude, that's crazy.
Wow.
That hurts.
That's a very valuable Hiram he just got rid of. You know what I mean? Where it's
Yeah.
like, you were worth it in the graveyard for that one.
Yeah, plus we have just a whole stack of items. Nick showing us his hand, appreciating that. We got looks like we got Big Tank, Hiram. Yeah, Nick's and he has some removal too. Looks like he has to let it go. Though Patrick's hand's not looking bad. He has Sad Boy Beast. He has multiple removal steel songs. This game is far from over.
Oh, for sure. He definitely has a good. He didn't brick on that 7 draw he just did, but it's still, man, like that was rough. He's gonna have to really kind of keep his head in the game on that one.
Yeah, we also
Ooh,
cannot forget, especially now with the risk of a shift Diablo, that Ursula Deceiver of All sings everything twice. So that sudden chill, that grab your sword, that Storm Rage on can suddenly do a lot more.
yeah.
Though I don't like how many items Nick's having right now. One Tamatoa is you're toast.
He's got the dime in hand. I mean, it's almost we're taking the next turn off and just putting it
I
online.
mean, what do you do here? Like,
So Patrick getting that nice peek at the hand. Nick feeling very confident with what he's got.
honest,
Patrick now had to make a choice.
I
What does
think
he ink?
Baby Diablo's ability is like one of the most underrated. I think for
It's
this
so
deck.
good.
Information is everything. I'm trying to see what he has here. I think you probably, I mean, he has no board presence, right? So you really just kind of have to go aggressive. I think you just try to stay alive and then play Sad Boy Beast at your earliest opportunity.
He's gonna use 1 ink to do something with the cove. I'm just not sure what. I don't think he knows either yet.
Maybe gonna move something there.
Deciding what he wants to ink, I believe, right now. Honestly, hard choices coming up. Does he ink the morph or does he ink something else and then play the morph?
I think you probably have to ink the morph here.
I would say to ink something else and play the morph just because
Then you could shift into
the
Beast or something
beast,
else.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah, you want to play the Prince John though to set up that combo. I totally get that. I don't hate this move actually.
no, for sure, because now if he, and there's pros and cons to this, but now if he needs to, he can draw 14
Questing
cards
with
off a
the
whole new
Deceiver of
world.
All. I don't know if I love that, but I mean, he has no board presence, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rush
There's
characters
no
he has
rush,
to
so I
worry
guess
about.
actually, yeah, that's fine.
I like the little Lorcana pins at the top of Nick's banner there.
Yeah, been playing too much Ruby Sapphire. That's what it really is.
Oh,
I
is
mean,
that? That's it rushes everything in
I
those, man.
honestly, I honestly did not play against much Sapphire Steel
In the
just in testing and in
okay.
general. I feel like it's not gotten as popular, but
Ooh, an absolute nuke. Goes ahead and gets rid of that Prince John that Patrick had to debate so hard to put on the field. And either way, that morph
yep.
would have been gone. So either decision, it was going to be inevitable at that point. And so now both those other characters having 2 damage on them. Nick having to hard cast a lot of songs.
I mean, it's been the case since set one, and it's still the case to this day. Steel has some of the best removal in the game, right? I mean, that AOE is just incredibly good, especially
Yeah.
when you're going to play a bunch of smaller characters like this.
And Ruby having like the be prepared is very strong, but like the grab your swords, it doesn't hurt you. You know what I mean? And that's what makes it so much more enticing to use.
And like I said, it's been less popular in testing and throughout the game of this season, but I think Sapphire Steel definitely has a strong footing here in this set championship metagame,
Yep.
and I think we're going to see more control variants. We're seeing it here. I think green just struggles to keep up sometimes without the Bucky like it used to have.
Oh yeah.
And
Bucky made the game easy mode for Green Steel. Now they
yeah,
actually have to play the deck, and
I mean, I still
sometimes.
love the deck, don't get me
Oh
wrong.
yeah, for
But I think
sure.
it's going to struggle once things like Sapphire Steel is in no rush, right? He like Nick now that he has stabilized, he is in no rush.
Yeah,
So, I mean, Patrick has no real threat on the board right now.
yeah.
Um
And
until he can start and he's in again, we're playing Steel not Amethyst, so you can't even like draw cards with friends or something like that.
yep.
Like you're basically gonna have to put something out there to, and that's why I think Beast is probably your best option here. Um,
Yeah,
but again, Nick has gotten the chance to have so much ink and so much draw power that he'll just remove whatever you play. So it's kind of a tough situation here for Patrick. I do think
100%.
this is the right move, though.
Yeah, I think it definitely. I think that Nick is still. I mean, if I'm Nick, I'm not worried at all. So much ink, so much potential. I have the fishbone on the field. I have a full hand. I got tons of options. And
And
now the Hiram
the
is going to
Hiram,
come
and I'm
into
looking at that
play.
stack of items, that stack of ice cream there he has in his freezer, and
Hmm.
like he can just he's gonna be drawing cards for days.
Yep, 100%. Oh,
And oh, that's
oh,
just brutal, man.
that's what you want to see. That's absolutely what you want to see. I feel another hard cast
No,
coming
I meant from Patrick's perspective.
in. Oh,
Okay,
interesting.
even
Okay, I
I
like
mean
that too.
putting a
That's
body
actually
out there,
better.
yeah. And he's nuking.
Man, so he's
And with that one damage, now you don't even get the double draw from the beast.
and next. Oh, wow, Nick has such a good hand coming up. So if
Just
Patrick has the
honestly,
whole new world, then that's the time to run it. I think actually, does Patrick run the whole new world in this? I don't think he does. Never mind.
yeah, this is not the wheel
Yeah,
variant.
sorry. Yeah, so Patrick's just gonna
No, I have
have
to
to
say,
take it.
excellent play by Nick all throughout this game. I
Yeah,
mean, Patrick's doing great too. He's making all the right choices. I think it's just this is tough.
that's certain things like the Mickey Mouse, like the 3-drop. I think a lot of people take him out of the deck because he just. It seems like there's better cards, but he's such an underrated card.
Yeah, I think Sapphire Steel has taught us in general over the last couple seasons that willpower is the name of the game, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Willpower is the name of the game.
That magic number.
It is hard to remove some of these characters,
Yeah.
and when they're slowly chipping away at your lore total, or just passively drawing you cards, or dealing 2 damage to things, like it's tough once your opponent is fully set up with all that ink.
Ooh, all right. Seeing a let the Storm Rage on the Tinkerbell.
Honestly, I think that playing aggro at this tournament might have been a good meta call. I'm curious to see if we're going to see any of that.
I say that every time. I do. I really do. Every tournament I've ever been to, every thing I've ever cast, someone should bring aggro and see how it goes. And I
Yep.
don't ever see it. And you know what? I'm gonna do it. Next time I do a tournament, I'm gonna bring aggro.
You got to let me know how that goes, man.
I hope it goes good.
All right, we're going to see a Mother Gothel here. Or no, that's an Ana.
Anna coming down, and she's going to use the ability where she pays 2 extra when she comes down to
Yep.
remove a damaged character from the field. That making that
Such a
Let
good
the Storm
removal.
Rage on a little bit more relevant.
Yeah, underrated removal here from green.
Yep.
You don't really get much hard removal in green, so
Yep.
this is really cool to see this.
Ooh, hey, what you got?
Yeah, not
Oh,
great information. Like, you don't love to see grab your sword Hiram, that's for sure. Lucky dime.
yep. Patrick's like, I mean, yeah, that's rough because your beast is already offline, so you're not too worried about that. But then the grab your swords definitely doesn't feel good.
So he quested with the beast, correct?
With the beast, I believe
He's
I thought he sang. I think he sang "Let the Storm Rage On." I'm pretty sure because then Anna came in for 5.
got you.
Hmm.
Just want to make sure we're staying on top of the lore. But that's,
Yeah, and then
that is on us.
Nick gonna go ahead and quest for 1 and pop the popsicle, getting that 2-card draw. Still has another Hiram, so he could potentially do it again. Another Fortisphere, and looks like it's a grab your swords, but is that 2 grab your swords now? Yeah, that's 2 grab your swords in his hand, right?
I believe that is correct, good sir. So that is potentially a board wipe.
I'll play 1 for the
And
Fortisphere. Ooh,
he does have the ink for it, that's for sure.
another popsicle.
Oh, you love to see that.
Options. There's so many good options, but you don't even want to get rid of them.
That's the craziest part about Sapphire Steel is like just you can just draw so many cards. Like half your cards just draw you cards.
I don't know what card he just drew. I'm not sure I know that one.
Oh, you're talking about the card that Nick just drew.
Hideaway.
I don't know if I know that card either.
I actually don't know what the card Hideaway does at the moment.
We're pulling that up right now because we're about to learn. All right, what are we doing here? We got
Let's see here. Got Chenpo, the bodyguard, coming out. Chenpo is a really great bodyguard. Kind of crazy that it's the perfect strength to willpower ratio to deal with the damaged beast.
yeah, honestly.
And then looking up the hideaway, looks like
It's an action card in blue. I know that. Yeah, there we go. Item or location into its inkwell. Okay, so it's just straight removal for locations. That's a great
yeah.
That's a great option to have in the deck. I don't know if it's going to be super relevant in this matchup. I mean, he used it though to get rid of the cove, but
Really great in the mirror, especially getting rid of it like a lucky dime or against a pesky Queen's Castle.
yeah,
But even just using it against the hidden cove like that, that's super helpful. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
it
That
is.
beast could have swung into Chenpo and lived if that was still there.
That is very true. See, this is why they pay
Ooh,
you the big bucks.
when are they gonna start paying me? Keep saying that.
All right, looks like we got Tink coming down.
Now the Tink coming down this turn. I mean, not as it helps. It does what it needs to do. But once that Tinkerbell's online, the possibilities become a lot more open, especially because something we don't ever see, but the shift tink.
Yeah,
Sometimes that can be super, 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 super relevant.
yeah, for sure.
Now that Flavorsham, man, he's got just so many options to choose from on the left
He has
side.
a stack of items ready to draw him cards whenever he needs it.
Man,
So it looks like we're in thinking mode now because it's like again, all of these characters and now especially that you have the bodyguard have so much willpower. Like, do you swing in with the beast here into Chenpo? That's the question.
yeah, I think for me, I'm swinging in with the beast, and then I'm going to put the Anna and the Diablo sideways. I'm gonna entice the attack, so that way my Tinkerbell has a target. And then next turn, I'm gonna finish off that Hiram because I know he's gonna quest and get some cards. And that's the way I would handle it. But he also has that we don't talk about Bruno in hand, so
Hmm.
there's options that are a little less messy. Maybe he doesn't want to get rid of that beast right away. He can bounce the Bruno and then take out the or bounce the Chempo with Bruno and then take out the Hiram with the beast. Maybe that's a better play. He keeps them both.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility. I do think attacking in here is the correct move. I agree with you. I would have done the same thing. It looks like Patrick's going to do that here.
Yeah.
Just trading there. Unfortunately, this Tinkerbell is still wet ink, so it can't swing in there because that would have been a nice 2 damage to that Smee. It could have board wiped.
I definitely hear people refer to their cards as drying, but very rarely do I hear them refer to them as wet.
Yeah, wet ink and dry ink, man. Gonna kill the Smee here with the Raging Fire, though. That's a good move, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Smee is underrated and kind of like way more damaging than he lets on. He's a little easy to underestimate.
Yeah,
Let's put
he
it that way.
easily one of the best cards of that set. Easily, like in the realm of like Pete, with just like Pete being like so impactful of what it can do. Mr. Shmee comes out so early and makes so
Yeah.
much pressure.
You're like, oh, he's just gonna eventually kill himself. But it's like, yeah, after 3 turns of having a
Yeah,
strong body, questing for two, like,
yeah. If he's already making it 3 turns, you're doing something wrong, possibly.
and it looks like Patrick followed exactly what you said and just turned sideways and passed. So
Yeah, and then now Nick having that stack of ink that he can use at his disposal. He's got that dime he needs to get online. That's one of the hardest parts about playing that deck, I think. I think any deck, the hard part is your mulligan, right? And then
yep.
past that, you got to learn the nuance. And I think with Nick's deck, the nuance is when do you take the turn off to put that lucky dime in play?
Well, I think Nick's at the point now where he needs to get to his boss characters, right? He needs a Mufasa, he needs a Tamatoa, he needs something like that. Does he play set one Bell?
Let's see here.
The strange but smart or whatever it's called.
Strange but special.
Strange
I
but
think that
special.
I don't think he actually plays any of the bells in this deck.
Okay.
I think his big kind of go-to characters, his big characters, are going to be his Tamatoa, Ariel, Tinkerbell, and Cogsworth.
Okay. So he doesn't play Mufasa either.
I don't see one.
Interesting. Yeah, I know that's a very controversial card. Some people love it, some people do not prefer it. Looks like he is leaning in towards more like he's going full blown with the 3 Aerial Treasure Hunter, 3 Tamatoa. So he's full on items, which makes sense.
It seems like a lot of these players this set are adding in the spice of set 5, but
Yeah.
aren't committing to these new concepts as hard.
Yeah, I feel like there's just not enough support yet, maybe,
Yeah.
to really justify abandoning, set 4 and earlier strats for some of these decks. I think like you said, certain cards to supplement already existing strategies. I do think that the item strategy has gotten a lot of support, so it's cool to see that come to fruition a little bit
Yeah.
more here. I mean, like I said, he's just been able to draw through his whole deck. I think he just needs to get one of those, that aerial, that Kamatoa, and then Patrick's kind of going to be in a tough spot here. He really has to take these next few turns before Nick gets there to do something
And
to
he
threaten.
and Nick with that Cogsworth just pretty much took damage offline. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm
he has one damage he can apply now with his Ana, and that is it. And that's just not enough to do anything at all.
Yeah, that's a little tough.
Tinkerbell just became completely like she just does one damage to Cogsworth, a very, very, very
So
harsh
what do you
blow.
got? You got a morph, you got a big tank, and I didn't see what his third card is, but
I think that
not a great
another thing that I'm
situation.
noticing is that a lot of players did not get to fully explore all the avenues that set 4 offered, and so we're seeing a lot of like set 4 stuff that kind of coming up to giving its
Y-
chance now. And
Well,
it's
actually,
weird because it has a little bit of that support you're talking about with set 5 helping it along where it wouldn't have worked the same.
yeah. Speaking, Cogsworth just blocked all but one damage to himself from that
Yep.
big tank coming in. I mean, that resist is huge,
It's
man.
massive. It just puts it the entire turn before Patrick would have been able to do 5, 6 damage total to across the board. Now he's gonna be able to do 2.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, and then now the pile of items dwindling, but the size of his hand growing. Nick is feeling good. I mean, like look at the size of his inkwell. I mean, I think it's taller than his arm. Going through his discard now, kind of seeing what has he gone through already. Another thing, a lot of times you can go through people's discard and realize that most people are going to run 3, 4 of most things.
Yeah,
So if or bare minimum 2. If you see 2 of something in someone's deck, you can feel a lot better on some of it. But if you definitely see 3, just you can start pushing your strategy in a totally different direction.
for sure. Looks like he drew another big tank here, which honestly is not bad at all.
It's not bad, but it's also not as. Are we talking? I'm sorry. Did you say Nick drew a big
Nick
tink?
drew a big
I'm sorry.
tank.
I thought
Yeah,
you meant Patrick. I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, that's that Cogsworth. But no, yeah, Nick drawing a big tink is going to be a complete opposite feeling. Oh my
and
goodness.
just more items. You gotta love it. You just gotta get there, man. Like dude, the aerial would be questing for so much right now.
Yeah, he's definitely getting set up for some big moves, but not drawing the cards to play them.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, it's crazy the number of cards that Nick's drawn that he hasn't seen a single aerial, or he saw the one Tamatoa early, but he inked it,
Yep.
understandably. I mean, sometimes that's the thing with card games. You can't control what you draw. It's just a matter
Mm-mm.
of your battle with luck.
Looks like Nick using the 6 for the tink, and now he still has an additional 7 ink left. I mean, this seems like a great time to throw that Lucky Dime online.
Gonna quest, go to 3 total, or is that 4?
He's going to go to 4
He's gonna go to
total.
4, yeah. And then so he's tossing the Fortisphere to draw. Looks like it got a Mr. Smee. Gonna,
And another Fortisphere.
gonna play it. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Definitely. Fortisphere coming down. Boom. A whole new world in his hand, which why would you refuel Patrick at this point? Oof. What an intimidating board state.
So it looks like he drew a Cyclops there from that Fortisphere.
So he still has some ink to play with, but looks like he is opting to pass on over.
Yeah, like I said, Nick is in no rush. He's just looking for his big monsters for the end of the game here. Uh, gonna just see if Patrick can do something here. Prince John's not terrible, but you need a way to have your opponent discard. Does he have that? Is the question.
He has a little discard with the
He has
Bruno.
Bruno,
Be
yeah.
able to get rid of at least.
I
Would
mean,
you get rid of the
desperate times.
Tinkerbell or the Hiram? I think obviously you get rid of the Tinkerbell, right? Because there's 2 Hirams, and it's like, well, you're gonna draw either way.
Yeah, yeah. You get rid of the Tinkerbell because also she's gonna just start killing everything. With that 2 damage.
Yep. All right. Now we get to play card roulette. Which one are we gonna take? Oh, we're gonna roll for it, and we roll the one number we can't get. And 3 it is. What do we got? What do we got? And it's a whole new world. Nick was not gonna play that anyway. If he does, that would have been
Yeah.
crazy. I think that getting rid of the whole new world right now, if you're Patrick, you're like, dang, I kind of wanted that.
Yeah, that sucks. But sometimes that's the luck of the roll.
Yeah, because now that Tinkerbell gets to use its effect one more again.
Yep.
All right, Anna deciding what she wants to do.
Looks like she's gonna
She's gonna do something. There it is.
sing "Let the Storm Rage On."
So
That
we're gonna be
doesn't
able
do
to
a
do.
ton. I
Gonna be able
mean,
to do 1 damage to something.
yeah, or he could. Oh, he can't even pick the Cogsworth because of the ward. So,
Yep.
yep, you're right. And then draw a card. I think that's really more what he's trying to do here.
Ooh, not a bad card though. I don't think he has
He,
the ink to. Does he have the ink available? I don't see what he's exerted this turn.
I think he's empty right now, so you'd have to wait a turn.
Oh, it looks like the top pile is not
Oh, that's
used.
confusing,
Okay,
but okay,
I
cool.
agree. So Pete's coming down. He has 1 ink remaining.
Okay, so that's actually relevant. Um, I mean, these Hirams are not doing much besides drawing cards, right? So,
Yeah. And then the Tinkerbell's gonna come down, so he's still gonna take some damage. But man, at least he's not gonna get wiped off the board.
yeah, it's still. I mean, let's be honest. It's still not a great situation,
No,
right?
definitely not.
I mean, especially with the Tink coming down, you just one grab your sword away. John's gone.
Yeah, Patrick is trying to make lemonade out of limes right now. It's not looking good.
Yep. But at least he's safe from fire. That fire the cannons he just drew for this turn because thanks to Mr. Pete there in his referee shirt, ready to put some rules into action.
So much ink. That's the fun part about playing Sapphire Steel
Dude,
is like
so much.
the options become so limitless. And then Tink coming down again, getting rid of the Diablo, putting damage on everything. Only 1 more damage needed for the Prince John. Does he have another Tink? How great would that be?
But okay, so like you have to also consider he can't fire the cannons, the Prince John, right? But he has like so many other AoE options.
Yeah.
Like
Ooh, here
one
we
P
go.
is not going to save you in this situation. You need something major if you're Patrick here. You need like a double grab your sword of your own or something like that. Like
Gonna ink the Argus, presumably to play that nice shiny crab he just got, because it's either play the crab or play the dime. I think the crab's the right move on this one.
yeah, it depends. Like he needs to see if he can activate the part of his engine to get some of those items back because
Ooh,
you want that Tamatoa. Yeah, he's just attacking with the
yeah.
Hirams, which you very rarely see that. But hey, that actually worked out great
Heck
for him.
yeah.
Again, you forget Hiram. If you just need 1 damage, like he has 6 willpower. That's crazy. And the Tamatoa's coming down, bringing
Dang.
back those items. So he's questing for 3.
Oh, and he's gonna pop to get rid of the damage. Beautiful.
You
Another
always
thing.
forget about that
I,
secondary effect of Popsicle, but it is so relevant sometimes.
seriously. I think that's kind of like one of those like the thing is as you learn your deck more and more and more, you got to know when to use them and when to hold them.
Mm-hmm. Morph coming down. Is he has 0 cards in hand?
No, Patrick?
Yeah, I think
Oh,
he
that's
does.
brutal.
That's so rough.
Yeah, that's. I mean, because he doesn't know it, but that diamond hand that's gonna seal the fate.
Yeah, this is a. I mean, at this point,
All right, looks like. Man, that so when it comes down to the situations like this, we're at 28 minutes left in the match.
that's what
Okay.
I'm saying. I think at this point you just scoop. I mean, you have
Think
0 cards in hand. You're facing up a Tamatoa. Yeah, so Nick is going to take game number 1 here. Again, we're seeing a lot of Sapphire Steel putting in work today.
definitely. Definitely. And not one of the color combinations I personally thought I was going to see. I just played
Yeah,
recently at a local competition, didn't see any Sapphire Steel. And so I'm very surprised that more people weren't playing it with how good it's doing it today.
I know. I think, like I said, like there was so much emphasis on like lemon lime aggro, amber amethyst aggro, things like that in the beginning, and then also you have, Sisu control, ruby sapphire. I think it just kind of got considered not really viable, especially with like how wishy-washy Mufasa can sometimes be.
Yeah.
But I think people have started to find ways to make it work, and I think my prediction, at least so far, is coming true that it's gonna kind of
Yeah.
see a resurgence here during set championships.
And I think that another aggro combination that I'm seeing that I don't think enough people are playing is Steel Amethyst, because
Yes, absolutely.
being able to put all your swamp your characters out, right, and then on turn 3 play Pete, that's a massive shield to keep your things
Yeah,
going and stuff like that. So I think that uh, as this becomes more popular, as these decks become more popular, listen up, aggro players. It's time. As it ebbs and flows, this is that time for you guys to sneak in, because these I'm seeing a lot of like very empty turn 1 and 2 sometimes. You know what I mean?
yeah. And I do think that whether you're a mid-range player, a control player, or an aggro player, I we are going to see more and more just steal good stuff,
Oh
different
yeah.
colors of steal good stuff.
Yep.
Because it's some of the best cards in the game. You can make all different kinds of combinations work with all the different inks. So
That's a pretty great 3 cards right there. Nick's holding on to. Gonna go and send the rest back.
man, and he drew a Fortis Sphere popsicle and a grab your
Man,
sword. That's crazy.
absolutely looking good. If you're Nick, you're feeling.
I didn't see what Patrick drew, unfortunately, but hopefully we can get a little peek here
Yeah.
soon. Again, I'm a big fan of Emerald Steel, so I'm hoping we can see some action here, get set up a little bit faster this time, and I mean
Are
sometimes that's just the luck of the draw, you know.
are you team hard shuffle like their deck of playing cards, or waterfall shuffle like their collectibles? Which one do you do?
I am a waterfall shuffler.
Okay, I am as well.
That's just personal preference, though.
Yeah, no, it's always interesting to me. I saw a person the other day playing with their Enchanted Diablo and then did a little,
The
and I was,
ripple, that's crazy.
oh,
I mean, hey, it's your
yeah,
card, right?
you got it, flown it. Dang, I definitely think that sometimes people will use and abuse. I think hard play some people take seriously.
We're getting some
Ooh.
insider information that Patrick's a hard shuffler. So, I mean,
And Patrick's getting some insider information on Nick's entire hand. So he's able to see all those goodies that Nick just grabbed. And then honestly, one of the, I think getting that lucky dime in these first 2 to 3 draws, one of the worst cards to draw in the beginning.
yeah,
Like out of your whole deck, you just don't want to see it then.
good to see some information. Sending a little bird over to peek at your opponent's hand. Popsicle. So if you're Patrick here, what is your main aim here to change the course?
He just inked it. I think that I think that the Muses is one of the most underrated cards in his deck. And I think that because he's not utilizing it the right way, and at least in what we've seen so far, and again, it's about what cards you have available to ink, what plan you have. He plays this deck more than I do, but just from what I've seen with Zane in the Las Vegas finals,
hmm
that Muses can be like insane.
Yeah, I
You know
mean,
what I mean?
Emerald Steel won.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to remember that. Like people count this deck out because of the Bucky errata, but like, no, this deck can still win major tournaments. It's just a matter of how you. Well, I mean, look at Diablo being here in the Cove. I mean, that's going to be relevant, like you were saying. Like,
100%. 100%. I look at all that and I'm like, man, he's got all these good songs in his hand. I mean, they the problem with Nick in this matchup is what Patrick wants to do is dwindle your cards down.
yeah.
And as long as Nick has a hand like he has, you're not going to do it.
When you have a deck, when you're playing against a deck whose primary strategy is quite literally the opposite of your strategy, it's really going to come down to who can implement that strategy
For
faster,
sure.
right? But also, Nick is one top deck away from completely undoing all of Patrick's work at any given moment in time. That's
Yeah.
also something that we have to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Um, I do think that Patrick's ink looks a little bit more consistent this game potentially, so we might see some action here.
Ooh, Chen
Gonna
Po
ink
going
the
into
Chen
Inkwell.
Po.
And
Detective Mickey? Yeah, I mean that ink ramp, man. It's good.
see, but this is what I mean though. It's turn 3 before he's even played a character, and this character is not a massive threat to a character with a decent defense.
hmm
So aggro against Nick, whoo, so much pressure, and Patrick doesn't. He's taken out all the aggro elements of the green, and so now he has to really rely on attacking that hand as much as he can.
Sudden chill coming in here, making him discard the lucky dime. But I do think that maybe that's why Sapphire Steel's a good meta call here.
Yeah, for sure.
Seeing these more
Ooh,
mid-rangey control decks like Emerald Steel, Amber Steel Song, if you think you're just gonna face a sea of that, I mean, something that can take its time like a Sapphire Steel, you don't have to rush if you're not facing nothing. Uh, and honestly, if it can survive the early turns against most of those kind of mid-rangey decks, Sapphire Steel's gonna win.
Yep. And so now Nick getting two of the cards out of his
Yeah,
hand.
that you were just saying that strategy is actually potentially. I think his ink is a little more consistent. He has some potential plays. He just really did not have a great opening hand last game.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna ink the morph here.
And put using that one to put Prince John into the Cove again. Extremely relevant, having any kind of protection against these characters when
Questing for 1, going to 3 for
it,
Patrick.
normally you don't want to put Prince John sideways, but again, you knowing you
Yep.
don't have any rush characters, he's ward. It's super safe,
Yep.
and Patrick knows that he can get a little bit of an edge up.
No, yeah, that is a good point. Like a lot of times you don't want to quest with your ward characters, right? But like getting that little bit of extra lore can sometimes be the difference between winning a game and not winning a game, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that here you obviously play the. Oh, maybe not. Oh, he's gonna ink it. Maybe playing the Hiram here seems safe, but I would definitely play it before I ink that Fishbone Quill. Because what if? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it depends what other cards he has in his hand, like what threat he's facing.
Yeah.
Like he might want to play down like something to have a body on the field.
There we
But
go.
I think that's just the right choice, right? You want to start drawing cards. Hiram is one of the kind of the most broken cards in the game. Let's be honest.
He is so. His stats just are so unique to like himself. Like usually when something comes out with a certain stat line, others will follow suit.
Yeah.
It's been like four sets. It's just him.
Yep.
Where are the other one
I mean,
sixes hanging out at?
he has 6 willpower and he just draws you cards extremely
Yeah.
easily.
Him and Rapunzel are the only people in that kind of unique
Yeah.
club right there.
Difference is Rapunzel's a legendary. So
That is also very. I forget that his rarity is only rare.
yeah,
And
he's just a
and he
regular
came
rare.
in a starter deck.
No, yeah, if he wasn't like a regular, easily accessible regular rare, he'd probably be like a
So
$50 card.
expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so expensive for sure. Because he's an absolute staple. You don't run blue without him.
hmm
So now we got Patrick over here with 4 ink deciding how to go to 5.
So he has Strength of a Raging Fire, but he only has the 2 characters out, so that's a little tough.
Yeah.
You need at least one more to get rid of the Mickey at least. So he's just gonna ink it. Honestly, don't hate that.
Now here with 5, probably playing that beast out to start getting that extra card draw. But having to worry about any kind of direct damage from Nick because you know he's got it.
Yep, you know he has that Tinkerbell. You know he has that Grab Your Sword. You know he has that Strength of a Raging Fire. The chances of him not having one of those is very low.
So playing the Ana down for 5, using its trigger to allow Nick or force Nick to discard and allowing Patrick to draw a card.
Honestly, though, I don't hate the beast because at the same time, even if he puts damage on it, you now have 7 power. You're threatening his Hiram from ever firing.
Yeah.
That's not terrible.
And then Patrick gonna go ahead and it looks like turn sideways with at least the Diablo
Going to 4 for Patrick.
and just gonna choose to keep the Prince John safe. Next turn has that Pete, it looks like in hand that he drew, and so he'd be able to, unless I missaw that, but I think that
No,
card
he
right there,
he
yeah.
definitely has at least one Pete.
Yep. So the Pete is definitely crazy good in this 6-7 ink range where you can start stopping, grab your swords, whole new worlds.
Yeah.
You know,
You just want to make sure
combos.
you do it before it's too little too late. Like,
Yep.
okay, so he's going to draw 2 here. So he's already drawn 4 off this Hiram. Looks like he drew a Fire of the Cannons, which might actually be super relevant.
Oof.
Oof. Yeah, like this is not what you want to see,
Yeah.
right?
It's probably going to take out that Ana with the fire of the cannons. Oh wait, no, he doesn't. He only had the 6. Okay, so he's not going to be able to do anything extra with that, which is good. So the Prince John's still safe.
But also, if anything ever happens to the Cove, like suddenly everything's back on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you,
Oof.
I mean, Prince John still has the ward. Let's not forget that.
Yep.
So, but that's relevant. But at the same time, like honestly, I don't hate taking out Diablo, right? Because like Shift Diablo is still always a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I'm not sure if he plays Diablo, does he? Does he play the Shift Diablo?
Believes a devoted herald. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yes.
definitely does. I mean, I would be shocked if he didn't, but I was just wanting to make
Yeah.
sure. But yeah, I mean, that's always a threat, right? I mean, that card's still disgustingly good even without Bucky. Got
Yeah.
Sudden Chill, Pete, Beast. I can't see what those last 2 are. Gonna. Maybe it's looking at Sing with Theana.
Yeah, because I mean,
Sing the Sudden Chill.
I almost would just hard play the Pete and or Sudden Chill and then play Pete, but that he doesn't know it. But that other Tinkerbell he has is just going to be brutal.
Yeah, I mean, he probably wants, yeah, more than anything, he probably wants the draw from John, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he needs as many options as he can get.
So he's going to choose to get rid of the Donald Duck. Don't really see that Donald Duck very
Yeah,
often.
it's a one of in his deck too. It's a very interesting tech card here. So looks like he's gonna hardcast something. Is it the Beast or is it the? It's the
Ooh,
Bruno.
okay. Interesting.
Honestly, that's pretty good.
He has a.
Well, honestly, I take that back.
I don't know if I
um,
love that.
yeah. I'm forgot for a second that that was Big Tink. I don't know if I love it either. But I mean,
No,
Hiram doesn't feel good either. You
because
know.
he's gonna have now. He has both Tinks in his hand. So now instead of just having one more damage to deal with, where he would have survived because of the cove, now he's definitely gonna get wiped up with if he's playing both of them. And Nick
Yeah.
could just bang bang shift an 8 cost Tinkerbell that does 2 damage.
I didn't see what other card he has in his hand. If he has another piece of removal, looks like he has a second beast, so he's gonna ink one. No, it just looks like a Storm Rage on. So I don't know if that was necessarily the best play there.
Yeah, I think he was keeping his Prince John safe, but I
Honestly,
don't think it's gonna work.
let's be honest though. All of Nick's characters have come into play triggers. There really wasn't a great target for that card. Honestly, I might have inked that card instead and played something else.
I
Maybe the Beast.
So I don't mind doing the Hiram in that situation. Um, Forcing him because he didn't have any more items. You know what I mean? He was already out of items, and at that point, if he wants to get the engine back online, it's going to slow him down just a little bit.
True.
But the Tinkerbell, I wouldn't.
No, the
He doesn't know
Tinkerbell.
he had the other Tinkerbell in his hand, and then he gave him an. Oh, it's just. You know what I mean? Why give him more
Well,
damage?
also, yeah, just even if without the other Tinkerbell, I don't think it's a good choice.
Yeah.
But
Oh, Hannah, grab your swords in hand. Maybe that's the other thing too. I guess maybe we're not valuing the fact that Tinkerbell's a 6 that can sing things
thing,
like
yeah,
grab your
that is
sword.
also soup. Yeah, maybe Patrick's thinking big brain moves and we're not.
Yeah. But either way, Patrick's entire board just got wiped off the planet, and the Hidden Cove remains, which Hidden Cove with no characters is just a piece of cardboard.
Still, Nick is still searching for some kind of end game here, but he's in a great spot for this stage of the game.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like there's like that hump you got to come get over as like in Nick's position, and I think that it in it feels like we just kind of crossed over that hump. You know, he's controlling the board pretty good
Yeah,
now.
Patrick is definitely not out of this. He has the Hypnotize to control the hand a bit. He has the Pete, so he can prevent any actions next turn. No songs. Kind of stop the bleeding here a little bit, maybe.
Hmm.
If he could potentially combo the Pete and the Beast, I don't know if he has enough ink. I don't think he does. He's like a couple ink shy, but it would be so awesome because then he could make sure he at least draws two
Oof.
once.
And there's that Tinkerbell
That is
gold.
pretty. That is a pretty good discard right there. And he drew. What is that? Sudden chill?
A
No,
Diablo.
Diablo. Ooh,
And
but he
3
is
for
gonna
a
play that
Pete.
Pete.
It looks like we're deciding if we want to ink to move the Pete. Oof.
Yes, gonna ink the Beast and move him there.
So,
I mean, he's a good challenger now.
yep.
But I mean, at the same time, Hiram has 5 willpower left. You can kill Mickey, but that's not gonna do you much.
Now Nick deciding what to do. He's got the double Hiram and a Tinkerbell, throwing the Tinkerbell down for 6, and probably gonna ink that other Hiram. Nope. All right, so he's just gonna stay at 7 ink. He's gonna throw that Tinkerbell down, quest up. Now it is both of them at 4, so we're tied up now. And now Pete, I- the four, a little bit irrelevant now because he can still take it out, take Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell can still take him out rather.
Yeah.
But now with that Storm Rage on, it'll be an even trade.
The unfortunate part is no matter how good Patrick plays here, I mean, this deck is gonna struggle against drawing a million cards.
Ooh, I
That's
love
pretty good
that.
though.
That was a
That
great
was
on
a
a play.
phenomenal on a play.
Gonna use Anna to get rid of that Tinkerbell. He just used the Storm Rage on. Ooh, getting rid of the second Pete though. Interesting.
To
Gonna put
play
the
the Diablo.
Diablo in play,
Hard cast.
and then boom. All right, so we're passing on over. I definitely think that the causing damage and then bringing Anna in is an interaction that I don't think enough people are really kind of keeping in mind.
By not playing the Pete, though, he is going to see here that he has a whole new world in hand. Nick does.
If you're Nick, do you want to refuel?
I mean, you don't really have much on the board going right now, right? I
Yeah.
mean, you kind of have to if you're Nick, I think, because Patrick's starting to build up a little bit of a presence, and now that Diablo's out on the field, he's going to be drawing more cards. You just got to consider you got to have those end game cards in your hand, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't hate this move by Nick at all. Gonna play down Fishbone. Gonna ramp a little bit. Probably just gonna kind of like a waiter turn. Cause I see he has Cogsworth. Is that a Tamatoa?
Oof.
He has some removal, Cyclops. So he has options here. I'm curious to see what Patrick drew. I see a Deceiver of All at the front there. That could be super relevant depending on what songs he has.
Interesting. Getting rid of the Fishbone before the popsicle.
Ooh, I see. Is that strength? There's a Let the Storm Rage on?
And popping
And
the
Bruno.
popsicle to get rid of that damage. That's why. So we're keeping the Hiram safe unless he wants to throw his entire board at it.
I mean, the Bruno might not be bad here against that Hiram, though.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if
Questing again. Going up to 5. Oh, I'm
Gonna-
sorry. Going up to 6. My bad.
so another Hypnotize here from Patrick. Depending on what Nick has in hand, that could be super relevant.
See, Patrick's hand looks like absolute fire right now. Like, that's a really solid place to be with what you have as a board state. It's definitely looking good. However, the timer on this match is not.
Yeah.
If Patrick takes this over, then that's going to be a draw for these boys because there's just no way with the way that they're playing that they're going to get that third match or even close to through that third match. But
Patrick's playing for the draw here.
100%. 100%.
But honestly, he might have it with that's a really good hand. He has Deceiver, he has Hypnotize, he has some songs that can deal damage. I mean, he could just completely strip Nick of all ability to play anything that and if that happens, then we might be in business. 2 to the Hiram.
And then gonna
3
go
from
ahead
the
and-
Pete. Okay, Nick gonna kill.
Yep.
Yup, okay. That's a good move. And he has ink, all his inks left. He can play the Deceiver. He can play these cards to strip. Okay, gonna move to the Cove first for the Diablo.
Man,
This game,
that's rough. That Hidden Cove is such an unsuspecting card. It goes from being just a piece of cardboard to being this big metal shield that's taking everyone and encompassing it right now. Like it really does make a massive difference in this deck.
again, this is we've said this so many times already in these short 2 rounds, but like whole new world, double-edged sword. I mean,
Yep.
Patrick was out of this, and now he suddenly has the upper hand here.
And that's what I was saying. You know, like I know where Nick was in that situation, but do you want to refuel? I mean, you're really hoping for him to brick. If you're getting him 7 cards, there's a chance he's got something.
I still don't disagree with it though, because I mean, at that point, what are you? You're top decking for items. It's still it's not a great situation
No,
there either.
For sure. It's a tough one either way.
And I mean, we have his deck list, but you don't know if he plays his own whole new world. So you're like, am I just gonna wait and then get whole new world on his turn?
Yeah.
So again, I think Nick probably made the most logical call he could in that situation. But yeah, it's just crazy to see. Like Patrick drew amazingly and is playing very well here, and we'll see. Yeah, he's got Deceiver of All, so he's gonna be able to do double damage with that Storm Rage on next turn, drawing 2 as well.
And then moving her
into the Cove.
Man.
And is that Big Tank?
In his hand, I think he has
Yeah, he has
2.
Big Tank. He's 2 Big Tanks, man.
He's gonna ink one and then do something else. No, that's a I'm sorry.
Oh, it's Morph.
Why did I
You
think a
lied
morph
to
was a
me.
big? He
No,
morphed into a big tank.
but
That's
he's going to
crazy.
use the morph ink to move the deceiver into the cove. He now has 5 characters in the cove, man.
There might be too much people in the cove. I think there's not enough room in the
I
entire
I think you're just upset because you didn't get an invite to the cove.
cove. There goes. Oh man. I, sh- I don't know. That might be the most characters I've ever seen on a location at one time. Usually something happens to the location or
Hmm.
something, but yeah, it's a whole
It's
party
the
there.
place to be.
Yeah. I thought it was hidden.
Yeah, I know.
And with 9 ink, Patrick passes the turn. And then,
Drawing from the Diablo is just so nasty.
yeah. And then Nick going, what was that? 9 ink. Gonna ink the Argus for 10. What?
He had the Tamatoa, right?
He has a Tamatoa, and he has Cogsworth. He has Let It Go. He has a lot of options for a lot of different plays here.
So Patrick looked like he might have had the upper hand there, but I don't know. Could very easily swing right back around with this deck. This deck is just nuts.
Ooh, Force Sphere.
Oh man, that's a good top deck right there.
Pete. All right. Cool. No actions for
Okay,
you.
that's really bad for Patrick.
Then we got Mickey just gonna go ahead and quest.
Quest. Man,
Oh, we're trying to
Mickey's
make
been quested more than anybody today.
Yep. Nick is setting himself up for a really, really, really big move, but Patrick's got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 lore on the board. That's 3 turns. So can Nick pull it out in 3 turns?
Well, if Nick has the lucky dime, it might just be over. But I don't think he does.
I think he's hoping for it. I think that's what we're waiting on. Getting rid of the Let It Go.
I mean,
Oof.
I like that. I mean,
Now that
we
singer
can't.
coming in, he's gonna sing something twice. What are we going for? Is it the Hypnotize?
Well, hypnise is just
Oh,
regular
sorry, it's the
action, right?
action. Okay. I was like, what's I'm very confused on what's happening on Patrick's side of the board right now. Where Hypnotize just came out of his discard, and then so did a Diablo.
Um, so we're thinking maybe he realized that he couldn't play, and then
Ah.
he's putting the card back in his hand.
So he sang it. He sang it like a song, and then he was saying, "No, you can only use it once." And so the extra song is that what he did?
Well,
Or
it's
just
not a song. I don't think you can sing it, which is
yeah,
why
yeah,
he
yeah.
can't play it.
Gotcha.
It's just an action.
Oh, because he forgot that he played the Pete last turn. Is that what's going on? I'm sorry. I missed something there for sure.
No,
Something caused that trigger not to be able to be played, right?
yes, yes.
And
But
is it
also, I'm just
it's the
clarifying
Pete?
for you that it's not a song. But yes, yes,
Yeah.
he played the.
Okay.
Yeah, he played the Pete, right?
Nick's a judge too, so they kind of just randomized. They put the card back on the bottom of the deck.
Got you. So they put the card back on the bottom of the deck, randomized it. It's because he played the Pete, but also Hypnotize is not a song.
Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All information is clear now.
All right, Nick just needs to grab one.
Man, that
be
board state is
prepared, and I think
crazy,
he'll be
man.
ready to go.
I don't know, man. Nick might still have this. I mean, Tamatoa coming out with 4 items potentially, questing for 5, Lucky Dime, quest with Mickey, quest with Cogsworth.
You said with 4 items?
Mm-hmm. Well, he has the 1, right? But then Tamatoa grabs,
Another one.
and then he could play. I think he has like a popsicle in hand. Nope, I made that up.
Okay. No worries. No worries.
See, this is why you get paid the big bucks. But
I was like, Tamatoa's coming down bringing 3 popsicles with him. All right. I think that I the one thing I will say is I do think that both these players are definitely ignoring the clock.
yeah, there's less than 3 minutes.
I don't know if they're gonna get done with the second match.
Yeah. Well, like I said, with a Lucky Dime,
Yeah, I get you.
Nick could pull this out. I think Patrick is playing for the draw here, so I'm trying to count. I mean, he doesn't have enough lore on board to even. So he's going to go to 8 here, it looks like, questing with Diablo. Go to 9.
10. Getting that 2 lore off Anna. Ooh.
So he has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's 1 lore shy on board right now, Patrick.
He's trying to count and see, can I deck you out? Oh my God.
There's no time to deck him out.
He could play 1, sing 1, play 1.
Oh, with
Whole New World.
Whole New World.
Yep. Because he drew 1. I think he knows that it is literally his only option. Oh man.
That's crazy.
I want that to happen so much. Please, 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 please.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick again, like we were saying, I mean, a couple turns. But I was saying that Nick might be okay, but I don't know. That's a really intimidating board state right now.
All right. I think he's going for it.
He's going for the deck out, bro.
All right. He's got 7 cards. One of them has to
Godspeed.
be Whole New World.
I mean, the chances are pretty high, right?
I think so.
And that's the first one he's played.
But he can't draw 2 of them. He needs to draw.
He has to draw exactly 1.
I'm so excited. Oh,
He-
he got one.
He did it. Oh my goodness. Oh my God.
Oh, come on. All right. Did he draw just 1, right?
Brace yourselves, everybody.
Oh, because then Nick's waiting to see if Patrick will do any draws from the Diablo because he can extra draw.
Oh no.
Patrick is doing it to himself. Now I'm just curious: is the
He
Diablo
drew
trigger?
3, bro.
Does the Diablo trigger? Is it something that can be chosen like this, or does it have to be?
I'm pretty
taken
sure it's
all
the
at
May
once?
trigger. Why is he drawing cards?
Oh my god! I'm so excited.
Holy
Which one? He just made it so much close.
no way, man.
Oh my god! Hit him with it again. That's the craziest Whole New World. If he just picked up what, like 10, 12 cards, and he's gonna get him nuked.
Dude.
Oh, you have to. It's Nick. You have to. There's no choice. Don't count him up. You know. Oh, he's gonna do it.
This is crazy. Are we gonna see a deck out on stream?
Oh my
That's
God.
actually crazy.
How many has he used one yet? He used 1.
So he has 2. He has the 1 in hand. He has 1 more in the deck, I think.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. He's playing the Tinkerbell to do some damage in case when he gets. Oh, I get what he's doing. He's doing the Tinkerbell just so that way if he. No, because then he won't have enough to play. Oh, I don't know what he's doing.
he must just not. He must not have it, which is such a shame.
So, does he have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
I think he has
Oh,
8.
he's
he has
giving himself
2
another turn.
He's giving himself another turn.
Interesting.
I do think
You still have 5
You probably
ink left.
You probably hardcast the Whole New World here. I'd have to imagine.
Either that or I would, right? Or that strength or that Zeus hit the Tink. It's 2 less lore you have to worry about.
Maybe. You kind of have to go all in on this strategy, right? I mean, that's time in the round as well. That's extremely relevant too.
Yep. Man, timing around on a second match is the first time that's happened on this stream ever.
I think we're gonna see more of this as like these grindier control decks match up more in this tournament metagame.
So Pete just swung into Ursula to take her out. We still have 4 ink left because it looks like we're using a Fire the Cannons right now to take out the other Ursula. So we're slowing the momentum.
I think he's just trying to survive this next turn.
Okay.
He's gonna Zeus the. Yeah, he's just trying to survive, right?
He wants to be able to sing that Whole New World because he needs to be able to do it in 1 turn.
Which explains the Tinkerbell play.
Yeah.
Which is honestly smart. Again, this is why he's the player and we're the commentators.
100%. 100%. Oh, look at that massive hand Patrick has. Oh, so many options. All the options. So now that was turn 0. This is going to be turn 1 going into Patrick right now.
So you have to think to yourself, you have 2 turns to do something. You have four lore on board, but you have to turn sideways.
Now, if for the Prince John trigger, I do know that that is if you choose to draw, you have to draw all of the cards. So if Patrick chooses to draw off of Nick on that trigger, if he does play Whole New World, there is no one,
I mean,
two,
at this
three.
point, his deck's going to be so thin, I'd have to imagine he's not going to.
But just in case he tries to get that one, that's going to
That's going to
completely
cost
seal
him.
his fate.
Yeah,
I hope he knows that.
he might not. Oh, man, that is relevant. What? The Deceiver coming out and taking the Whole New World out of Nick's hand. Oh, that must be so defeating, dude. Counting the number he has left. Does he have any left? Can he top deck
Wow.
one? I don't think it's going to be even enough. I think
he really needed to play that last turn, and he got greedy.
I was surprised that well, I think he was probably thinking there was no way he could pull it off otherwise.
Oh, no. And then he loses his Tinkerbell, so only one singer left on the board if it makes it through this turn. Gonna go ahead and figure out what card we're getting rid of now. 3. And right to the Tinkerbell. That's rough for Nick for sure, because at least the Tink coming back down would have taken out a bunch of different targets.
Patrick needed that to keep this draw
Yeah.
alive, right? He needed to get rid of the Whole New World, and he needed to get rid of the singer, and he just I mean, again, Nick gave him all those cards. I
Yep.
probably would have Whole New World only because, like, even though you have
So
that chance, you have a 2-point margin for your lore.
Yeah.
Like you just gave Patrick like 11 cards last turn, like, but
Yeah.
it's hard to say. I mean, when you're in that spot, you know what I mean?
For sure, 100%. I do think it's kind of one of those things where knowing what shift targets are available to your opponent and stuff like that is really important, because Patrick couldn't have snuck that lore out any other way.
Tamatoa is not what you want to see here.
No. Ooh, that's brutal. We're gonna
you
draw
could,
that popsicle.
Yeah, you're gonna play the popsicle, draw card.
Heart of the cards.
Fishbone, no. You don't have a Hiram, do you? Got the Cogsworth. I think this is the last turn of the game too. Well, Patrick gets one more turn, but I think we're gonna, unfortunately, folks, I think we are gonna just see a draw here. I mean, good for Patrick. I mean, that's what he was fighting for, and he's been playing very well.
Tamatoa coming down. What item are we going to take? The popsicle.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? You got to go for it and then hope you can sing it. Nope.
Dang. Really wanted him to throw down on that Whole New World play. That would have been phenomenal, but he was just trying to play. He's trying to take a little bit of the safe way, make sure to not get too close.
Yep.
And you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
And that's going to end round 2 with a draw here, folks. So we are going to have a draw here for round number 2 between Patrick and Nick. Honestly, well played by Patrick. He earned that draw, and I think we are going to see more and more slower, grindier matchups as the tournament goes on.
100%. All I see is an open door for aggro when I see games like that. You know what I'm saying? But well fought, well played, and we're gonna take a small break, and we're gonna get ready for round number 3. So we'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the Shimmering Skies Set Championship here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. I am OT Silence here with my co-host Mushu, and we are getting ready for round number 3 here at the tournament. Very exciting. We have John Lee here. He's going to be rocking, looks like another Green Steel. Super exciting to see Green Steel have some love here today at the tournament.
100%. I feel like a lot of people bought those Green Steel cards from last set. Now they're like, well, I got to use them. So
Yes.
they're making the best out of them. And then we got our boy over here, Taurus Black. He's going to be running a little bit of Amethyst Steel.
Amethyst Steel.
Yeah.
Should be super interesting. Is it the aggro variant?
I'm trying to pinpoint exactly what it is. It's not. I don't think it is the traditional.
No, yeah, I'm seeing some
aggro
Merlin
var-
engine, some Madame Mim. Interesting.
Yeah,
This should be a fun matchup.
This looks like it's going to be a very technical way to play these colors right here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and again, unless
Ooh, I love that
Um,
mat.
unless Taurus is on the aggro variant and we're mistaken about his strategy, I think this is going to be another mid-rangey, control-y, slow, grindy game.
Yep.
And now John might get to the ability to pop off and just completely rip cards out of his opponent's hand, no matter like right away. Without that Sapphire engine to continually draw cards, like that can really mess up your opponent if you can get those early cards on the sudden chill, your Prince John, all that set up in the early game. Looks like we do have Baby Diablo and the Shift Diablo, Sad Boy Beast, some songs. John has a great opening hand here.
This is a very interesting deck from Taurus. I am seeing him play the Amethyst, but not a single rabbit.
I'll say he's playing the Chromicon here too. Not a single rabbit. Interesting. I actually don't know what that Mickey Sorcerer does.
So the Mickey Sorcerer allows you to, when it comes into play, deal 1 damage to every character based on how many brooms you have in play, I believe. Or
Okay,
it
so
might just
yeah,
be
it looks like this might be a broom list because he has a lot of brooms in here.
yeah.
That's super cool. I'm really excited to see how this pans out for. But John getting a look at that strategy because you might not expect that strategy unless you get that early viewing, and Diablo gives you that. Plus now he has a shift target, super easy shift target for Diablo, and he's gonna make his opponent start discarding cards, so it's kind of perfectly timed too. It's just gonna be a Mickey here from Taurus. Gonna ink the Hypnotize
Mm.
and discard to shift. I think that's great. Just gonna quest. Go to 1.
Then use 2 to play Morph. Wow, beautiful.
And now he has a shift target for Beast next turn. Wow, John is in a great position right now. And he's already drawing extra cards, and he draws a second Diablo.
Beast, I think, actually. 2 beasts. But don't worry, that's why they pay me the big bucks.
Oh, man, dude. Dude, my eyes just played the biggest trick on me. I could have sworn that was a Diablo. Are you paid them to switch it to Beast? I swear, dude.
So he's going to be able to ink that beast, use all 3
That's
to play
crazy.
the other beast.
Okay, so what did he play? I don't even know what that.
That is the
Oh, that's the broom.
that when
Yep.
it comes into
Yeah.
play, I think it's on his turn. It's evasive, I think.
Yep.
Is
It's
is
the
that broom.
evasive one, yeah. The steel evasive one.
Oof.
Yep, gonna shift into that beast. Gonna start drawing triple cards.
And I mean,
That's
probably not going
crazy.
to quest with it, right? Just kind of leave it be.
I would definitely not
Yeah.
quest, at least for a couple turns. I mean, yeah, between your opponent's draw phase and then drawing 2 on yours, you're drawing 3 cards per turn instead of 1. That's a great way to win the game really soon.
So and I guess him.
Shifting into Mickey Sorcerer.
So I don't. So he didn't quest with the Diablo because he didn't want to lose it to the broom, but then he gets killed from the Storm Rage on. I would just have the Diablo sideways every time. If you lose him, you lose him.
Hey.
But like, what benefit does it give you?
Well, now he's drawing 0 extra cards because also that Mickey damaged the beast.
Yeah.
But he's just got another hard cast to go out there and play him again.
There he goes, and he's gonna.
And he's going to use that 7 to just attack into the Mickey Mouse and kill him. He's like, all right, you don't want to let me draw cards? I'll just kill your Mickey.
Yep, and that's the double-edged sword that is the Beast Tragic Hero.
Yeah, a lot of times people forget that he got 7 power when he loses that draw, too.
Definitely. I think Taurus just did. He was like, whoa, 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 you can't kill my guy.
Yeah.
And then we're going to use that magic broom. It looks like he's debating if he wants to take out the beast or if he wants to keep it for that Diablo.
I honestly think I take out the beast here.
Yeah, definitely.
It never does feel good to 2 for 1. Like, you lose both your guys. But
Getting rid of a baby Yzma to put out a
Chromicon. Honestly,
2.
ooh. Okay, that could be good. That could get him back into this game.
All right, so they're both going to draw a card. Grab your swords. Very, very nice.
All right,
card to
and so,
draw.
just a couple. That's the thing about drawing cards. It can make you be back in the game.
Definitely.
Just like that.
The only thing is, you also are giving that opportunity to your opponent with the the Amethyst Chromicon.
Yeah, but also this card is extra good against John since his main strategy is to strip his opponent of resources and make it so
Definitely.
he can't play anything.
Definitely.
Just like we saw with Sapphire. I mean, this is going to be a lot less potent than Sapphire was. With Hiram going crazy. But I mean, being able to draw 2 pretty consistently is going to be significant in this matchup.
For sure.
Sudden Chill, what do you get rid of here? Maybe the Crab. But he looks like he does get rid of the Storm Rage on.
Interesting. because he's gonna use that grab your sword, so he knows he's gonna do blanket damage.
Did he draw from John from that?
Um,
Because he should, right?
did
Okay, looks
John
like-
draw from that? Are you saying?
Yeah, well, he made him discard with sudden
Uh-huh.
chill, so he should have drawn. But I
Yeah.
think he just did, so we're good.
Ooh, interesting. I
Gonna ink the crab.
would have probably wanted to play my crab. My
Ooh,
Chromacons
that
first.
was a pretty good sword, though. I mean,
Yeah.
John with that ward, that's annoying. I mean, he's just gonna sit here and draw some cards up. I mean, John, you have nothing on the board right now, you know. Though he does have that Pete, that could be very helpful to help him get back in, to save him, give him a turn or so. But yeah, he needs to find a way to get rid of that double Chromacon because, I mean, as long as Taurus has that, he has no threat from any of the discard engine that John is running. And I think this is why we're seeing less and less Emerald Steel. I mean, I'm really hopeful to see it come back out. You know, we saw it win a DCP, so we know it can happen. But I think it's a lot harder nowadays with like all these major archetypes that play draw cards super easily.
Yep.
And honestly, I think that's healthy for the game because if we remember what Bucky format was like, I mean, this is way better. So,
100%.
all right, gonna put out the broom here.
Ooh,
Which
to put
we
the grabber
forget-
sword back into the deck.
You know, broom hasn't really been popular since Chapter 1, but we forget that that ability is so good
Yeah,
to just put things back.
and shuffle your deck. That's the first and one of the few shuffle your
Shuffle,
deck
yeah.
cards.
Absolutely. Get things out from under the bottom.
Wow. I think that Taurus playing this deck is pretty fun though, because when I was talking earlier about, hey, there's some really good budget decks. This is literally one of the ones I had in mind.
Now, does John play any kind of item removal? Like,
I
does he
thi-
play
I think
Titans or
I know that Taurus plays Platinum, so he's got some bite against items, but I don't think that Jonathan has anything.
because I don't see any. Yeah, I'm looking over this list. I just wanted to have you look over it too. I don't think he plays any item removal.
Nope.
Those Chromacons are going to basically
just
never
there.
go away.
Yep.
And now John has to seriously rethink his strategy if he wants to stay in this game.
Yeah. Ooh.
That is going to be a good card, though. I think you probably take the whole new world.
Really? I would say I would take the strength just because it's the ink in that situation.
He has very few characters.
Yeah.
You have a lot of response if he does take something out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a way for him to get right back in the game.
Gotcha.
I mean, again, we're talking minimum viability here because of the Chromacons, right? Like he's gonna always have that ability to get back in the game.
Yeah.
But drawing 2 is a lot less good than drawing 7.
For sure.
And you have a lot of cards in your hand that you don't want to lose to that whole new world.
True.
I mean, he has Pete.
That's probably the most viable reason is the fact that he's like, oh, hold on, I don't want to lose my Diablo.
I mean, he has Anna in hand. He has Pete in hand. Like, you don't want to lose that.
Yeah.
He has Diablo. Like,
Then we're just drawing and drawing and drawing.
just drawing cards.
So we got a baby Yzma, which I don't think she has an effect, but I think she might actually, right? The little one, does she have an effect?
No, I think she's just a body. But then we have the shift.
The shift one.
He just shifted, and he's going to play the Chapter 1 one here. Just
Getting
Put
that
that-
whole new world
put
back.
it right back in there. I love to see Brooms, though. Does he play the set one Mickey Sorcerer?
Yes.
Yeah,
has
he
4 of
does.
them.
Wow, that's awesome, man.
Nice. So the Yzma scary behind reason. The scary beyond reason is the one that allows you to put one into
That's
the deck.
yeah, that's
and
the set 2 one that
shuffle it back
shuffles
in.
back and you draw 2, yeah.
Mhm.
All right, baby Yzma, just a body.
Yeah. Vanilla, what is that? It's a 3/4.
But it looks like he wanted to do the 3 damage with Rage, which is good, getting rid of that Deceiver. Again, though, he's going to live and die by these Chromacons, right? I mean,
100%.
John's deck is probably a lot more consistent because he doesn't play things like Titan or other item removal cards or like, Platinum.
Yep.
But it's tough when you run into a situation. I mean, double Chromacon, that just shuts down. You have to you try to go more aggressive here, see if you can do something that way.
I love seeing the subtle flex that some people do. Like most people put a dice on top of their hand. He put the Gen Con Mickey pin on top of his
Nice.
hand. And then that Pete coming down to stop any kind of actions
Hey
once
man, you
again.
gotta flex when you can, right?
Yep. Oof. There's that whole new world. I like to think that's the one he just shuffled back in. Inking the strength of a raging fire.
Yeah, this is a super interesting situation because like I would definitely say that Taurus is has the upper hand here, but at the same time it's slow going. Like there's
Yeah.
no real threat yet. So I'm just waiting to see who can basically draw into their biggest bombs first.
Yep.
And again, I think John generally wants to go more that mid-rangey control route. He doesn't want to be in a huge rush to get there. He wants to be able to just take his time because his opponent has no access to anything, and that's just not the option here. I do think the Pete is going to help this turn potentially.
Yeah.
It's like basically going to give him a turn.
Oh, can't do that because of the Pete. I think he just realized he was about
Yep.
to reveal his hand a little bit too early.
And we saw that last game with
Mm-hmm.
Hypnotize, yeah, like
So we're gonna
we got to
get
have like a little referee
Ooh.
t-shirt we put out on the mats when there's no actions allowed.
Oof. So the magic broom that costs 5 comes into play, allowing him to shuffle back all brooms from his discard back
That's
into
awesome.
his deck.
Nice.
Not usually seeing a lot of people utilize the shuffle your deck function of all these cards, but Taurus is using like all of them in the same deck.
Yeah. Yeah, the broom archetype is like such a fun,
Yeah.
like flavorfully also just like you're sweeping up so you can shuffle the deck. It's just kind of fun.
It's so good.
All right, just going to turn sideways with a bunch of these little guys. Looks like he quested for 2 there. He's on the board for 3.
I think brooms is one of the things that most people, when the set 1 came out, they were like, I can't wait for brooms to pop off.
Yeah,
'cause
people
it
really tried to
seems
make
like,
it work.
yeah,
Like people were just like, "Oh, just Ruby Amethyst good stuff's just better." But now it might actually have the support. Sudden Chill coming out.
so much on the field that's drawing cards.
It's like such a stalemate like between these Chromicons and John's discard. Like
Yep.
draw 2, discard 2, draw 2, discard 2. It's going to be and neither of them have like anything that threatening, but they both have huge boards at the
Yep.
same time. It's just, this is a very unique game. And I don't really know who has the edge right now.
It definitely feels to me like Taurus is asking the questions right now.
Yeah, I do think I would lean in his direction. That 5 cost broom that he just played is pretty dang good.
No.
You know, he has the double Chromicon going in. He has Fox for some damage if he ever has to deal some.
Interesting.
Take out the broom. I mean, I think John probably realizes he probably plays things like Mickey that will synergize well, so just going to take out the brooms while I can, make it so you don't have any board presence in that sense. And another Pete.
That Pete, man.
The
And
repeat.
then another Pete in his hand. And
He has
another
the-
Diablo. Wow.
He has the 3-Pete? No way.
Yeah,
dude.
John's got the
Dude,
three
John,
Pete,
all
double
right.
Diablo, double John. I mean, Taurus has to turn on the gas quick.
Yeah, John says, I don't take your double Chronicon and throw it away because I'm still going to make you discard everything.
And a beast, and an Ursula, and a strength. Oh my goodness. John's hand is literally, I don't know how his
Dude, that's
fingertips aren't
crazy. Yeah,
literally
that is
singed.
a stacked hand right there. John's playing very excellently here.
And that's the dangers of when you're Taurus. Yeah, you're keeping your hand alive, but you're also, to do that, the double-edged sword is you're feeding your opponent too.
Yep.
So it's like, man, John, like, I don't think John's used to having that many cards in hand. Oh my goodness.
So many, and he has the double deceiver.
And every time that Taurus draws a card, John gets to draw another card. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, because that's the Diablo. Dude, Diablo's a crazy card, man.
Seriously. And people are like, it's not going to be that
He's
good.
not going to be
this
good
set."
anymore. Yeah, nope. He is still disgustingly good.
Yeah, that was people that really wanted to buy their Diablos.
Though it's so funny, like something is different. All these different decks that we've seen so far, I've noticed a trend between all of them is just they like to draw cards. That is the name of the game right now.
Yeah.
You got to be able to just draw a bunch of cards.
100%. Gassing out is the worst feeling.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the broom coming back into play. I have not seen this many brooms
Dude,
activated.
I absolutely love this. Shout out to this deck design. This is
This
great.
is definitely fun.
This is so fun.
I have a broom deck that I like to play like against my daughter's pirate decks, but I feel like I haven't like turned it up all the way with some of these power cards, like
Yeah,
Whole New World, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like I could see it really being fun.
man.
A little
Yeah.
cut from John, making sure all the good cards are on the bottom.
So yeah, so he has shift targets for both Big Yzma. He can spot remove, something like that Diablo. Another broom coming in, man. That's the
The one drop.
set 4 one. Yeah, that's just like that one's just like a good body.
Gonna go ahead and take out the Pete with the Yzma.
Mm.
And now we get to see John unleash the fire within his hand. Oh my gosh, that Tinkerbell's gonna do so much work.
Yeah, they splinter. These brooms will splinter, but
And you want to get those brooms
ooh,
offline
the
before Mickey
deceiver of
comes
all
in.
could sing things twice.
Yeah.
Imagine, does he play grab your sword? He
We can't.
plays ace.
You can't use the grab your sword with the deceiver though, unfortunately.
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
it's a
that's right.
5. Yeah.
It's a 5 cost. That's right. Yeah, that'd be too broken. Let's be honest.
I
4 to
know.
everything. That'd be crazy.
I know. I mean, and that's why I'm interested. Where eventually, I assume that grab your swords is gonna have a version where it's a sing together type card, and that will be the power creep.
It actually looks like John doesn't even play grab your sword. So
Oof.
yeah, I mean,
Oh, here. Oh. I thought we
oh,
were about
the
to see the
muses.
muses. Yeah, the muses
Your
would tear
favorite.
the board up. They would really like.
Dude,
'Cause-
here they come. Playing them out.
Oh, he's gonna sing. He's gonna sing. Sing a song. Sing a song.
Dude, they
sing a
can
song.
sing.
Oh, if you put Ursula out. Oh, no actions. Okay.
Dude, the
Okay.
three-peat. Tars is probably thinking, you got to be kidding me. Just like-
Yeah, that's a hard one to deal with. Oh, does he not have a song? Oh, he does. Okay, there it is. All right, so now he's gonna get the trigger off of Diablo. He's going to get. Oh, did he miss his Diablo trick? Okay, not the Diablo. I'm sorry, Prince John. That's what I meant.
Going into the inkwell.
Another muses. Oh my goodness, his hand is insane. Yeah, because
Dude, he has the double deceiver. He has the deceiver of all. He has the Ana. He has the big tank.
then we are. I think that's inking. We're inking that. Ursula
Yeah, he's inking the
turn, yeah.
Ursula. Gonna just crash into the Yzma.
Sacrifice a Pete. He's done his job. And then
So he has the 2 brooms who at this point are just bodies. One better than the other. And then he has Mickey, which is a potential shift target for Sorcerer.
I definitely think that.
I think John's still in a better position here.
Yeah, I think that Tars's deck, as fun as it is, I mean, like John's deck is just.
Though we were saying a couple
Drawing
turns
so
ago that
harsh.
Taurus was making the decisions. I mean, like this has really been a tug of war back and forth game right now.
And I think the issue is Taurus is drawing all his lows all now.
Now
and
the
he
question
needs
is
to be getting those bigs.
Is John at any risk of decking out with all these Chromicon hits? That is also a potential.
That would be a crazy way to finish. Because look at that discard. It's definitely up there. All right, so we're gonna quest with that broom, getting ready to pop it. I assume with another character coming down on the field. Oh god, it's just another 1-drop.
Dude, I'm almost wondering if maybe the deck out is the goal here. Is this like a broom stall deck?
What an interesting.
That would be
strategy.
phenomenal.
And then 6 for Tink. I'm sorry, Yzma. Ooh, put the Pete back in the deck. Oh my gosh, look how small his
That's
deck
what I'm
is.
saying. I think this might actually be the goal. Like that is such a like just control the board
No way.
and then deck out your opponent with Chromicon and their own Diablo. That's crazy, man.
Oh my goodness. It's like death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah. Dude, this format is definitely way more creative. I'm loving
Yeah.
seeing the variety here. Another Muses, okay. Are we actually going to see some songs come out? Does he have
Oh
the
my
also
goodness.
does he have the
Is that
4
the
P?
sudden chill in his hand? Oh, it's gonna hurt so much. Oh, strength of a raging fire.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Dang.
Wow, that was crazy.
And then we're gonna sing Sun Shell.
It's like, all right, to kill everything and discard your whole hand.
Oh my gosh. What a crazy good turn by John.
Though he does have the. Never mind. I was gonna say he could draw back up and make his opponent get even closer to decking out.
I mean that
I'm
was
surprised he
Taurus's
threw.
choice to get rid. Oh well, it would have gone away
That's probably
anyway.
why he was.
Now he whiffed on the Ursula, so he's not
That
getting rid of two
yeah,
cards.
that's why he did that.
Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
And then Diablo's coming in to having a. Oh, never mind. I know nothing.
Anna.
Here we go. Boom. I told you those muses are just powerhouses, complete
So it looks like you
workhorses.
quested with the muses.
Mm-hmm. And the Prince John.
So it's 3 lore, so he's going to 4.
Yep.
So he's all right. So John's getting on the board here
Sorry,
finally.
3 to 7 is what the total is right now. So he quested with the muses, just 1, and then the Prince John, so 2.
Which is 2.
3.
So 3.
Yep.
Wasn't he already at 1 lore?
He was at 0.
Oh, okay, cool. Never mind.
I think that was just a
See, this is why you
leftover.
get paid the big bucks.
Fun fact, I actually get a raise every time you say that.
Really? All right, I'm going to stop saying it then.
Let's see here. He's putting all those brooms back in his deck, bringing out that 5-cost broom, which is definitely pretty good. He's taking. He's able, and this is the other thing, is Taurus is able to keep refilling his deck by doing this, and that's what's keeping him ahead of John on the cards, which is really surprising to me why he didn't choose to keep that whole new world.
Yeah, that is a little bit surprising. He's extremely close. I'm curious how many cards John actually has in deck right now.
It has to be less than 15.
So
It's such a small pile.
So you have to let's count real quick what John is questing for here. Looks like 8 lore total. So that is a realistically like a 2-turn clock.
Yeah.
Question is 7 plus 2 is 9 plus draw phase is 10. Does John have more or less than 19 cards in hand? Assuming he can get a second in Whole New World. Oh, it looks like he might have one.
Well, hot diggity dang. Putting them.
Or was that Mickey Mouse I was saying? No, that is a Whole New World.
Oh, I think you were loading up the field before we hit it.
Looks like that's the steel broom.
Just gonna go ahead and take out one of the muses. I think we still have. Oh, interesting.
Pass.
Okay, I thought we still had some ink left, but I guess the broom. Oh, the broom came out this turn. So
Yep.
Okay, got it. Heard. He didn't have enough to play the whole new world, but now he does.
Notice that John stopped drawing when with Diablo.
Interesting. Uh-oh. Oh, that poor whole new world.
See, that's why you got to play Whole New World, man, because he's gonna have the Deceiver.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's the second time we've seen the whole new world held off a turn when with the hand that big.
Rip the Whole New World.
Take it away. I know the muses are strong, but I mean honestly, are your 1-drop Mickeys that important to you?
I mean, it's all gonna come down to how many cards John actually has. I mean, if he has more than 14 cards, it's kind of a moot point, right? I mean,
yeah.
So in that case, I would agree with the just like try to undertake this giant wall of bodies for a little bit at least, but I don't know. Oof, that sucks. That hurts to see.
Yeah, that's again. It would be fun if Lorcana the video game came out and you could go back and rewind and be like, okay, what if I did this?
What if I did?
Yeah,
that'd be super cool. As a testing tool, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be really interesting because it's moments like this where you can always say, "Oh, well, this would have been easier. This would have definitely been the right choice." But who knows, honestly?
It looks like he's gonna quest with the Diablo. Did he quest with the Ana too, or did he sing with the Ana?
I think we
see we're yapping. We're not paying attention.
I think we're up to 8 lore on John's side. So
yeah, so Taurus has to make some decisions here soon. God, I just want to see somebody deck out on stream today, please.
We've been so close so many times. Oh, yeah, that's definitely not going to get us there right there, though. So we'll take out the Diablo. Good call, definitely. I mean, usually you're like, oh.
Oh, my goodness.
What a good Karmacon.
Red alert. Will he play it this time is
man,
the question.
I sure hope so.
Play it.
Okay, we're going to take out John. Ooh, see, I would have left him in. What if he chooses to draw? Wait till after you pop the whole new world. I don't know if he's gonna do it.
I feel like he's not going to go for the strategy. I feel like my call that this was the plan all along was not correct. So, though he has a lot of more, he has a lot of ink. So
Oh,
maybe. Oh,
oh,
oh, I take it back.
oh,
I'm a genius.
oh.
uh,
That's why they pay you the big bucks,
yep,
man, right there.
yep.
That is actually a phenomenal play. I really do love that. Please play the whole new world right now so we can. Yes.
Oh, this is so good.
Yes.
What a fun deck design.
That is why it's really fun to watch Taurus play. We've seen him in a lot of streams so far. He's been here on most of our, if not all of our championships, and yeah, he's fun to watch. He plays the game in a really interesting way.
I gotta root for like this unique deck design versus just Emerald Steel.
It's like David versus
All love
Goliath.
to John, but
You know what
I
I mean?
love a good weird deck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean John's deck is clocking in at $300-$400. You know, Taurus's deck clocks in at sub 100. You know, you can't help but root for it a little bit.
it's kind of crazy. This is
Do
again.
it,
I will say
do
we've
it,
had really good
do
games on
it,
stream today.
Do it. Let's go.
Oh, this is so awesome, man.
Whole new world. How many cards are left in that little teeny tiny pile that John has over there? Oh, it's so close. It's gonna be. Oh, how much ink does he have left too? Because he's used. Oh, I think he only has 3 ink left, so he wouldn't have enough to use it this turn. But he did draw it. So
The whole new world.
The whole new world. All right, we're gonna get rid of that shift ability. Oh no, there's another deceiver in hand though.
Really?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Oh, he's definitely gonna play it. You
That's
have
the
to.
fourth
Oh, here
one.
comes the Diablo. Oh no, never mind. That's the 4th deceiver.
No, that's the 4th whole new world.
Oh, okay. Oh, then
Because
yeah.
we had the 2 discarded that he didn't play, and then he played the 3rd one. So that 4th one is that one in hand is the 4th.
But he did shuffle one back in.
That's why they pay you big bucks.
And so
All right,
now.
this joke has run its course. I feel like, but
So I think he actually did he ink the Ursula? I saw him. I thought he was playing it, but I think he might. No, he inked the Diablo. He's moving the entire family into the cove.
yeah, you just gotta go for the deck out, man. Though he didn't play the deceiver, did he?
I don't think he did. So I mean, if he still has it in his hand, maybe.
Ooh, that could be huge if he doesn't play it.
And we're gonna just clear that board of Tauruses right there, and then we're gonna go ahead.
7 plus the 2 Chromicons is 9.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have like if he has less than 9 cards, he just loses?
But the Chromicons are a May trigger, right?
Oh, I think you're right.
Yep.
Yep.
So he's gonna go up to 11 lore. Gonna go up to 11 lore. Yep. So 11 to 7 right now. Taurus does have that whole new world in hand. Very interesting. How he decides to play this is going to be very, very key.
You probably Chromicon first and like hope they say yes. But I feel like John's definitely.
I would totally.
John
I
will
agree
not
with
draw, I
that
don't think.
so much, though. That's a super smart way to try to bait it out. And he's getting the brooms back. No. Interesting. So he's going to go ahead and put the crab out to give the boost of attack to the broom he just played out to go ahead and take out.
Because he has Big Tink out, so that's 3, 4, 5, 6 lore that he's questing for.
It's a very
So he's probably
play.
just doing some calculations, saying I have to do this to survive.
And then we're going to draw.
And he is. Oh, John. Ooh, thinking
He's
about it.
about
And he does.
Oh, he's sudden chilled, and then a strength. Oh, he just has to make it one more turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's pushing it to get to the. I think he is going for the deck out. He just did the math and realized I need you to draw a card, I need you to Chromicon a card, and then I need to actually hit this.
So
I think John's
it's
thinking
quite
doesn't have it.
It's quite potential that John has to win this turn. I don't know how many cards John has in deck.
I don't think it's possible for him to cheat lore.
So it might just be. I mean, does he have a deceiver to get rid of the whole new world? I mean, he has to do something along those lines, or he's just gonna lose.
Oh, he does. He does have a deceiver still.
because he didn't play it last turn.
Mm-hmm. So it could be. Ooh, I wonder. He's got to play this turn just to be safe, right? I mean, it seems like such a risk to not. Oh, he's going to turn everything sideways, go to 17, and then. Oh, okay. On it coming down.
Okay. I think he has. I think John's saying if you have it, I'm.
No actions.
Oh, the Pete. We forget. We forget how strong the Pete is.
Dang.
In Pete, we trust.
Man, Pete coming down to blow the final whistle. He needed that friggin' whole new world so bad. He's so close. We've been this close to a deck out twice now. Mm.
I think that might just be game.
Yeah.
I think at this point, if you can't get the deck out this turn, you just gotta scoop, right? Because
Yeah.
like you gotta save as much time as you can.
Yep. Oh, and he would have had it too. He got just a little greedy. Should have played it then.
I think it just
That's a
wasn't enough.
scoop.
I think even if he played it last turn, he probably would have lost this turn from lore. So
I think that's one of those risk it for the biscuit moments. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And so
So-
we're seeing it twice now, where the options are either hope they don't have the answer and I can get one more turn, or I should risk it and I could possibly get this turn. I'm
Mhm.
starting to think, we might need to see some risk.
yeah, and just excellent play by John
Oh
here.
yeah,
Like
Oh my
absolutely
gosh.
masterful play around
100%.
a very difficult situation, but pulling it out in the end. John taking game number 1 here. Very awesome game there to see. Like such a unique win condition. Like
Yeah.
I'm so curious to see how the second game goes. I love the unique design. Got to give big kudos for that. But yeah, man.
And Tara's just playing a very, very interesting deck and designs. Something that we don't see as much.
Absolutely. Like even for Amethyst Steel, I don't think I've seen many broom lists, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But sometimes Diablo just draws you a lot of cards, and you are okay with that, and you just are able to build a just massive board state with green steel.
And I'm curious to see if that was Taras's like preferred, like any of those are his preferred lines, or if that was just a scrounging together, and to see what this deck can do with now that he's going to be going first this time.
Yeah, very interesting to see that. I do think a lot of the situations where we were saying he should have played a whole new world, it's like sometimes it just the math just doesn't work out, right? Like if
Yeah.
John has one too many cards, like
Yep.
it's not worth it. You got to find a way to survive. So curious to see, because that double Chromicon really put in a lot more work than we were really thinking. But you're right, because by doing that, you're giving your opponent cards. It's a little
Yep.
tough.
Yeah, there was never a point that John was ever hurting for cards or hurting for options.
Mhm.
And I think that that's the other thing is one thing I did not see Taras do, which was maybe the kind of key factor there, is taking a moment and seeing, okay, how many Diablos, how many Prince Johns do you have on the field? How many are in your discard? He didn't count that discard out and thinking, okay, what are the odds that in your hand right now that you have these good cards, or what are the odds you have these bad cards? And maybe if he waves that out a little bit more, that can help affect the decision.
Yeah.
Taras going ahead and playing the one drop Mickey Mouse to get us started on this one, and then John,
Diablo.
yeah, Ink Diablo, play Diablo.
All right, looks
And
like we got Yzma, broom.
good little curve. Good little curve for Taras there. Definitely nothing to write home about, but it seems solid.
Yeah, I don't know if I love it, but it's okay if he can draw into some potential options here.
He's got that evasive broom for turn 2 for the dealing with the Diablo shift, which is going to happen.
That first chapter broom's not really useful in the early game because it has nothing to target in the discard pile.
Definitely.
So don't love to see that. I would love to see like a Chromicon or a whole new world, some way to draw cards. Because really he just has a bunch of characters.
Okay.
Gonna play Ink the Hypnotize here. What do you play here? Morph?
See, yeah, I think playing the morph, and then also I would have thrown away strength and put that shift Diablo in play.
Yeah. I mean, you just have to discard a card. You have to discard a song card, so he probably could have played that this turn too.
That's what I mean. He would have been rocking and rolling, but he didn't want to lose it to that evasive broom, is what I had to
Gotcha.
assume.
Yeah, it makes sense. But even still, I probably would have gotten it out that turn. But he probably wanted to wait because there's really no downside to waiting if you're not going to quest.
Yeah, that's very true. 'cause
And
it's
just see
free.
what he played. Like you might need your removal depending.
And there's always a chance too that you're able to do some sort of shift with that morph to take out the broom, get what you need to get done that way too.
Gonna ink the Deceiver to play a Pete. Man, Pete
Ooh,
is
there
just
it is. Oh,
so clutch.
interesting. Getting rid of the sudden chill. I guess he's not really worried about Taurus being out of cards after that last
Yeah, he's
time.
probably like, okay, that's not gonna work. I think he realizes that he's on this weird deck out strategy. He's like, I'm gonna try to go a little more aggressive,
True.
put you on the back foot a little bit.
It's also interesting knowing that he was able to see the entire hand and still is kind of not playing around the Chromacon, but obviously keeping it into consideration when it's
Yeah.
like you saw he didn't have it.
We're gonna shift into Yzma here, who actually quests for a lot. Like she's a strong body and she quests for a lot, so a little bit more of a threat than just her removal. But it looks like now he could either. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say if he doesn't target himself because he needs the card draw, then I would definitely get rid of the Diablo.
I think getting rid of the Diablo is a good choice. I think he was worried about the morph because of that shift beast, but I think that he weighed the options. If he had the shift beast, he probably would have played it on 3 instead of Pete, considering what
And he has a lot of
actions is Taurus really playing on 3.
he has a lot of damaging options too if he does play the beast to get rid of the draw effect.
Yeah.
I mean, the 7 power is still nothing to laugh about. Like
Yeah.
that's still a problem you're gonna have to deal with. But I think the draw 2 is definitely more intimidating.
Yeah. Oof.
Gonna ink another Diablo. So we're running low on baby Diablos.
Ooh,
But shift.
Tinkerbell. Man, you don't ever see the shift tink anymore.
Yeah, but Morph can be whatever he wants to be.
I love that. Just like you kids, you can be whatever you want to be. Be like Morph.
So I don't know what willpower Mickey has. Is it 3?
Who the
The base Mickey, but it looks
the
like
base
Pete's just
Mickey,
gonna
yeah.
kill him.
Yeah,
So
he's
is
a
it-
1/3. Okay, and Pete has that 1 damage. It blended in with his card pretty well.
Gonna ink a chapter 1 broom to play the 5-cost broom, bring some stuff back. Does he even have a target to bring stuff back?
No, and he's gonna go ahead and take out the Pete, forcing Tinkerbell to take him out. A sneaky way for Taurus to try to get a 2-for-1. Do you think John's gonna fall for it?
I don't think he's gonna. I think John is probably well aware of what he's gonna try to do. I think Taurus is kind of in a struggling situation here in the sense where like his game plan is revealed after that first game, right?
Yep.
And John is a wise enough player to adapt and change up his strategy to this more aggressive approach. He does get the sad boy beast out, and he's gonna get it with the Yzma off the field, so he is gonna start drawing cards unless Taurus has a song or something.
Oof.
And he doesn't. He's just gonna get rid of that broom.
Dang. Oh, he's able to draw the exact card though. Another broom. And John's like, well, I guess we're dealing with it again. Puts both the other brooms back into his deck, keeps it going. I definitely think Taurus had the advantage in the first round, being the element of surprise, being
For
the
sure.
big part of it. And I think that now that John knows what to expect, I think that you're seeing a completely different strategy out of him. And I think that that is one of the reasons why, with Taurus being so close last round to his strategy working, I would have leaned in all the way and then tried the different strategy on this one.
Yeah, John is just a very
Yeah.
tapped in player,
Oh,
right?
for
So
sure.
you notice he's playing faster. He knows he's aware
Yep.
of the clock. So I think Taurus is really going to struggle to have something come up here, especially with the state of his hand. He's just getting very unlucky with these draws too, which that does not help an already troublesome situation.
Yeah.
So he's just going to quest with the big tank, go to 2, and just say go. And as long as that sad boy beast is I eat my own words.
Man, what
I
a
was gonna say,
good
as long as
grab
that
your
beast is
sword.
unchallenged, he's just gonna keep drawing cards. But then he plays the grab your sword.
And that's one of those power cards I have yet to put in my broom list. That's a good. That's
Dude,
a
grab your
sneaky
sword is
card that you don't
so
expect. Yeah. And
I
then
mean, certain decks it doesn't make sense, sure, but I would say a good 90% of steel list you should be playing that card.
oh, interesting. You're gonna go ahead and just clear the board. Tara's gonna get the strength of a raging fire. Ink it. He is
Quite
top
literally
deck
in
mode.
top deck mode. I mean, this is John's game to
yeah,
lose.
John just took so much power. Not having anything to play right there and having to ink it is the worst thing Taurus could have had happen. A 1-drop would have been better.
If only Morph had a good Lord, I
Oh
eat my own words. He's like,
my
yeah, I don't care that you don't
gosh.
have a board state. I'm just gonna go right ahead and go aggro.
Yep.
Put him on a clock. So he's gonna quest for 4, go to 6. So he is now
Interesting.
okay. He's gonna trade. Or no, he's not gonna trade. He's gonna just kill. I forget.
Dang.
Hold
play
on.
the Cove, and then you're gonna
Doesn't Beast have 7 power? Why is he only taking 3?
on his turn he has 7 power.
On his turn. Got you. That's, yeah, I know. I'm not going to say it. You know what I'm thinking.
So now he's gonna go ahead and take out the broom with the Tinkerbell, which is actually a little surprising. I kind of would have assumed he just would have quested
Just going to hard cast the Sorcerer
with
Mickey.
no benefit from the effect.
God, this is not where you want to
Oh
be.
yeah, Taurus is feeling it
Oh, and
on
he's
that
got the
one.
Bruno in hand.
Yep, quest for 2. Yeah, he's just slowly climbing that mountain now. Taurus gonna go ahead and draw a 1-drop broom.
He's not even going to shuffle anything back.
Nope. Nope. I think Taurus is playing it out. Oof.
I mean, at this point, there's no reason not to if you're Taurus.
Yeah.
But no actions for Pete's definitely not going to help the situation either.
No. He's gonna go ahead and take out that Tinkerbell with the broom, more likely than not. No, because he has 1 attack with the broom. Sorry, I thought he had 2 attack.
I mean,
He's gonna
Tink does have one.
Yzma.
Yeah, Tink does have.
But the Hidden Cove puts it at 6.
Hitting Cove, relevant again.
Yep.
Shuffling back in with the Yzma, though. But, I mean, John's just going to get to draw 2 cards, right? So.
I almost would have liked to. Yeah, no, you have to. You have to. But if you're Taurus, you would have liked to draw those cards right now, right? Being top deck mode, you just want some answers.
No real reason to play Deceiver right now.
Do it anyway. Bam. Oh, imagine if it was a song. And then see, that's a little. Okay, he's inking it. I thought he was playing it. I was like, I would have done that in a different order. All right, so he's got the muses out. Now he quests with Pete, going up 1 more. Really, not much Taurus can do in this situation with the limited cards, but he's gonna do his best. I would quest with Yzma, bounce it, take out the Pete. He might be worried about getting that Hidden Cove off the field, which is not, terrible either.
Yeah, maybe you attack into the Hidden Cove. I don't know. I mean, you're on a clock,
Yeah. It's 11-5 right now, so I mean, 2 lore it can make a big difference in the long run. Okay, interesting.
So it's 1 to everything, right?
No, because he doesn't have any brooms in play.
Oh. So sad.
That was a very interesting move from Taurus. We got the Ursula Deceiver of All coming out. Muses coming into play. Oh man, if the Ursula.
They're all hanging out at the Cove again.
Oof. Ain't no party like a Hidden Cove party, because a Hidden Cove party don't stop. And now John up to 12. Mickey Mouse and Yzma hanging out. What are they gonna do?
Taurus is now on a 2-turn clock.
And it
He
looks
is.
like he is going to put the damage onto the Cove, bounce, and take out the Cove. All right, so it's definitely good. Plus, he has an Yzma back in hand, so he can trigger it again, which is nice. How much ink does he have? Could have swore he played the Mickey this turn. That was last turn, right? Had to be.
He
it
played
was
the Mickey
turn.
last turn.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. He had just had a double fox. And Yzma coming back down. Beast.
Okay.
Great one. I love that.
Taurus is keeping
Souvenir
this
penny.
alive.
The souvenir penny. I wonder what the item on it, the thing on it is. And let's see here. It would be pretty unreal if Taurus was able to come back up from this where he's at, but he's definitely doing the best he can with the cards that he's given, and I see he has more bounce tools, so that Yzma's not done.
No,
I
yeah,
know she's not
I
done.
think that Taurus is playing phenomenally right now.
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
the fact that he's even in this at all is crazy. He was in straight up top deck mode just a couple of turns ago.
We're gonna play the Hypnotize, forcing him to get rid of one of those cards, which is hurtful.
Gonna be
but
the Sorcerer Mickey.
we're okay with it. that the D? That's not the D20.
He has the double. Oh, that hurts.
Ouch. Oof. Okay.
Oh, you
Well,
probably wanted to bounce the Yzma.
yep.
That's a shame.
Yep. That's really tough. If that's Taurus did not want to see that at all.
That double hypnotize, man.
Oh, crap. It would have been so nice. Yeah, we're just
Gonna
gonna turn
just quest
sideways.
for 4, go to 11.
All right, he's forced. Hey, honestly, that's a great play by Taurus. It forces John to have the answer, and he doesn't have the song, which thank goodness. That would be insane. Hypnotize and John gonna come down, so he's gonna get some card draw. Oh, we might get the song. Oh. All right, so no song over there. That's pretty good. And Taurus didn't discard, so he wasn't able to get the trigger off John. So that's even better.
It's gonna pass.
Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Damn,
He's gonna be at 18.
This Merlin and Madame Mim wall is actually putting in a lot of work here.
We're gonna go sideways again.
Gonna go to 16.
Oh my gosh!
Say go. Oh,
We're
and he,
gonna-
oh, and he hits the crab. Oh, and he says say go.
He was. Oh my God! John was begging for a song, and it just never happened. No way! He never turned sideways.
That's crazy, man.
There's no way. Taurus is insane for keeping his head in the game and staying true to it because he is really at the cusp of winning this match when he just should not have.
That's crazy. That's what they say. It's not over until they say it's over. You give me a top deck mode,
100%.
and as long as you draw the right cards and you play well, anything's possible. That's crazy, man. What a great... Both of these players just doing phenomenally. Man, we've gotten really lucky today, haven't we?
I love the matches that we get to see here, and you know what I mean. Like it worked. Oh
and
my
John just has
gosh.
to scoop, and like they're gonna rush to game 3.
Wow!
Wow, that's
Can't believe
crazy,
he came
man.
back, dude. That's
Unexpected
nuts.
victory, comeback from Taurus. That's great.
He
man.
literally had that game. That was his game to lose, and he did. You know what I mean? John, like he got a little bit too safe, and Taurus said, hey, whoa, if you're not gonna quest, I'll quest. And
Yeah.
he gave him 2 free rounds of questing, 100%. Wow.
Man, and now they have less than 7 minutes to play a third round. Honestly, though, if one side is better suited for aggro play, it's probably John.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see how these players do. They might just end up drawing like we saw last time.
And both players are very capable of playing fast. You know what I mean? So there is a chance that this match gets finished in time.
We
Which
shall see.
normally it doesn't. There's no
We've
way.
seen
but
crazier things on stream before.
yeah, they did that last match, and I think 8.5 minutes.
Mhm.
So I mean, like, not far off from where we're at now. As long as they get started right here, we should be seeing some good gameplay and some quick moves. So
And then
hopefully
just
we can catch all their things. Sometimes they go so fast.
props to the both of them for just being very well-practiced players, being
Yep.
aware of things like the clock.
Yep. All right. Looks like Taurus is gonna do 4. John only doing. Oh, I was going to say only doing 2. He's actually doing 5. So both players doing a fairly healthy mulligan. Man, all those signatures and a champion, Matt. You gotta laminate that or something.
Yeah.
I definitely think that both of these two players are very comfortable in more decks than just the one that they're playing, and I think that that's what makes them so good at playing just
Yeah,
in general.
It helps you to know what you're going to play against,
Yeah.
for sure. All right, looks like John is going first here. He's going to ink that Pete and say go.
All right, we're gonna ink a fox and play the Mickey Mouse. Pass on over, just like I thought. Some quick gameplay. Gonna go ahead and ink. Looks like a sudden chill.
Say go.
Ooh, slow start for John. That's what you want to see if you're Taurus. 2, 4. Oh,
Triple Mickey Mouse, man.
when you know you got to go fast and you see your opponent didn't do anything for 2 turns, yeah, triple Mickey Mouse is what you do. That
You
is
don't mess with
so
the mouse.
good. Oh,
Steve Revolve's not bad, though.
it doesn't. You know what? It doesn't scare me too much. But if you get a couple more characters on the field, that sudden chill in his, or I'm sorry, strength of raging fire in his hand is going to be brutal. Wait, no, is that a?
Yeah, strength.
Okay, perfect. Is that a 4th Mickey Mouse? No, it's not. No way.
Well, he has the Diablo. He just needs another cheap character to play. But he only has, looks like he has Pete. and
Oh, the big
Muses.
Mickey.
Ooh, that's good. No
And we're
brooms,
going
but that's still
to
real good. Gonna quest with everything.
yes,
Yep, gonna go to 5. Gain 4 here. All right. You don't
big
want to.
play.
Deceiver Evolve's not great here.
Now you're going to be able to do 2 damage to everything, or two things. Not going to be able to kill anything. You're going to be putting yourself in a position to let that Mickey take you out. It's honestly not great, but the
Gonna hard
Muse
cast the
is.
Muses. Okay.
Oh, there we go. That's going to make it a
That
lot
it.
more effective because now you can put all that damage on Mickey and get rid of the other 2 to the hand. But instead, he passed the turn, and I don't 100% understand what I'm missing on that one. So Taurus now gets to have a chance to take out that Ursula before any damage gets done to him. The broom coming into play. And then another broom coming into play to bounce that broom. He's going to draw off it getting a crab. So he wasn't able to finish off that Ursula, but able to get 2 more going up to 7. Very, very interesting. John, will let him have that turn.
I think he probably wants to use the Muses here.
So we're going to go ahead and play Ursula Deceiver of All. No songs, absolute whiff-a-rooney. And then we're going to ink to be able to play a 3-drop, either Pete or that Diablo.
I think he probably pay Pete here.
Think so.
Well, you know your opponent doesn't have any actions, but I mean
Yeah.
the top deck is always there.
Ooh, it's a tough choice. It's a tough choice for sure. Oh, oh, wow.
Let him take it
Very
back.
nice. Taurus is letting him rebuke that ink. Wow, that's very
That
interesting.
is,
You usually don't see that.
At this stage, I mean these players, they know each other, right? So
He's
but
going
that's crazy still. But yeah, he's gonna strength for 4, and he's doing it twice because he's Deceiver of Alling it. So I'm assuming he's gonna take out the Sorcerer and the. How much willpower does the broom have?
I think it's 3, but
So, yeah,
even
maybe
if it
both
was
of
4, he could take
those.
him out, and then he would be able to bounce both the Mickeys back to his hands. So that's a complete board wipe.
True.
John.
Yeah, that's probably better. Yep, he's gonna do exactly that. No, he didn't do that. Oh, okay. So he got rid of everything except the
Does
Sorcerer.
does that Mickey Mouse have resist? He must have resist. That's the only thing I must be missing right now, because if he doesn't have resist,
That would actually make a lot of
he
sense.
should have taken that out. And so I'm just gonna we're gonna look up this Mickey Mouse Sorcerer card and see, or it's not Mickey Mouse Sorcerer. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Mickey Mouse. No, it is Sorcerer. It's just a different Sorcerer. So yeah, he has resist +1, and that's what's stopping him from. So that's
Yeah,
the
that makes a
reason
lot
why
more
he wasn't
sense.
able to do it before. He held off that turn, and that's the reason why he kept that one alive. Um, I do think that. Oh heck yeah, great play, putting the Mickey Mouse Sorcerer in the deck is something that a lot of people that play the Mickey Mouse brooms cut, because he seems kind of like, he can be a little bit hard to get a lot of value from, but Taurus is definitely using him pretty well.
So we are just gonna see Beast here from John. Gonna draw him some cards potentially, but Tar's already gonna be at a little bit of an advantage with this lore count here.
Okay, so Tar's grabbing a Strength of a Raging Fire off that broom draw. He's going to go ahead and quest for 4, putting
Go to
himself up to
11.
11.
I mean, he's making a clock.
He's definitely doing his best to try to get there.
So if you're John, you got Beast in hand, you got Sudden Chill, it's at Strength of a Raging Fire.
Beast coming online. Ursula singing Sudden Chill to get rid of that final card. And now the Muses and the other beasts are free to do whatever they need to. And they're just going to take out the one broom, leaving the Mickey Mouse alive, keeping that card draw online. Taurus looks like he drew a 1-drop Mickey Broom, which is not great for right now, but we're going to make the best out of it, taking out the Ursula with the crab and then questing for 2, getting himself to 13.
Still, though, John's going to be drawing so many cards here.
Yep.
And that might be the difference here, This could be where John is going to completely turn this around. He's drawing 3 per turn.
Those are two. The strength is good right now, and the Bruno's great right now. So
Gonna play the Prince John.
yep, and then we're gonna sing Bruno with the Beast. So get rid of. Oh well, it's a stack that goes back to his hand, so he actually has a chance to keep that bigger Mickey Mouse. And he does. He keeps the big Mickey Mouse, loses the small Mickey Mouse, which is a beautiful thing when you shift a card. When you get them bounced back to your hand, you get that whole stack back.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there is probably the most relevant that's ever been.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Strength is going to take out the crab, though.
So now he's got the broom on the field. He does have that Mickey Mouse in hand, so he's able to deal some damage with that broom now, getting a little bit more bonus from him. And they're going to be
And
going
that is
into
time in the round.
It looks like they're on turn 2.
So that previous turn we just witnessed was turn 1.
Yep. All right, so there it is. So it's only going to be able to do damage to 1 character. I guess it's not a board state. It's just a 1. He is so close at 14.
Unfortunately, I believe that was his last
Wait,
turn.
so I might have been wrong. That 2 might have not been the turn counter, I think. So I think that was 0, 1, and I think now we're getting into 2. And we have Marc going out there to verify that right now.
Larson's paying attention. They're in turns.
Okay.
I think he said 3 to me.
All right, and then John going sideways for 4.
John just fighting to maintain the draw at this point.
Yzma coming out, shuffling that beast back into his hand, allowing John to draw 2 more cards. Taurus. I don't even think he's running any goats, so there's nothing that he could do to kind of sneak any lore. So he's definitely going to have to just can deal with the draw on this one. I think it's interesting sometimes when it comes down to it. I've been in this situation myself where even if you know there's no hope, you're just like, I want to play it out because maybe I'll draw that card that lets me draw 5 lore somehow.
Yes.
And there it is, the handshake. And
Looks like it is going to just be a draw here yet again in round number 3 at the Shimmering Skies Store Championship at Versus Games.
It reminds me a little bit of our first set champs, where we have these really long, really good, well thought out, meticulous matches where when you get into the top cuts and you have those unlimited timers and you can do anything that you want to do, those decks can be so fun and amazing, but you got to get there. And sometimes having that much work to do in these early stages where it is 3 rounds, it's not best of 2. I think that kind of, we saw this happen in the beginning. You either have to accept it or try to figure out a way around it. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see how many decks come out in draws today.
Yeah, I mean, if you're completely reliant on pulling out a full 2 games of control, sometimes that's tough. But that is going to be the way it goes this game. So that was the end of round number 3. We are getting ready now for round number 4. We're going to take a very short break, and we will be right back with Game 4 action. See you then.
All right, welcome back, welcome back. We're getting ready for round number 4 at the set championship here at Oviedo, Florida in Versus Games. What do you think about the last few rounds?
I have been pleasantly surprised with the level of strategy and variety that we've been seeing. Again, we have yet to have a match without steel in it. A lot less Ruby Sapphire than I expected. But I'm very curious to see. We have 2 players who are 2-1 here today, and going into round 4 or 5. We have Marc and we have Matt. Not super familiar with either of these players. I love the Jafar playmat.
Yeah, for real.
I do see some. Okay, it looks like we have another Emerald Steel here on Matt's side, and then we have some. Is that Amethyst Steel?
Amethyst Steel.
Man, we have a matchup that we just saw again. Like, there's going to be. There's a surprising amount of green and purple steel here. Like, I really expected to see a lot more Amber Steel Song, a lot more Ruby Sapphire. But players are still trying to make these other strategies work still, which is super fun to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely think that there's still a lot to be figured out about this meta for sure. I
All right.
also am noticing and and albeit completely accidental, we have seen this person Matt on the stream before too, and I only know that because I know that Majora's
Yeah,
Mask
that Majora's
tattoo.
Mask tattoo is just so good.
So we definitely have some local talent that likes to show up and show out. So if anyone's in the Orlando, Tampa, just Southern Florida area, and you want to kind of test your hand at a competition with some good, stiff, fierce competition in it, come on down. We'd definitely like to see you, see if you can win one of these prized cards. We haven't mentioned it yet, but these players are going to be playing for the Enchanted Mirabelle. And top 8 are going to be getting that today. So Mark and Matt are be playing for that, and we just got their deck list, so we're going to look at
And it
that.
looks like we have another purple steel brooms list. Maybe this is actually a popular list, and we're both not familiar with it.
Just sleeping on it, I guess.
But we do have green steel here from Matt's side, and he is playing. I'm noticing a lot more bounce. He is playing the Lyle Rourke line with
Ooh.
losing the lore. A lot more bounce
Oh, yeah.
here. We have Mother Knows Best in the deck still in this list. 4 Tragic Beast,
Ooh, I like that
um,
list.
2 Benja, so has strong item removal, which I think is a great option. Going to be able to remove the Chromicons, unlike
Ooh, yeah, that's
John.
very
So
true.
that's going to be interesting. And he actually is playing also the 4/4 Robin Hood line.
Ooh, very nice. And then, just real quick to make sure we stay up to date on this game, we had Matt started out us out with a Diablo play. Mark came in with a turn 1 Mickey Mouse, and then a turn 2 a Fire the Cannon and a Broom, getting rid of the Diablo. And now Matt coming in with that morph, leading us into Mark's turn 3 play here. Mark
Nice.
running that, like you said, the Amber and Steel. I'm sorry, Amethyst and Steel deck list here with a little bit more bite in the beginning that I'm seeing. Some
Yeah, I'm
befuddle,
seeing a
fire the
Pascal here.
cannon,
Yeah.
Pascal, yeah. So a very not necessarily aggro, but definitely a way to kind of start moving the clock forward. And then the library,
Yeah,
one
the
of the new
library,
locations.
one of the more commonly used, one of the better locations from set 5. Uh, Not a lot of location love out of this set, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, the locations were definitely not. It's. I think that the very first round of locations was very, very high statted, and we've kind of like fallen back away from that
Hmm.
to more action and effect oriented locations. And I think maybe this next set we might see some more of those big powerhouse locations.
Absolutely. All right, looks like he's going to turn his morph into one of those 4 tragic beasts, and very excited to see him play the full 4. I think Beast is still one of the best cards in the format. Just being able to draw 2 like nothing is just crazy.
Yeah.
Mr. Smee coming out for Mark. He is going to get that lore from his location, go to 4 lore. I
And like
mean,
like I said, it's not an aggro list, but look at the board state right now.
no, I'm saying like yeah, like Mark actually is putting in just work by just putting out a steady stream of characters with the ability to quest without fear. Moving that broom into the library, gonna simply turn sideways, gonna get 2 more lore, go to 6 for Mark, and then uh, just say go. It's you don't really have to do much there, but we're already starting to see it pay off for Matt, drawing 2 there from the Beast at the start of his turn. Gonna draw a Mr. Smee and a Morph.
That library turns cards like Magic Broom and Churnabogs into double draws instead of
Yeah,
just card replacement. Now they're actually drawing you something on top of it, and
crazy
that
good.
is just so powerful.
Yeah,
Ooh,
and like if you're gonna just play a bunch of dorky
double
characters like
Shmi.
this, I mean, this is a great combination.
So Matt chooses to
Double
put the double
Smee.
Smee out, but then not quest with the Beast, really prioritizing the card draw. There is an argument to be made that letting that Beast get attacked so that way you can swing solidly into the library and take it out in one fell swoop might be a good play. But
Yeah, it depends what else Matt has in his hands. If he doesn't have a lot of card draw, I still think that might be a good move. But we're also not we're underestimating. I mean, we think of Smee as questing for 2, but also he's a 3/3 body. Like
yeah,
that's strong, especially when you
definitely.
got 2 of them out there. Chernabog's followers coming out here for Mark, so at least gonna draw he's gonna draw at least 1 card from that, if not a
Definitely.
double.
And then the dock came out, allowing
Hmm.
him to discard his hand to draw 2 more cards, which is just such an interesting interaction.
Yeah. Again, notice what all of Mark's card synergy is: drawing cards.
Yeah. Drawing cards, and also, if you notice too, He's drawing cards and allowing himself to be comfortable in a top deck position, which when you're going against Emerald Steel and knowing that that's one of the top decks, being comfortable in top deck is a really big thing to have in your favor.
Yeah, and like you said, like that library is going to put in work. Again, Emerald Steel's biggest strategy is making your opponent not able to do anything. And so being able to be comfortable in top deck, knowing that if your characters get killed, that you'll be able to draw more cards.
Is he at 3 ink, Mark?
I do believe so, yes.
That is, look how much his board is developed right now with just 3 ink.
That
And
is
he
pretty
chose
impressive.
to just not ink last turn. You know what I mean? Unless that's an uninkable in his hand. But he definitely played things he could have inked.
So it looks like it's going to attack in here with the beast, like you were saying.
Getting that one hit so that way next turn he can take out that library because he knows getting that extra card draw right now is not what he wants.
Going to quest, no, trade, attack in, excuse me, with this Mr. Smee. Trade that Smee.
So he will get the 1 card draw off the broom that was in the library. We'll have to move that Chernobogs if he wants to get that double bonus from him, but probably will. So he's going to at least get a couple more cards next turn.
Now, Mark has to be careful here not to stall out because that's the problem with playing decks with little dorky guys is if they all get wiped and you don't have a draw engine behind it, you might be in trouble.
Ooh, Pete coming down to stop any kind of fun shenanigans that Mark might have had planned, but
That
he
definitely
is
does
pretty.
not help.
He's looks like he's doing a lot with characters more than action, so I don't know how much that's going to affect him right now. I don't see his hand, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, like you said, that backup
Ooh.
line with the double draw from Chernobog is still there. Like Mark is not out of this, but he just has to be careful.
Oh, he can't do that. There you go. All
No
right.
actions.
So now he
Pete.
knows what his
We love Pete.
now he knows what that one of his cards are.
Another
in hand.
draw from that if he can find a way to get the problem is with both Chernobog and with Cusco, you need to have it die. So
Chernobog and Cusco going into no. He's going to choose to put Doc in there just because he knows he's going to quest with Doc and he wants to value that card draw now. Cusco's in no real threat unless he gets that direct damage.
I mean, Mark's getting up there. What is he at 13 now?
Yeah, I think he's at 13 lore currently. He's choosing to. So this is the interesting thing, right? With the Chernobog, he's forcing the attack from Matt to slow him down instead of questing, popping it, getting the double card draw, and having that in his hand immediately. So I do think that there is. It's interesting with how low he's playing on the the ink total.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing is like you're allowed to stay alive and actually have a board presence because you're playing these cheap guys, right? But at the same time, one beast and one Pete is basically locking you out of options. So it seems that the general strategy of Emerald Steel to lock out your opponent's options is still super relevant today. Gonna take out the library like you were saying. That hurts.
Yep.
That hurts.
Yep. So not getting that extra card draw, losing out on that, only getting the draw from the Cusco, then getting Pete to finish off Doc, literally board wiping him, and just like you said, just like that. Now all the little
Mark
guys are
needs an
gone.
answer here, yeah. Though he did draw a smash, which isn't terrible. He actually can take out quite a few. He can take out Smee, he can take out Pete, or he can put Beast down to 1 HP.
Yeah. In my mind, I'm taking out the Smee just because Pete's done his job. But, I wouldn't really, you don't have to worry about bouncing. You're the bounce, so.
Mm-hmm. But he's actually going to take out on
Very
Beast
interesting. Oh, because he
with
has
fire the cannons.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then a befuddle. Ugh.
Because Smee's going to slowly hurt himself, so that makes sense, actually. So
Now, did Smee was turned sideways that last turn, right?
yeah, he has damage on him.
Oh, he does. Okay, the dice is just blended.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. Ooh, Mother Knows Best and an Ursula Deceiver. So we got Matt is at 2 lore right now. Mark is at 14, and from a first glance looking at, you're like, oh man, Mark's got this in the bag, but he's still got so far to go at 14 right now in this matchup.
Yeah, Chernobog, underwhelming.
What's that card in hand, I wonder?
I think this is where we're over the
Oh,
crest.
we're going to find out right now. It's a befuddle. All right, so it is an action, not a song, so Ursula just gets to whiff there, but now there's no secrets left in Mark's hand.
Well, now also Matt knows there's absolutely no reason for him to hold New World here.
He is Mother Knows Besting a Chernobog's followers that is how you know you are in a powerful position.
Yeah. But it's true. It's like, I'm just going to deny you any opportunity to draw cards.
All right. Well, the old play bounce play
Yep.
from Mark there, getting a couple of characters on the field.
Not what you want to see right now.
But it's not. I mean, Matt still has to start turning sideways in order to even put any pressure on the field.
I mean, that Robin Hood is a great start.
Oh yeah, especially with the Cove.
Yeah.
Oh, double Cove. Interesting. And what if locations could stack? If you had like a location that had effect like that, you could put it on top.
Dude,
Double
that'd be absolutely crazy.
Wild. All right, so now we're gonna see some game action here.
That would be a
Matt.
unique, like a character that can be at more than one location.
Ooh, I like
That'd
that.
be cool. Like a time distortion character.
Yeah, or
kind
something
of
like
space
that.
distortion character. Yeah.
This character counts as being at every location
When they
on
make
the
when they
field.
make the Tesseract for the Marvel expansion.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. Definitely trying our best to keep you updated on the lore. We have our lore counter that our uh, players are using, but they also are tracking lore separately on their own tab or their own sheet off screen that we can't see. So we're trying our best. But if you do notice that anything is off, that is why, and we will try to get it updated as best we can as we go through. Now, when it comes to this matchup right here, it's what we've been talking about all day. The control matchup. Matt, starting out, you have to be comfortable with losing until you're winning. You know what I mean? It was kind of like the original Ruby Amethyst that you were losing that match up until 18 lore.
Yeah. But then you get Maleficent Dragon, and you get every other character under the sun.
Be prepared.
Yeah. Elsa, Spirit of Winter. Elsa, Spirit.
All right, so now Matt looks like he has passed his turn over to Mark, who has quite a lot more options in his hand now to work with. Is that the bosses on a roll right there that he's played? So that's what he's doing. He's figuring out which cards to do. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I see that card upside down and my brain turned off. So Matt is at 8 lore currently. So a little bit of a closer matchup. Definitely.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down for Mark significantly. And it's just, he's like right there. He's trying to close that gap. I don't know. Matt has the momentum here.
And that's kind of the thing when you're not playing certain cards to help you push yourself over the line, or just not seeing them. Like
Grab
right now,
your
we need
sword.
goats, and we're just not seeing them.
Though I don't know if I actually like that. Maybe, I don't know. I guess you can just quest with Robin Hood, so that's actually fine. But it does punish the ability for Mark to even quest the existence of Robin Hood, since he can just challenge and still gain lore. So that's 2, 4, 6. Well, I think 2, 4, 6. So yeah, he's at 14. Wait, what just happened? Go.
So I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I think Mark just scooped. That's what happened.
Pretty
Okay.
sure Mark just scooped just because Matt had put it on the board that he has all these things.
He's like, I gotta
one
go.
turn, and he's like, well, I have the goat. That's not enough to stop
Got you.
you.
The goat was just very confident, so I just assumed that it was like, I got goat, man.
Goat
win.
wins. Yep.
No, but yeah, Matt is gonna walk away with that round 1 win, securing, just the security of Emerald Steel. It's still around. It still has potential. And I think Mark put up a valiant effort. He was really close there towards the end, taking more of an aggressive stance, which I think is probably the right move when hey, my opponent's going to be discarding everything I play.
Yep.
So, I mean, really just a matter of the luck of the draw there, but both players playing phenomenally. Matt just pulling it out right at the end. Emerald is just still has a lot of great options when it comes to those discard strategies, and it is disruptive, even if you have a lot of ways to draw cards in your deck.
Yeah.
Even with Chernobog's followers, even with Cusco, it's just sometimes it's just not enough.
Especially because even you're always playing around it. The threat of it is sometimes worse than the actually having it happen.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, do I play this? Because when you do risk it and your opponent has the sudden chill, has the whole new world, it hurts, man. It hurts. Yeah, it is very frustrating. Just be thankful we don't have Bucky anymore. We're good.
Oh, trust me, I am very thankful we don't have Bucky anymore. I'm looking over here over at these deck lists while we're waiting here, and I see that Matthew is playing at two whole new world. So not fully committed to it, but definitely has the option in his playbook right there. Um, w- I usually see people either fully commit to the whole new world or not commit to it at all. What do you
Hmm.
think about two whole new world?
I actually don't know how to feel about that because it's almost like a. I feel like if you're gonna go wheel, you kind of have to build around it. So it's interesting to have like as a two of. I've
Yeah,
never heard of that before,
yeah,
but I mean, hey, it must be working out, right? So
yeah. I mean, well, we'll see.
yeah, so far so good for Matt. I
Yeah.
mean, interesting choice, but I mean, hey, maybe there's onto something like, hey, it's good enough to have if I need it, but otherwise I don't want to commit 4 slots to it.
And that's true because I mean there is nothing worse than hitting three or four in your hand at the same time. It's probably like the worst feeling.
Yeah, I understand going down to 3 for those kind of reasons, but 2 just seems like it might not be consistent enough. Why
Yeah.
even have it at that point?
Yep.
But I guess there are ways to get songs back. Maybe let me see.
I think it just feels it's. I think if I had to guess, it feels like that's his nuclear option. That's his like. Well,
Yeah,
all else failed. Let's go ahead and just do
actually,
this.
yeah, he does not have any ways to get songs back. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's just I'm gonna ink a goat here, play Chernabog, and say go. Do you think
So
so? If you're Mark here, do you continue to try to go more of an aggressive route, or do you try to adapt?
I think Mark had it right. Right. I think that he was doing everything he needed to do in that situation. I think letting Matt develop further into the game only made it harder for him. So I think he had the right beginning there. I think that he I think honestly there was a few moves where maybe Matt should have just kind of gone a little bit more aggressive to get him closer to the line. I think that's what we need to do. So instead of challenging on a few of those, just questing, letting Matt do the challenging, keeping Matt as always having to be the one answering the question
Mm-hmm.
is. I think what Mark needs to do because right now, right, what a great hand! You got two Smees in hand and a Befuddle. You can really put some work in.
Ooh, and he plays the morph. That could be a great befuddle target.
That's what I'm saying. Yes, hit that Befuddle and then just sideways.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think Befuddle is an underrated card. If when it hits, like it just sets off your opponent's tempo so much, especially with the potential for shift with morph.
No.
Ooh, I mean,
I wanted
it's
him to
just
use it so
though.
bad.
I think okay. So what we're seeing.
Oh,
Oh,
fair.
okay.
Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, he's like, chill, bro. I
I
got
just wanted I just
it.
wanted I just wanted to see that morph go away and it did, so I'm good with that. But
Yeah,
yeah, it's one of those when you have options that's even better. But
yeah.
having that board cleared right now and not allowing him to have that turn 3 beast is it's so important.
Hmm.
And then having that smash ready and locked and loaded for whatever else he plays,
I
he
mean,
is in a great spot.
I mean, basically what he's doing what we told him to do before they dealt the cards,
I'm
right?
glad
It's
he
like
listened.
is that he's playing aggressively, which I think is probably the best strategy. I mean, your opponent's gonna find their discard cards. They're gonna find their Diablo. They're gonna find their sudden chill sooner than later, right? I mean, so you gotta like start to make some choices and say, okay, I have to win the game on X number of turns.
Yep.
I'm gonna keep my certain characters that I need, and I'm gonna keep removal where I need it. But otherwise, I'm going sideways. I'm going aggro, and I think that's what he's chosen to do here. And I think it's probably his best option.
You
Gonna
could
gain 5 more, go to 9.
you could
So.
see a little smile on Mark's face when he was able to pull that off. And that Diablo came down, he was able to smash. That feels really good, especially because even with the Cove in play, that smash is just a lot of people took it out, but it's good. 3, that's the key number.
Yep, absolutely.
Man, so we got a lot of damage on those Smees. They're doing so much work. You'd hate to lose them now, but it
Yep.
is what it is. You got
Ooh, Mother knows
oh
best. That does not have to feel. That probably does not feel very good as Matt. Just simply Mother knows best against
no.
me, who already had damage on him.
Oh,
Ooh, and we have the 1-drop Maleficent here, so he can really go aggro here.
I didn't know he
I
was
think this is
playing that. I didn't
this is
see that.
probably the aggro variant of this deck that we've started to see a little bit more of. Um, it's a really great budget list too. Okay, so we
Oh,
got the
here we go.
library, so he's gonna start drawing some cards. All right, I see you, Mark.
Love that. Gonna put the Smee in there. Quest with the Smee to get the 2, and
And
then
then it kills itself and he draws. Man,
love
what a
that.
combo, man.
So, and that's interesting because the Smee trigger resolves at the end of the turn, but it still activates the library because it all has to finish out before you end there. You'd almost think that the library wouldn't get the trigger because it's like at the end, but
Yeah.
that's how that bag works. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
All right, so just gonna hard cast Robin Hood here and pass.
Dang, in a
I
very
mean,
spicy spot right now.
now we do have to say this makes it a little bit more difficult for Mark. Oh my goodness. Well, that is definitely good for him. Now he is extremely susceptible to a grab your sword right now,
Yeah.
but Robin Hood's gonna have to be careful here because he's probably gonna want to attack as he gets that lore while still taking things out. But everything he does that Mark moves into that library is gonna draw him a card. The more damage that he takes, Mr. Smee might be able to just crash in here.
Oh,
Oh,
and
but he
there it
yeah, he did
is.
have it. The risk is so crazy
Ah.
when you play when you just flood the board like that. It feels so good, but like grab your sword, it's like oh.
Oh, and then the bounce back. But hey, at least all that damage is just healed. I definitely think that I'd rather play it and need him to say, "Hey, grab your swords," versus not play it and then him be like, "Yeah, I never had it."
The singing of it too is just. I mean,
Yeah.
Matt's down to one card, so he has to be careful here. If Mark has any kind of removal, I mean he has cards in hand that he's going to be able to recover. Is that a grab your sword in Mark's hand?
I'm not sure, but I did see the gathering knowledge and wisdom, which is going to allow him to just on the spot, on the fly, gain 2 lore, and that can be the thing that sets him over the edge in this
So,
match.
so this is very interesting. It looks like he played Giant Tink to deal 1 to everything, and then just crashed into the library with Robin Hood.
Very good.
Just going to turn sideways, go to 15, quest for 3.
Let's
Wow,
go.
very impressive. Extremely impressive aggro game here from
Yep.
Mark. We're finally seeing an aggro strategy come to fruition. We've been talking about it. I think it is a great meta call. I think Amethyst Steel aggro is underrated.
I do too. I think it's one of the better aggros out there because it has the ability to attack aggro at
So,
the same time.
I mean, I guess he must be playing some kind of Broom Engine in here too, but I must just not have been familiar with that. But I think this is more of an aggro list. I think his entire intention is not just because of the matchup. I think he is trying to go aggro. He's playing that 1-drop Maleficent. He's playing the dock. So I think we're probably going to see him try to go aggro again, even in future rounds if he is on stream again.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think the interesting part about this list is it's very clearly modified to not be just the aggro
Yeah, he can
baseline. He has
alternate
alternate
the
things that
two.
he can
Yeah,
do.
he has like the Benja. He has the 2 whole new world.
Yep.
So like you're right. There's like weird choices here that lets him make. He has the Oh, that's Cusco Wanted Llama. For a second I thought he had the other Cusco, but yeah, no. Uh, Food Fight Defender. I don't know if I. Oh, is that the small
That's
Mickey?
the
Okay,
3
gotcha.
Mickey. Yep.
Oh, but the Pascal. That's what I was. So
Yeah,
that's definitely a sign that he's going more aggro for sure. But
for
I do
sure.
like that he included a few options to let him get back in the game if he runs into a anti-aggro matchup.
Definitely. And like I think this might be part of what some aggro lists really kind of forget. It's like, yes, you can put every 1-drop 2 questing character into your deck. And
Mhm.
yes, if you get them all 6 of them in a row, it's going to be super hard to beat. However, if you don't have anything else ready for anything else, you're really just hoping on the nuts line to get
Yeah.
you through every time, and that's just not consistent. So Mark's developed a little bit of consistency into his deck, but you even saw in that first matchup, even with good consistency, it just takes 1 bad draw from you or 2 good draws from your opponent. It's
Yeah.
so close
That's
either way.
that's the thing with aggro. It can be risky sometimes,
Yeah.
but I do think in general, just from what we've seen here today, I think Mark made a phenomenal meta call.
Oh yeah.
And
It's kind of funny. I just did a 1K tournament a few days ago. I got top 4 in it, and one of my buddies played against me, and I beat him 2-0. The next match, he was like, "Oh, let me try this deck I was gonna bring," and it was Steel Amethyst.
Mhm.
He beat me. He also beat every single person that 2-0'd him that day with his Steel Amethyst. So if he would have played it, he would have won.
Yeah.
So it's a good deck. It's super, super
And
underrated.
we've seen it win other tournaments, so it's
Yeah.
definitely possible.
For sure. For sure.
All right, going to see Baby Robin Hood
Ooh.
coming out here on turn 1 for Matt. He is going to go first here in game number 3. I mean, it's kind of crazy that we're in a game 3 and there's still 30 minutes on the clock.
I it's reminiscent of, I think it was set 2. Set 2, man, I feel like things went from 0 to 100 on their speed
yeah.
so fast. So it's cool to see that there is still some of those fast matchups that can happen, even
Pascal.
though most of them are 55-minute plus 5 rounds of
Yeah.
overtime.
For sure.
And then Pascal coming out now. That Robin Hood, he's he's kind of just a threat to your mental state, right? If you
Yeah.
put him out on 1, you're like, oh crap, he's probably got the 3. Matt's got nothing, you know. But how do you know that it's Mark? You don't. Ooh,
Now, Smee is a good uh, turn 2 play for Matt. The question is, what does he have in hand? So he's going to ink the snake here for Mark.
oh, so we're gonna
Turn a
Chernabog and then
bog.
fire the cannons to get rid of that Robin Hood, most likely. Yep. So
Nice.
there's that threat.
Excellent.
You know what I mean?
Excellent. I mean, I have to say, Mark's, uh, he's like, I'm brain farting. Um, his ink is like flowing very correctly. Like he's
Yeah.
playing,
Yep.
his sequencing is very, I can't think right now.
He's playing very well on curve for sure.
Man, my train of thought, this is why they pay you the big bucks. I'm
Now we also see the befuddle right there. The
No, the
befuddle can
befuddle is
only work on the it's the cost, not the strength, right?
it's 2 or less.
2 or less cost though, right? So
Cost, yes, yes.
so this it's a great target for the Smee, but that smash is more important to get rid of that
Yeah.
Diablo.
Just
And-
turning down any opportunity for Matt to draw cards because that's really when Matt started drawing all those crazy cards from all the discards is what led to Matt being able to come back there at the end of game 1.
Yep.
So I think Mark's like, all right, I'm just going to shut down all opportunities for you to draw ever if I can, and then just be just ever so slightly aggressive, and I'll probably end up okay. But Matt has the second Diablo.
Yeah, I think making sure to take them out one at a time is 100% always important, but it starts to get a little tough when you're like, all right, I got your Diablo, and they're like, cool, I got another one. You're like, okay, I got your Diablo, and they're like,
Mhm.
I got a third one. You're like, all right, enough with the Diablos.
I'm gonna draw a Cusco here, not the best. Just gonna ink it.
2 for a Smee, and then does he have an ink to play the other one? Yep, yep, yep. Another Smee. I didn't see that. Yeah, so 2 Smees. Oh, just kidding. Gathering knowledge, putting a little bit more pressure on the board, tying them up. So now we're at 5-5.
I mean, that card's just basically better spellbook.
Yeah.
So
It's a spell book that you don't have to feel as bad about, as well as like, you don't have to worry about like you can't Benja that. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
I think it's an action though, so the only thing is the Pete is the only thing you gotta worry about.
Pascal gonna trade into the Smee here. I think that's a totally worthwhile trade.
Yeah.
Chernabog just gonna quest. He's going to 6, and then of course he's gonna draw if he tries to get rid of him. But I think that's a pretty free quest there from Chernabog's followers.
Ooh.
Sad Boy Beast, a potential return to the game for Matt to be able to draw up.
Yeah.
Between Diablo and Beast, I mean, Mark's got to do something here, or Matt's just going to completely flood his hand, and then that's going to be a death bell.
Yeah.
All right, Diablo did quest.
Oof. Was able to play that Maleficent, but he
Okay.
needed some damage.
I mean, he is putting a clock out by doing this. He's questing for 5 this turn.
If you notice, Matt has been a lot more turned sideways. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
he's really focusing on the lore. He's like, oh no, I saw what just happened that last round. You ain't get me again like that.
Though we do see a goat, but he's going to ink it. Okay. To play the Cusco, he just needs a way to draw cards. He has 2 ways to draw cards now. I think. Do you attack into the Diablo here, or do you just turn sideways? Is the question.
Does he have any evasive?
Oh, he doesn't have any evasive characters, so yeah, never mind. Yeah, just turn sideways, man.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yep.
Commit.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do for sure. So he's going to go up to 9, forcing Matt to have to do something where either he's going to damage the Diablo or he's going to damage his beast. Either one of those, you're
Because
totally fine with.
here's your thing. If you can't get rid of the beast, right? Matt is going to draw 3 cards no matter what you do.
Yep.
You just got to try to win the turn. You got to try to win the game ASAP.
Yep.
Like that's all you can do.
100%.
Pray that Matt draws nothing good.
Yep.
And try to win the next 2 turns.
Yep. Mark's just like, please no, grab your swords. Please no, grab your swords. Please no, grab your swords.
And he played
Crap,
grab your
there's a
sword.
grab your sword.
That, but he will draw here from the Cusco, but that's like kind of a minor consolation prize.
Yep. Yep, that's definitely tough.
Now, Mark is so fast of a deck that he could get back into this with 1 good draw, but right now Matt definitely is in a good position. Oof, and he's simply going to remove the dock with that Raging Fire and add a Smee to the board. And let's add a Benja just to say go. So, I mean, he's questing for 7 now. So that's significant.
Yeah.
That's a 2-turn clock.
So we're going to gain 2 lore with the gathering knowledge and wisdom, going up to 11. 11-5 is the total now.
Doc,
Ooh, all right, what do we got?
Smee, and Cusco.
All right, so we'll have to ink one to play one. I'm thinking we ink the Cusco to play the Smee because we really want to get that lore threat.
Yeah,
So,
you know, you're putting your opponent on a 3-turn clock, but I mean, Matt's already have a 2-turn clock, so
another
Mark's
Diablo,
officially in
Robin
top
Hood.
deck mode too, which is significant.
That's the problem with the aggro deck list is their gas. They just
Yep.
don't have the gas. They can do everything else, but if you don't, and I think that's the rabbit is such a great card for this deck list.
Man, look at that board
Wow.
state. Matt's saying you have to have all the answers.
Yeah, it just turned sideways for 7, so that's 12.
I think this might just be game.
Yeah, Matt's looking pretty comfortable in that chair right there. I'll tell you what.
What did Mark draw?
Hopefully, be prepared.
Is that Maleficent? Will cost Maleficent? Be
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah, there's a handshake. Oh, all right. Knuckles to the hand. All right. That's an awkward way
And
to end that game.
But that is how we're going to walk away with Matt with Emerald Steel as the winner of round number 4.
Very good.
Very well played game by both players. Both
Yeah.
players played phenomenally, played to their strategies. Unfortunately, aggro can sometimes gas out, like you were saying.
I think
And the brick happened.
and it's the difference between first and second draw and play. I mean, as an aggro player, you really want to win the die roll, and
Yeah.
if you lose the die roll, you lose your opportunity to have like that real comeback chance. Because you saw on that last match there, Matt was able to just kind of, okay, you're aggroing, all right, I can aggro too, and
Yep.
the difference is when he gets to turn 5, he has Beast, he has Robin Hood. When he gets to turn 5, he has I think like a goat.
I still think that it was a phenomenal meta call to play
100%.
aggro, but you're going to run into that risk anytime you play it, no
100%.
matter, even in the best of environments. So
100%. I do think that the lot of times when we see aggro lists, that might be the reason why they lean in a little bit harder all in, because trying to fight back maybe doesn't always give you enough fight back and time to keep you in there. So this is not the aggro deck that is they're gonna come on top today, but in this match at least. But that's not to say that he won't do it the rest of it, and we
Yeah.
will see him in the final match today. So I'm still fingers crossed an aggro deck can make it all the way through to the
Hey,
top rounds.
you never know.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
do think, in general, though, Control, it is here to stay. It is Control's world, and we're just living in it. And we're just going to have to do that. I mean, Steel is an aggressive, controlling color. It can remove lots of different things from the board. It can remove multiple characters, AoE. It can remove locations. It can remove items. Not a lot of other colors besides maybe red can say that. And it's really tough to run into that when everything is just so viably paired with every other color. You got Sapphire Steel's working, you got Amber Steel Song working, you got Emerald Steel working, and honestly, even the Amethyst Steel is working with those aggro colors.
Yep.
So I mean, it's going to be tough no matter what you run into.
100%.
I am shocked that we have seen like absolutely zero Ruby Amethyst or Ruby Sapphire though.
I
I
know.
mean, the steel is just that good that people want to play those colors.
Or it's that scary where you have to.
Yeah, because if you're not playing it, you're playing against it, right?
Yep.
You got to compensate with your lists. So.
Yeah, and you want to be able to put that fight back in there. So I'm thinking that we're gonna look at these different deck lists. I would love to see. I think we've seen a whole lot of steel. I'd like to see. I know there's other variation out there. I want to see a lemon lime. I want to see a blurple. So let's see what else we can find out there, and hopefully on this round 5, we'll see a little bit new spice. And
Yeah.
we'll see you guys in just a few minutes. We'll take a break and go get a drink. We'll see you soon. All right, welcome back to yet another round number 5 here. This is going to be the final round before we go into the top cut.
Yeah.
So we're going to be watching a match here where Taurus, somebody that we saw have a really good match earlier but wasn't able to come out on top, and Matt, someone that we saw just a moment ago that had a pretty great matchup. So both of these players playing colors that we have seen because they've both been on stream, but both of them being able to have a completely completely different a variation of their opponent because these deck lists were not the same as the one that they had to face.
And this is a tiebreaker match. This is going to determine top cut here. So this is like for all the marbles. If you need to pull out the win here, this is the round when you want to do it.
100%. Now, if you're Taurus, what changes are you making from earlier?
I mean, again, this is Emerald Steel that you're going to be facing down. I think really you just got to maybe try to establish ways to draw cards early because you are not the aggressive deck. You're not the aggressive version of Amethyst Steel. So I think you need to really prioritize, your Chromicons, your beasts, ways to draw cards, right?
Definitely.
Because Matt's just going to be looking to root them out of your deck, root them out of your hand, give you nothing, and remove the stuff that you do manage to play. And it looks like he has a pretty decent hand, actually.
Yeah.
So going to Ink and Yzma here. We're getting right to it.
Playing that Mickey Mouse 1/3. Yeah, you're not joking. He has a really great hand.
Yeah, we're seeing Morph. We're seeing Tinkerbell to morph into that. We're seeing Zeus and Raging Fire. We're seeing the baby Diablo, baby Robin Hood inking that. This is all right, so we're finally getting to see Taurus's hand here. We have the Chapter 1 broom. We have the other broom from set 2. We have Fox, Sorcerer, Mickey, and Strength of Raging Fire. Honestly, not a terrible hand, but not a great hand either. Honestly, leading bad. So, but he did just draw a whole new world. It's going to be a little bit before he hits 5, but I mean, that's at least something. That is a get out of jail free card potentially.
The other really good thing about drawing that when he did is he just got the Diablo exposition of, hey, I don't have any songs, and now Matt's more free to play that morph instead of his Ursula, and now he have to really make sure that he plays the Ursula at the right time, or that whole new world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, if you just Diabloed
Excuse
and your opponent had no songs, you're not playing Ursula Deceiver on turn 2.
Yeah, 100%. It would just be unless you have no turn 2. That's the only reason. But
Yeah.
since he's got that morph,
And he has that morph, and he has a lot of morph targets.
ooh, and that's Lyle. Lyle comes down. I believe on 4, correct?
No way he actually plays the Ursula.
Wow. Well, technically, he did have a Strength of a Raging Fire in his hand, so I
Gotcha,
guess
yeah.
he was coming in to snipe
forgot about
and
that.
got a little extra. Yeah, that is
You know
true.
what I'm going to say, right?
That's why I get paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
I do think that.
Yep, that's the right choice there.
Yeah, I do think that's the right choice.
Matt has a nasty hand right now. You don't want to get rid of that.
Now, a question for you though.
Yeah.
Whole new world. That's turn 5. Do you ever, in what world do you get greedy and say, you know what, I'm taking your ink. I'm taking that Strength of Raging Fire because I know you're going to ink it, and I want you to have a harder choice on inking, and now you have a brick in your hand if you can't get to 5.
You know, I don't actually hate that, actually. But the question is, do you think that you can get everything that you need out of your hand before he hits 5 and is able to hard cast that card? I don't know.
Putting a little damage right there on the Ursula, and then going to have the Magic Broom take out the Diablo, leaving a little bit of damage on the Ursula, which is definitely... Oh, never mind. Gonna go ahead and
Strength.
Ooh,
Get rid.
heck yeah, great play. Getting those songs out of his hand, so that way, just in case there's a double Ursula, he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit of an overcommitment, in my opinion, for an Ursula Deceiver, but, I mean, it's not the worst move in the world.
It's not. I think it's one of those. I think Taurus is wanting to kind of put that pressure on quick and early. Maybe he learned a little bit from his previous matches where he was kind of slow playing, not slow playing by any means, but like building up and really kind of taking his time to get that board
You're
developed.
trying to be a little bit more aggressive,
Yeah.
you're saying. Got you. Yeah, I don't know. It's still a little bit of an overcommitment. He has a lot. Matt has a lot of threats in hand, and Taurus does not have the best ways to draw cards in hand right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I might even just save that just like you said to have an inkable card in my hand.
Yeah.
Oh, the double shift. That's crazy.
Wow.
I like that a lot.
Cannot believe that you don't ever see double shift.
That was
and I would
wild.
have never expected it from this Mickey Mouse.
That's absolutely wild.
Really, really mega relevant. Oh yeah, he's gonna Zeus it because at this point you're showing its value too much. Yeah, because Zeus does 5. I was like, wait, he has that resist.
So he has
one.
Pete. He has Big Tank. I can't tell what that other card is.
It looks like Lyle.
Lyle can be good, but like honestly, that's not a great hand from Matt either. I mean,
Mm.
Okay, that's a little bit better, so you can actually play your Lyle. But again, like you're not really establishing a threat. Like Lyle's not great without the other cards to support him, make your opponent lose a ton of lore.
So is Lyle's a 5, not a 4 then? He is? Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe so.
What you're talking about his
His
cost?
cost. Yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. That's what I was trying to figure out earlier is like kind of like when that
Taurus
guy's
has the
coming out.
Chromicon online, so the discard strategy is going to work a little less for Matt. This could easily swing in Taurus's favor depending on what Matt draws here.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Ma-
does have the bodies on board.
Matt's able to put that Tinkerbell down, and I think that Taurus only has one card in hand. I know he has the Chromicon, but you're gonna need a decent amount to deal with Lyle
Did
because
you see what
he's
he just
very
drew, though?
unassuming. Yeah, he drew that a whole new world, which is fantastic. I don't think he's gonna hard play that though.
I think he's gonna
yeah,
he's gonna get rid of that. The question. I think he'd probably get rid of the big tink here.
I would. I feel like
Lyle's not
definitely.
established any kind of threat against your lore yet. You also don't have much lore to lose.
Yeah. And that doesn't count as banishing, so Lyle's trigger doesn't activate, so it doesn't actually lose any
Yeah,
lore
it
right
just
there,
goes.
which is
It's ascending
fantastic.
back to the deck effect.
Yep.
Now, Matt will get to draw 2 here from Yzma's effect, but I still think that's probably better, especially considering if it's anything that Matt can't play right away, Taurus is probably just gonna sing Whole New World with Yzma next turn and
Yep.
just get rid of all those cards anyway. So
100%. And I think that if Matt will most likely bounce that Yzma. Oh.
Pete coming out, so no singing any songs. He says no, not today.
Ooh.
He likes striped shirts because Mr. Smee's coming out too.
Throwing down the Smee and the Pete in the same. I was gonna say.
All right, this is when you have like actual bodies that can challenge. This is when you have to start worrying about Rourke because if he's allowed to go off, you will never have lore again for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Gonna use that card draw.
Now that is a decent card, but you don't have any characters on the board, so it's not very useful here.
He's also not able to play any actions, so he had all 3 songs in his hand, literally not
Cannot
able to
do anything.
anything.
I think he's just gonna pass.
Ooh.
Welp.
Right. So we're gonna use 1 and then strength the rest of it off.
You're gonna have to hard cast that song next turn if you really want to do it.
Questing for 3, putting Robin Hood on the field, dominating board early on by Matt. That Whole New World feels a lot less impactful now.
Oh, that feels really bad.
And you see that Matt had one in his hand too. So literally, if you're Matt, that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, this is what quickly looked like a promising opportunity for Taurus. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
is
Not the best
a
opening
dominating
hand.
board state for Matt.
Yeah.
Now, it's all going to come down to what these players draw here. But I see a Diablo and a Mother Knows Best in Matt's hand, and I instantly know he's going to be just fine.
Yep. So he does have that answer for the Diablo on board now, which is good for him, but it's quite the battle. Oof.
Deceiver, too. That sucks. Getting rid of the other Whole New World. Man, this is not working out well for Taurus here in game 1.
He does have the other Chromicon, so that's nice. So it's gonna have a little bit of card draw still, but yeah, I mean, you're really like a Tinkerbell grab your sword is the only way to really deal with this right now.
Yeah. The dangers of Emerald Steel are on full display here in this game.
Yep.
So it looks like he's going to just simply turn sideways, which makes complete sense, and he's just going to quest for 6 and go to 10 for Matt.
That is quite the jump.
Yeah, we immediately have a 2-turn clock on board.
Yeah, eight lore on board when you're an aggro player. If you're not the 8 lore, oof.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And again, like Taurus isn't even playing the most aggro of lists here. He's honestly going more of the grind you out, play brooms, build something really beefy and or deck you out. It's much different than like the Amethyst Steel that we've been seeing with top tournaments that we saw Marc playing last round. Which again, I love the strategy, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to work out in this matchup. He really struggled with it last time too. It's a tough matchup for this deck.
I definitely saw Matt last time having to do a lot more thinking about things, so I think the cards are just kind of flowing for him this time. You know what I mean? Where it's like
Mhm.
when the cards just kind of do what they're gonna do, like you just have to choose what best line you have. I mean, he's got a lot of good options in his hand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So he's going to be ready and locked and loaded next time for 8 lore if Taurus isn't able to do some
Yeah,
pretty
and
big
Taurus
junk.
just says, I need the time. I'm just going to scoop here,
Yeah.
which honestly makes the most sense to me. Matt walking away with game number 1 here in round 5. So Matt is officially 1 game away from top cut. That has to be a little bit nerve-wracking.
Now, uh, I think that a lot of these players in this set championship have a little bit of a different feeling going into the top 8. Whereas before the top 8 was okay, that's step 1. Now I got to get to top 4.
Yep.
Now then I get my prize card. Now I got to get into the final. Then I get my mat. Whereas now top 8 means you get a card.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So for Taurus right now, you either are about to come home with what you came here for or not,
Hmm.
and this is the game that chooses, not like the you know what I mean. So there's a lot more pressure on the line in this match in a way.
Absolutely.
I think that Matt's ready though. I think he looks calm, cool, and collected. Taurus is um, pretty notorious for kind of coming in with different deck lists and different strategies
Yeah,
and
for
stuff like
sure.
that. So I always commend Taurus for doing that. I would never want him to just switch that up because I think that's what makes him so fun and interesting to watch when we go into these.
Yeah, absolutely. I
But then it's
completely
also
agree.
super cool to see like. I would consider Matt's deck a definite tier 1 deck
Yeah.
for sure, right? And so it's giving him a run for his money though. He's definitely making him work
Hmm.
for it.
Absolutely. And I was curious to see decks like Emerald Steel, decks like Emerald Amethyst, how they were going to fare against these more grindier control matchups. Because while we've been saying it all day, control is the name of the game. This is honestly more of a mid-rangey strategy compared to what like something like Sisu Ruby Sapphire, right? But I
It,
think the adaptation to different decks is what's going to make a player playing something like Emerald Steel successful.
what are your thoughts on Yensid?
You know, I'm not a big Yensid person. I'll be completely honest
Yeah.
with you. I think it just doesn't have all the tools it needs yet. I think there's other options that are better in the color, but I don't hate it. I think I understand why people play it.
Okay. I definitely think that the thing I see from Taurus that I would say the weaker link on his is having like those sneaky combo lures that can like get you kind of jumped ahead in lore in that last second.
Hmm.
He took out the goats. He took out stuff that usually are used in those situations. I think that is the secret sauce of Amethyst.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm not. There's definitely possibility for them
Yeah.
to go back and get new. I mean, look, we've been seeing a lot of I forget if it's set 1 or set 2. Purple Fairy Godmother has
Oh
become
yeah.
super
Mhm.
popular again.
Mhm.
So I mean, anything's possible, right?
Oh yeah.
All right, so it looks like the game is starting here. Tara's going to start off with a baby Mickey. Matt simply returning with a baby Robin Hood.
And he really is leaning into that Mickey Mouse shift right there, which is like his seems to be a very crucial part of his gameplay. Um, again, like I said earlier, a lot of people cut that one out, and he's leaning really hard into it. I
Hmm.
haven't seen him play a single sorcerer Mickey, because I think earlier when we said, "Hey, he's playing for the Mickey sorcerer," this is the sorcerer we actually met. It's
Hmm.
not the sorcerer Mickey that we're used to.
Yeah,
And I think that kind of is a very interesting change to make.
for sure. Yeah, and okay, it looks like he does have the Chromicon online on turn 2, which is going to be helpful. Matt, I see a Pete in his hand.
Yeah, Pete. I mean, Pete's definitely always going to be a good one, but I think this matchup is probably one of the ones where it doesn't it doesn't feel as impactful as it does on the other matchups. Not
I
that
would
it's not impactful, but just that this matchup, I feel like he has a lot of stuff he can do with his characters.
I would agree. I think the thing that you have to consider is when to play it in this
Yeah.
matchup.
Yep.
Because you're right, it's not going to have a broad use like some other matchups. Like Amber Steel Song, play that any turn. But with this, you have to time it. When do I think my opponent
Yep.
has that whole new world? When do I think my opponent has the removal? And that's a little bit tough on an already uphill battle for Taurus. Going to be playing Crab here.
Oh,
I mean, he doesn't have any challenge targets, so that doesn't feel great.
I think that is the
It's
first
just to
time
get a
I've
body
seen the
out on the
Sherwood
field.
Forest played.
Sherwood, yeah, he does play 2 Sherwood Forest, which is an interesting play.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting card that synergizes with the Robin Hoods.
You don't
And
see it a ton.
yeah, I think that's one of those ones where, like with the brooms a few sets ago, potential's there. We see it. We also probably have a feeling that maybe there's some lines that or some cards that'll help really boost that to another level soon
Hmm.
enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Sherwood Forest, your character's name Robin Hood may move here for free, and characters gain a ward, and you can tap them and pay 1 to deal 2 damage to chosen damaged
Now
character.
we started seeing this ping effect in a lot of green steel early on. I remember everyone was like, "Oh, the ping removal strategy is what's going to be,"
Yep.
but really the discard strategy was just so powerful, and Diablo was so powerful that it just kind of got outshone.
Yep.
But I think that this is still a really good card if you're going heavy, and he does. He plays the 4/4 Robin Hood line, so
Ooh.
gonna ink here to play what? Looks like he does have a whole new world in hand.
2 of them.
Man, Tara's not having the best starts here. But he is going to shift into Sorcerer Mickey. That's
is
pretty
he
good.
gonna hit it? It seems like a good time to throw down on the whole new world, singing it.
And he
Yes,
does.
good. Yeah, you want to get rid. If you have 2 in your hand, you want to make sure to get rid of it sooner rather
Ooh,
than later.
getting rid of that P. Yeah, that was a hefty discard for Matt. That was a great sing there for Taurus.
Now this is just a nitpicky thing, but I noticed that Matt's cards are all different directions.
Yeah,
Upside down, left, right.
you
center.
see him. You see him correcting it as he draws them. Dude, that's straight up me. I can't even say anything.
I love that he's just leaving some of them. Okay, I was like, he's just gonna leave those upside down. So yeah, using the Mickey Mouse to sing that is definitely. I think it. I don't know. I think Matt got loaded up with a whole bunch of fire. I mean, that's 2 Tinkerbells in his hand, another Robin Hood, a Strength of a Raging Fire.
Okay, so he's using Crab to
But
attack into this. Can because Crab cannot target himself, right? He has to target something else.
I believe so.
So that makes sense. Because I otherwise I would have targeted himself and just have him do even 3 more damage to the location, but I don't think
Ooh.
you can.
And there goes the Chromicon.
Yeah, no, that's the big difference, right? Matt is playing item removal. We saw other people who were playing Emerald Steel. We saw John playing earlier. No item removal. Benja's still useful, you know. Uh, you need that way to get rid of items. I mean, certain decks, like if you're playing against Ruby Sapphire or you're playing against this deck with the Chromicon, like just being able to a way to get rid of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that Benja is. I can see that being good in a lot of matchups in this meta.
Yeah, I think item removal is more important than ever. Um,
And I think it's better than I find in my Platinum, unless
Yeah.
you know you're going to be playing against almost entirely Sapphire-based matches.
Yeah, because well, one like you got Lucky Dime, you got Ice Block, you got all that stuff. Shield of Virtue from set 1, even sometimes like there's a lot of items in Ruby Sapphire, but also we're seeing the Lantern version of Steel Song becoming more and more popular
Yes.
again. So just having an answer, and then again, Chromicon extremely powerful if you don't want your opponent drawing cards. If you're
Yeah.
Emerald Steel, you're trying to cause your opponent not to be able to do anything. Without that item removal, like John was really struggling earlier. Like we see players struggle without the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't run into any item matchups, having a more lean list that without that item removal, great. You're even better off, but it's a risk.
Yeah. Now, Tara's going to go ahead and take out that Robin Hood. Matt has the ability to draw a card. Let's see if he remembers to do the
All
trigger.
right, so Taurus potentially turning things around here a little bit. Again, though, it's a little bit risky, but we do have the second shift Mickey. Andy is going to get to deal damage because he has that broom out now.
Oof.
And again, I didn't see. Did he? That's the
Oof.
set 1 broom. Did he return something with that effect?
He did. It was the whole new world, and then Matt did get his trigger off of the draw of his trigger. So I mean, they're both getting the most out of each one of their cards. They're getting
Yep.
full value.
Not using those songs for removal. It's great when you discard your opponent's Pete with a whole new world instead of
Yeah.
letting him play it.
Oh yeah, flick that card. All right, so we got 2 ink available. Not going to use it. No point to move anything to the Sherwood Forest at this time.
Morph could definitely be relevant here. I would try to remove that if I could, if I was Taurus, even more than the Robin Hood probably.
It's interesting though, because he could potentially move the Robin Hood to Sherwood Forest.
Just gonna get rid of that location, get rid of the problem entirely.
Yeah. But definitely, I think that forcing your opponent to have to do that in a situation where you have the extra ink, it moves there for free, just to make sure.
Mm-hmm. That broom discarding itself to draw a card. That's one of the better brooms. It has a decent body. I think it's a 1/2, and then it can discard itself to draw a card, and it's only costs 1 to play. It's pretty nice. Gonna ink his other set 1 broom here. So is that his second or third set 1 broom? First chapter, I should say.
That's definitely a second.
It's only a second,
Yep.
so he still has 2 more. Man, Taurus has out of nowhere kind of. Excuse me, I apologize. Kind of out of nowhere, built up a board. I mean, Yzma's also a decent body herself too, even in baby
Yeah.
form. Matt has to have an answer here. Is that a grab your sword in his hand?
It definitely is.
That is definitely
and
gonna.
2 Tinkerbells. So
Yeah, so never mind.
there is quite the many answer. It's if I'm going to be honest, it looks like a shift into morph, Tinkerbell, grab your sword, sing it, and then you just did 3 damage to everything. The only thing that's left is 1 Mickey with 3 damage. That's and an Yzma with 3
And
damage.
if you really wanted to, you could really you can then trade for that final Mickey with your Robin Hood, and you
Yep.
still have a big Tink on board.
Yep. So lots of really interesting choice to choose to get rid of the extra Tinkerbell, and then to shift the Robin.
Okay, that's pretty good though, because then you can get rid of the Mickey. So he's gonna sing grab your sword with Robin Hood.
Okay. So
Does he have enough ink to shift into Pig Tink using Morph now though, or he got rid of it? Is that the only one he had?
He has 1 more big Tink, and
Okay.
he doesn't have enough to shift into it. So he's going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire for 3 to get rid of the Yzma to stop any shifting ability to happen there, and then send the Morph into.
Dude, Morph's gonna kill Mickey.
Yep. Wow.
No way.
And he's like, wait, I got resist +1. He's like, yep, I only need 1 damage.
I forgot that Morph can do damage.
I definitely think that Matt saving the Tinkerbell is interesting. I would have liked to have the Tinkerbell online for that situation, but hey, now he has it and the Robin Hood's gone. Maybe he had a feeling that was coming because the Yzma was in there, so he was assuming the big one was ready and around the corner. Ooh. 6 ink, enough to play that Tinkerbell. Are we going to play that, or are we going to combo a couple different cards instead? Right now, currently, Taurus is at 4 lore. Taurus at 4 lore and Matt at 2. Inking a Sad Boy. And
That's a good card, but not necessarily
Ooh.
late.
Ooh, all
But
right.
that is a nice 3-card stack there.
Mm-hmm.
So now he has the ability to draw cards again. Is he going to draw off Diablo?
Ooh, he can't do anything with those. He can just ink one and then do nothing, or just hold them both. I'm thinking it might be smarter to hold them both.
Did Matt just forget to draw with Diablo? Off his
His Diablo is not exerted.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
I hope so. And then we got our Miss Tinkerbell coming down. Not going to do any damage to Mickey because of that resist, but is going to be able to do damage to the Yzma. Ooh, yeah. Really thinking about what he wants to do with that last card in his hand.
I mean, that Yzma's still a decent body, you know?
Oh, for sure. It
This is
stays out
tough,
of the
though.
range of Medusa, being a 4/4. I mean, out of the range of a lot of things, really. So, I mean,
I'm just going to stop saying that Taurus is in a decent spot because every time I say that, Matt just, unleashes a hand of monstrosities.
Well, if he unleashes more than 1 card, I'm going to be surprised.
Yeah.
And let's see if he's going to do it. Deciding what's more worth it. Seeing he's already used 1 grab your swords. How many more does he got? Gonna quest for 3. Getting that Diablo activated.
Going to 5 lore total.
Passing the turn.
Going to draw a card here because he's exerted.
And hey, nice.
Hey.
And then he's gonna pull another Diablo off that draw, which is pretty swell.
So Taurus will be able to attack into some of these characters this turn, but I don't know if that's necessarily the best feeling.
Taurus also has Strength of Raging Fire, 2 of them, and he has the ability to bounce that Yzma with the snake if he wanted to replay her ability.
So he's going to kill the Diablo. I think that's a logical choice.
Yeah, you don't want to give your opponent any more card draw.
Honestly, you probably get rid of the tank with the Yzma.
You do have to have your character exerted for it to be attacked, but yes, I agree.
No, I'm saying you attack with the Yzma into one of these things.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Or I guess in this case, Sing, which I don't understand that. I personally would just...
Yeah, the Sing doesn't make too much sense because you're only getting rid of the baby.
I would just attack into the baby if you're going to bounce it, right? Because that baby doesn't kill.
Yeah, save your card.
Unless I'm doing my math wrong.
Uh,
How much willpower does the big Yzma have?
4/4.
Yeah, so it doesn't... I don't know.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Okay. But man, he's... Oh, Jesus. Look at that.
Yeah, that's not great.
So Matt's at 7 now, or 8. And he is now putting...
We've seen this
A
look
two-turn
from Matt
clock.
in his last match. Hands behind the head means he's feeling good. Now we're going to see Taurus does have the ability now to fire off that Yzma again, get some value out of it, but we got to make sure that we are able to get the most from it. That Pete doing 2 damage, keeping that Mickey just barely alive.
Resist, again, being super relevant.
Ooh.
Gonna bounce. Okay. Snake is a good card still.
I guess he inked the Yzma and I missed that.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough because that was kind of your way to get rid of Big Tink.
Mm-hmm. And then now we... Okay, all right. Now we have 2 snakes and a Mickey on the board. The Mickey was not able to get any value. Looks like a Strength of a Raging Fire he just pulled.
That's a good card.
Yeah, that's going to be enough to take out either snake. Not quite enough to take out that Mickey, unfortunately, with the resist. So we'll take out that snake and then puts himself in a really nice spot at 12 lore.
And of course, because the Diablo is
13,
exerted,
sorry.
he will be drawing from.
Oh, there it is. A whole new world.
Might be too little, too late.
I would not play that in Taurus's position right now. There's no world where I think that my opponent needs more cards. Yeah, get rid of that Tinkerbell.
The unfortunate part is even if you attack into Diablo here and into Baby or into Smee, it depends what your opponent has because they could very easily, with these 2 cards from Yzma, get back into things. But I think it's probably your best bet, right? I mean, what else other choice do you have?
Yeah. And then
You gotta attack into Diablo.
he's evasive though.
Not even gonna say it, but you know what I'm thinking.
So we got that whole new world. It looks like he went ahead and did it. Said,
What
all
do
right.
you mean Mickey Sorcerer's not evasive?
He shifts. He's evasive. He has 2 effects.
He's magic.
And he's passing over to Matt. So Matt's going to be able to go up to 16 lore this turn. Diablo, a Zeus in hand, a whole new world of his own, and I cannot tell what that first 2 cards
Man,
are.
Matt just has like the... Honestly, that talks to his consistency and his skill as a deck builder because his deck is so consistent. He's just able to replenish his hand whenever he needs it. Because here's the thing. Even if Taurus did not play Whole New World there, he has Diablo out on the field. Yep. He has his own Whole New World. Like, Matt is doing fine. Like, I feel like Taurus has always been playing catch-up this whole game, and Matt has just been chilling and coasting, and that's what you want to be doing.
Yep, building it up. Oh, Yzma's down.
Classic control, just controlling what his opponent is doing, removing threats. Steady lore gain through Smee or, you know, Pete questing here.
Grab your swords in his hand, so he's just needs to get through one more turn. Ooh, there you go. More bodies to the sword. Okay, yeah.
Nice.
Shifting onto the morph.
Just
And the
quest for
morph just
3,
came
go to
out
16.
this turn, right?
Yeah, so that's
So
why
that's
he
why he
can't
can't,
quest
okay.
with it. Yep.
I think Matt is trying to figure out if he inked or not this turn. Or he's just counting something else. All right, so he's going to go ahead and pass the turn over to Taurus. Getting that draw off Diablo.
Gonna sing grab your sword here. That's
Yeah.
pretty devastating.
Super strong. Man, Matt's so close, but Taurus is clawing back.
Okay, he's hanging on. I mean, I gotta give him credit. I mean, this is it. If Taurus loses here, he's out of top cut. So you got to give it all your all. I mean,
100%.
it's not over till the fat lady sings, as they say.
100%. Yeah, but we got, I mean, and I think the thing with Matt's deck is once you get above this ink threshold where you can play anything you draw,
Mm-hmm.
everything kind of starts being pretty effective. Oh, wow.
Excuse me again. I apologize.
Does he have 10 ink? He's able to play both of those?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Is there some ink maybe like off the side there? I'm not sure. Did I miss something? Is there a baby Robin Hood underneath?
It's very possible. I think it's probably just there's more ink underneath the camera that we can't see.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
No, that math checks out if it's a shift on the Robin Hood.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But the Robin Hood would have had to been on the field. I feel like I missed something. Because he had an empty field, right? I'm not tripping?
I think he played the Robin Hood. He might have played the Robin Hood last turn.
Okay. Then that's probably what I'm missing.
See, now you're confusing me.
I just don't. Usually when you see a shift, there's a little edge of the
Yeah.
other card, but I'm not seeing it. So
No, I guess, yeah, he must have just played it last turn.
that was just one card.
He's removed.
All right.
I think he played the turn before, maybe. But I'm not sure. It's been a long 5 rounds.
That is one of those situations where I would love to have a little click rewind button. Just
Yeah,
for
like
a
an
second.
instant replay.
And I promise I'm looking at the screen the whole time.
Yeah. There's not really much else to look at. So.
Quite the board. Taurus is coming back a little bit. That's a nice board state.
Yeah, he honestly has managed to stabilize quite impressively. However, I'm looking at Matt's hand, and it's going to still be an uphill battle, but, I mean, it is definitely not over here.
For sure. He's going to bounce the other snake with the snake. Little permanent bounce engine going there. Nope, never mind. Because he's going to ink that snake. Taurus now sitting at 9 lore, and Matt at 16.
Going to Deceiver here to see
Ooh.
getting rid of that whole new world. That is a little rough here for Taurus. He was probably really hoping to play that next turn.
Yep. And we see that he has a Mother Knows Best and a Tinkerbell. So with the amount of ink that he has, he's going to be able to do a pretty gnarly combo with that if he wants to. Everybody getting 1 damage. Matt's so close to getting across that finish line here.
He is threatening lethal now.
Questing for 1.
Going to 17.
Forcing Taurus to have to remove a Tinkerbell and an Ursula to stay in the game.
Or a Tinkerbell and a Rourke. One or the other. Honestly, just the Tinkerbell. Technically, if he has no way to gain lore.
Yeah. And in his hand, I am not seeing that answer.
This might unfortunately be game here. Probably going to try to draw a card here with Broom and see if he can top deck a Miracle. Though does the broom have to quest to do that? I can't remember.
He just has to put another character in play. So I'm not sure if he. I think
Does
he
it
should.
even have another character?
I think he should have one. Yeah.
Okay.
So because of the 2 brooms, he's going to be able to do 2 damage to Rourke,
Yep.
and then it looks like he is going to most likely finish the job. Someone else is. I don't. It doesn't seem like he's going for the trigger on the broom, or
Yep. Just gonna trade there. After the 2 damage from Mickey Mouse, looks like he's gonna use the ability to draw a card, kill himself with the broom.
I think he's deciding.
If
I
he
don't think
wants
you have.
to do
I don't
that
think
or
you have
not.
another choice. I think you have to, right? I mean, what other way do
I
you
mean, he
have to
has
get rid of the
lethal.
Tinkerbell?
Yeah, he has lethal next turn. But I mean,
Or was it the misplay that he should have done that before, and the stack isn't like right?
yeah, he's 2 lore shy, even if he quested with everything. So, yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Right there at the end, Matt is our winner of round 5, going into Top Cut with Emerald Steel, barely beating out the Steel Amethyst Brooms deck. But it was a valiant effort from both sides, absolutely.
For sure. I definitely think that the matchup that they are going against with the discard and everything like that, that's a really rough one for them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it right there, right at the end. He had a really brilliant setup, and he had the whole new world in hand to not only refresh his own hand, but get rid of all the goodies in Matt's hand. And
Yeah.
he simply played Deceiver and got rid of it. And then from there, it was back to top deck mode.
Yep.
Even without Bucky, even with all of the changes that we've seen in the metagame, the discard strategy is still brutal sometimes.
There's something that just when it comes to disrupting your opponent's hand, uh, even if it's not like the best time to do it, it always hurts. Like there's never
Yep.
a time when you're like, "Oh, thanks for getting rid of those cards. I didn't want them anyway." Like it's gonna suck. So
Yeah, it quite literally makes your opponent unable to play the game.
100%.
So, I mean, that's always
100%.
going to be good, as annoying as it is.
And at least now it's a fair matchup. You do have a chance to win. It is not like before with Bucky, where it was like, oh my goodness, Bucky's
Yeah.
on the field. You had to play 3 cards and I lost.
And we've seen Lemon Lime discard as early as the Chapter 1 minigame when
Oh,
we
yeah.
were playing, like, You Have Forgotten Me
Oh,
and all
yeah.
that stuff. So, I mean, it's been a part of the game since the beginning, but like you said, it was Bucky that took it over the top. Now we're back to where it's fair, but it is still present and you have to worry about it. And sometimes it just takes that song that you need right out of your hand.
100%. And taking out any song in this game or any card draw in this game, I mean, that can be the difference maker, because I think that those 2 things are the most Lorcana things about Lorcana, is being able to, one, the singing song aspect that is just so unique to here, but also how important the card draw is, whereas in other games card draw maybe comes a little bit more freely. Lorcana really makes you earn that card draw.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, guys, it is now about to be Top Cut. We are going to take another quick little break here, but when we come back, we will have more information about Top Cut for you. Until then, we'll see you. Welcome back to the Top Cut here, Top 8 at the Shimmering Skies Store Championship, 4 versus games in Oviedo, Florida. I am OT Silence here with my co-host Mushu. Are you ready for Top 8, my friend?
Oh, I'm very ready. We just went ahead and did our deck checks and looked at a couple different decks, and I do think there's quite a decent amount of variety going into here. I've heard some rumors that some of the top players are thinking potentially of splitting some of the prizing today, but I think that there's still that coveted first place mat and second place mat that people are going to be wanting to play for. So hopefully we see some good matches here going into this top 8. I know this one that we're seeing right now is going to be a Blurple, which we have not seen by Carlos.
Yeah, this is going to be our first non-steel matchup.
Yes, and then we're going to see Nick make a repeat on the stream today. Nick was playing earlier. I think it was
Sapphire Steel Wheel deck,
Steel.
right? Yeah. So happy to see this back. Going to be playing the full wheel version with 4, Whole New World. And then, yes, this was the list that we saw earlier that was playing Hideaway as a location response, which is a very interesting choice. So, yeah, absolutely excited to see the return of this deck. It was very well played in the Swiss rounds that we saw. And then, of course, Blurple, which I love Blurple, man. This is like probably my new favorite deck out of the Set 5 meta. It's just so fun, so much bounce, so much removal. It's very interesting. Not like you usually see. and it takes full advantage of the Merlin bounce engine. It's super fun.
Yeah. I think that Blurple is one of those decks that I don't think somebody in the top form has really shown what it can do, and therefore it's a little bit more on the fringe. I think a lot of players, especially with Pixelborn being gone, kind of rely on these like top events of people playing something so they can see the strategy, see the lines, and then they can start developing it in their own
I think
way.
that's fair.
And I think that Carlos is, playing this deck puts him in the tier of, trying to be one of those innovators that gets the Blurple on the map a little bit more.
Absolutely. And I think this deck absolutely has the tools to achieve that. I mean, some of these characters are really, really annoying to get out, especially once you get Cogsworth set up with that resist. But like you're dealing with like Madam Mim Elephant got 7 willpower, Tamatoa.
Not just 7 willpower, but a constant ability to move damage at the start of the turn.
Exactly.
That's really strong. Super surprised we haven't seen.
And you have way more
Elephant.
interaction with like, the smaller Elsa that can tap something down. You got Rush Cogsworth in there. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff. Looks like we're going to get right into it though. Carlos going to ink and simply play a Chernobog's Followers for turn number 1, and we are in. I'm excited to see Blurple on stream.
Yeah, I'm ready. I saw. I've seen a good amount, my fair share of steel today. So anything outside of that is a breath of fresh air.
We're going to see a popsicle here inking that big tink.
I think that
for a second there, I thought Carlos was passing without inking or doing anything, and I was going to be like, oh, but no, we're good. Tipo, we haven't seen this card yet today, but I think this card is really, really good. Even if it has fallen out of favor a little bit, I think it is still a really good ramp option. I think Detective Mickey won the battle, but I think it's still really good.
And Tipo allowing you to put another card from your hand into your inkwell when he's played. That's another one that doesn't have to, 1, be revealed, or 2, even be inkable, correct?
Correct. It's just like Mickey or like
Bell. No, not Bell, sorry. Fishbone.
Fishbone, cool, thank you. I was going to say fish skeleton. I'm like, that's not right.
It's close. It's close. Fish skeleton writing utensil.
Yes. But we are going to see Carlos go up to 4 ink on turn 3 here. Going to simply quest with the Tipo, go to 1 lore here, and then play Fox, bouncing him back. That's a really cool strategy. Going to be able to reuse that ink ramp, excuse me, and then just questing with the Chernobog's Followers. So that's going to put him at 2 lore here.
Yeah, I really like the bouncing the Tipo, because if worse comes to worse, you just got your ink for next turn. But like if on a best case scenario, you can really push the ramp. Knowing that, and these deck lists are not sealed off. People have had chances to kind of walk around and see other people play today. So Carlos, there's a good chance he knows that Nick is running some whole new worlds in there, and is really trying to empty his hand out to be, hey, if you're gonna do it, I'm gonna benefit the most from it.
Absolutely.
Whew.
Ooh, our first friends on the other side of the tournament, my friend. But we're seeing lots of draw here. Fortisphere from Nick.
Look at that item pile already.
Yeah, and he has the Hiram. Like, it's going to be a quick ramp here. All right. Going to simply ink the Tipo that he bounced back. Excellent. Love to see that. That's the big benefit of playing Tipo instead of something like a Detective Mickey, right? It's inkable. So you're going to quest here with Chernobog.
Gonna quest to get and he got the card draw off the Chernobog, correct?
And it looks like he's playing. Yes, he did. And he's going to play the Mickey. Gonna bounce.
Love
it looks like he quested with the Fox too. So so he went to 5, and then bouncing with Snake. You all right there?
Stepped on my headphone wire.
Nice.
And then it looks like, I love the snake perpetual motion of the Mim, where you can like bounce the Fox, bounce the Snake, bounce the Fox, bounce the Snake.
Snake is so good. Like to be a 2-cost bouncer is just crazy.
Oh yeah. I really feel like they either knew exactly what they were doing when they made those cards and knew they were just going to be super strong, or they really thought that bounce mechanic was going to be more of a drawback than it is, because it's just, I don't feel like anyone views it as a negative.
Yeah, it's straight up a positive if you
100%.
built your deck around it. So yeah, gonna pop this Fortisphere here. Looks like he's inking a Tamatoa. Looks like he has another one in hand.
Oh, 2 crabs. Ooh.
Mr. Shmee.
Able to put a
Man,
whole lot on the field.
Hiram and two Shmees with items is that's a little intimidating if you're
Definitely.
Carlos here.
Putting that damage counter on Smee. Another one where you kind of think, man, that's going to be such a negative. It's going to make the stats kind of balance out, but then people play it and you're like, wow, they're really getting way more value out of that Smee than we
Absolutely.
thought. And here we go. Is he going to, Carlos going to play that rabbit I've been talking about all day? I've seen very little rabbit plays.
Yeah, Rabbit has not been seeing as much play since the decline of Ruby Amethyst, but honestly, I think Mr. Shmee might be MVP for the tournament.
Yeah,
quite honestly,
for sure. I think him and Pete are going to be duking it out.
Yeah, him, Pete, and Hiram, all three of them, really.
Yeah. If you have a striped shirt, we're here for you.
Yeah,
on this
striped
tournament.
shirt gang.
All right.
All right, we're gonna see that new Elsa tapping down the Hiram. That's really, really good here. That's
Ooh, everyone into the Hiram.
Ooh, nice.
Wow.
And yeah, he's taking minimal damage here. I mean, that was a brilliant move there by Carlos.
Carlos having a different shape and color to each one of the die counters he just put on
Yeah.
for damage.
And
Very
also,
unique.
now we forget, Carlos now has a very easy shift target for Elsa Spirit
Yeah.
of Winter. This is why I love this deck. Like, the subtle ramp of Blurple, you don't really notice it until it's too late, right?
Yep. Ooh.
Ooh, pretty good option here. And he's going to be able to attack into something with Mr. Shmee and just take it out. Or he can simply quest for 4 here. If he eventually quests for Tink or attacks in with Tink later on, he can deal 2 damage to something else, take out 2 things worth 1 attack.
Realizing
good
he's not
options.
going against any locations or items going against Carlos that he can just, or at least right now, he can put the hideaway into the
Yeah,
Inkwell.
Blurple focus almost exclusively on character cards, right?
Yeah.
So you really don't have to use all those extra strategies. So you can really just hyper focus on this one lane. Now, Carlos, if he can get removal, like he has a lot of removal in his deck, lots of bounce. So this big Tink very well might. And there's the big Elsa that I was just saying. I was just saying. And he's just going to trade with the snake. And now he has 2 characters that can't untap. And then he's going to simply quest in for 3, go to 7.
How did that card ever get below $20?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Such
Like
a good
really,
card.
like this, like I think that this card is one of the best cards in the game. You just need it needs a shift target to be viable, right?
Yeah. And
And-
what a great one to get.
I know. It works so well with the rest of the deck.
Yeah, I definitely think that because now you're getting to the danger zone with Carlos, right? Where if he pulls a couple good cards coming after this, you're just stalemated. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Now, the thing is, also, Mr. Smee is going to be taking damage while not being able to do anything because he's exerted. That's so fun. But
Yeah.
there's the Tamatoa. That's a little scary.
Oof.
He's
gonna
going to
bring
get to
that
draw a
popsicle
card
back.
with Popsicle, too.
Ooh, nope. We only have the 8 ink, so he's not able to do anything with the popsicle. He's just going to leave it there.
But next turn.
Now, I think the other thing I saw in there was a grab your swords, so he could definitely deal with that Elsa if needed, as long as it goes sideways.
So what are we going to see here from Carlos? Oh, my goodness.
Another
That is
Elsa
beautiful.
played on the hard cast.
questing to 10.
Wow.
That is brutal. That he is threatening 16 next turn.
In my head, I was like, if he gets another Elsa, it's going to be brutal. That's why I said that, what I said a second ago, and there's the Elsa. My goodness. Oh, so punishing.
Yeah, even Smee plus grab your sword isn't enough for Elsa. She has the 6 willpower.
Yeah,
Though that it looks like a let it go in hand. That's probably going to be used on one of those.
oof.
That is, let it go is fantastic spot removal because
Yeah.
it really is the main thing that blue has to get rid of some. I mean, I think
Yep.
Nick is also playing Hades though, so that is another option. But besides a character like that, let it go is one of the best. Just remove a thing that blue has.
All right, now he's going to pass back over to Carlos. Carlos having to make sure to capitalize on this momentum he's gained, because if Nick stabilizes, it's rough. His board is brutal. He has lucky dimes that if he gets one, that Tamatoa is already online for a whole lot.
Absolutely. I'm trying to see here. Ooh, the Hades. I say it and he comes out. I think you probably get rid of the Tamatoa here, right?
I would for sure. Yeah, I feel like that's just a way scarier threat, and much bigger body to get through than Tinkerbell.
Trying to look and see how many let it go.
Yeah.
He plays here.
Mm. And I'm not sure. I don't think Nick owns the store, but I know he definitely works at a different comic book store. So I think that might be a part of the reason why he was able to get all those shiny cardboard right there. He's got. I think I don't know if it's all shinies, but they're definitely majority shinies. He's got a really nice deck.
Yeah, and then
Oof.
so Carlos plays 2 let it go. So yeah, this is not looking good. The double Cogsworth.
Double Cogsworth.
That's just brutal,
Yeah.
dude. Like, what do you even do with that?
Man, no, you never want to see, especially because Carlos does not have any way to handle a warded character with resist. Like if he doesn't turn those sideways, they will be there for the rest of the
Cogsworth
match.
is one of the best options against these decks that have very spotted removal, like very targeted removal, very targeted bounce. Ward doesn't care about any of that stuff.
Nope.
Honestly, I think one of the most underrated cards that we might see a resurgence in is actually set 1 Cusco, the green one.
Oh,
Because he has Ward and he quests for so
Yes.
much, and he can kill something upon death.
Mm-hmm.
I think that card might see a resurgence because, yeah, Ward is going to become more and more relevant as these targeted removal decks and control decks become more and more popular.
100%.
We don't see it as much because Steel has so much wide removal. But, speaking of turning them sideways, he's just going to go right ahead and go aggro here.
Wow.
So it looks like requesting for a grand total of 8 going to 12 lore in one fell swoop. Immediately putting our... I'm sorry, 14. I even did my
Wow.
math wrong. Yeah, look at this. Nick is now 1 turn away from winning the game. That's crazy. How did we get here? Carlos is 3 lore shy. Does he have the goat bounce? I mean, goat bounce is actually realistic here, maybe in this deck. You know,
yeah, because he's got enough. I mean, what put him at 17? Yeah, I mean, potentially if he has it, that. Oh wow, how crazy would that be?
that would be insane. I mean, he has 9 ink. It's possible. It would be very difficult. He'd have to have like the exact hand.
He could potentially throw the rabbit into the one of the Cogsworth to get, or not the Cogsworth rather, but the Tinkerbell, and make sure to take it himself out, get the card draw, hopefully get himself there. But then he loses out on that 1 extra lore.
Yeah, so it's kind of a moot point. It depends what other draw options he has. I don't know if he has any.
He's got a snake, or a fox rather, so he could bounce his rabbit.
Dude, that double Cogsworth is the most brutal thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, when they both go, I was saying that earlier. If you get 1, it's okay, but 2, oh Lord. And not being able to do any kind of, you literally can do nothing except now you can attack them, thank goodness, but it's just going to be too little too late.
I mean, if you're Carlos here, I mean, he's laughing. I mean, you got to think like, I'm glad to see these two people having like a lot of fun. They're in good spirits. It's a good competition between them. They're both very close here, but I don't know, Carlos might be running out of gas. I mean, what do you have? You got Fox in hand, so you could bounce the Hades. You can't remove the Cogsworth with it. So like, what do? You attack in with Hades, bounce it, remove, tank. He's still gonna get resist -1 on this, so
it's gonna put 2 damage on a Cogsworth.
Bounce it, yep, and then what do you like? Remove the tank, play it back down.
He's gonna put the remaining 3 on the Cogsworth to take out the 1 Cogsworth, put just 1 resist, so that way his rabbit can take out the Smee,
crash
get the card
in
draw.
with the Mr. Smee. Draw the card. Spot remove the tank. Yep, there you go. I mean, we called it, but that's a lot of resources allocated to wiping this board. If Nick has anything, I mean,
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like that was the absolute best case scenario for Carlos to do with what he had. That was a really great way to clear that board up.
Nick is going to sing A Whole New World with Cogsworth here.
Wow.
Honestly, not the greatest move.
That's a very interesting play.
I mean, you don't want to grab
another Hades in hand. Anything he plays is going to get wiped.
Grab your sword is in hand, so we're probably going to see a mutual board wipe here.
Yeah, because he could put 3 damage to everything, so it's going to take out the Fox and just leave the Hades, or Fox and Mickey and just leave the Hades.
But he has to let it go for the next turn, I think. So
we're going to use 5 for the grab. Oh, another Tink.
But Carlos will be able to.
Very good play to get both out. Oh, no, he is going to go grab. Or am I tripping?
Well, he can't sing it this turn with the tink he just played it.
No. But like he has the ink, right? So he used 6 ink for the Tinkerbell, and he pulled 4 ink aside. Okay, that's what he
For
was
the
doing.
Zeus. Okay.
Gotcha.
I didn't see how many songs. He has so many songs in hand.
Yeah.
But again, like you said, Carl's just gonna play Hades again next turn, remove that other Tinkerbell.
Mm-hmm.
Quest for one would make you go to 15.
And Cogsworth. Oh yeah, he sang. He sang the Whole New World. That's right. Gonna ink the Tippo, giving him both players playing with just a crazy amount of ink. That's Sapphire, man.
Sapphire v Sapphire. You're never gonna run out of the ability. Ooh, Elephant. The 3/7 coming in.
Why did I think Elephant needed 2 cards to bounce, not just one?
Just one.
I don't know why.
Yeah, just one.
Ooh.
Oh, the spot removal with the Hades.
Oh my god, this is such a good match.
He doesn't really have a way to attack into the Cogsworth, though. So yeah, he just at 15.
There's the Lucky Dime and Automatoa in hand.
He's not really threatening lethal unless he has Goat. So really, Nick is okay right here. I think he's probably in a better spot if he can find a way to set up a threat for next turn.
Is Carlos completely empty?
No cards in hand? That appears to be his Inkwell.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe.
Ooh.
If that's the case, that's really not good. The Lucky Dime. That might just be end. Because items don't have summoning sickness. Yep, that's the game. Nick takes game number 1 with that Lucky Dime right there at the end. Automatoa, Lucky Dime.
And so I think Nick right there, just to save some time in the thing, I think what he was doing, just so everyone knows, is he was saying, hey, I'm playing my Automatoa this round. I'm going to play my Dime next round. You don't have any way of taking that away from me. You can't attack my hand. I'm going to play this next turn. If you can't win on your next turn, I win. And I think they just shake it out. And I think that in a lot of these situations, you kind of, in certain matchups, you can do that. You know what I mean? I think this is one, especially against like Blurple, I think you kind of know. Do you have the GOAT? No? Okay, I win.
Yep. And it's just going to go right into game 2, trying to save as much time as possible. There's still, thankfully, plenty of time on the clock for these players to get a solid game 2 and game 3 in here.
Yep.
Nick 1 game away now from bringing the a little bit underperforming as of up to this point Sapphire Steel to top 4.
And the other thing you were bringing up earlier, both players being in good spirits, I think that does have to do a little bit with the fact that both players have already earned their Maribel. They're enchanted. They're taking home. I think that when it comes down to it, most people are playing for the card over the mat. And I think that the mat is something that is more bragging rights at this point in time. And I do think that in the future, I think that in 5-10 years from now, I think those mats are going to be highly, highly, highly coveted.
Yeah, and they're absolutely beautiful, right?
Man, this is probably one of the best ones they've come out with.
You wanna fight it out for that champion playmat for sure. But yeah, I think having prize support for the full top 8 definitely makes spirits a little bit better here when you're not desperately trying to get into top 4.
And that's the other thing that I really love about Versus here is that they make sure that when they do these set championships, we're not just trying to get you that one card or the mat. They're also putting in to get the players packs to open and really add to the experience. Which I go to card shops all over in Florida here, and that is definitely not always the case. So huge shout out to Versus Games. Always really appreciate them putting these on and making sure it's always a good experience for the player as well as the viewer.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to give nothing but a great shout out to this venue for sure. Definitely come check it out if you're in the Orlando, Oviedo, southern, western Florida area.
100%.
Come check it out.
100%.
So it looks like players are just about done mulliganing, and we're going to get right into game 2. Carlos, being the loser, is probably going to go first here.
I'm liking that Jack and Sally tattoo. It looks like 0 around his forearm.
Nice.
Carlos right over there. I always like, because I have a Disney sleeve I'm working on, so whenever I see other people with their Disney tattoos, I start to,
nice.
Maybe I need to add one of those in there.
Yeah, super cool.
All right, looks like Carlos is going to be mulliganing. Did he mulligan anything?
It looks like he mulliganed a couple cards.
He did do a couple. I just didn't see. He shuffles so fast.
But yeah, I mean, I'm looking over this list, and I really hope that we can see some of these cards come alive that we haven't really got a chance to see very much. Again, the one Donald Duck strutting his stuff here from Nick is kind of crazy. Why is that in there? Like he was saying he has one copy of that in his deck even between rounds, and I never got the chance to ask him why he plays that card.
Um, I'd have to look up the flavor text of the Donald Duck card because I don't know exactly what it says that that card does. I know it has something to do with items. It's. I remember when it first came out, people tried to synergize it with that engineer bell, but I'm not 100% sure exactly what it does.
Yeah, both these players are playing 61 card lists, so obviously he thinks that 61st, that precarious 61st slot is worth it for this Donald Duck character. So, all right, we're going to get right here into game number 2. Carlos simply inking and playing a Chernobog and passing.
Yeah, it seems to be both players have their first couple moves, ideal moves, kind of planned out. Um, it it seems like both players have the hard part down of this game, which is how do I mulligan my hand? Because I have not seen either one of them come out of this with just a brick in their hands. You know what I mean? To start out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely an understated part of how to set up against certain matchups is what do you mulligan, right? Popsicle here from Nick. Gonna quest here for Carlos. Go to 1. Inking the 5-cost Elsa to play out a Tipo.
And just like that, skipping turn 3 altogether.
Yeah, the card is crazy good. Like,
Yeah.
I know it's not as good in some people's minds as like a Detective Mickey or something like that, but it is a really good card still.
It's a one jump ahead that's inkable, it's a body, and it lets you choose what's going in there.
Honestly, I defended it like in the Tipo Detective Mickey debate. I was a Tipo choice.
Yeah.
But I think at the general consensus is either play both or play Detective Mickey. But still a great card. All right, going to see Snake come out here, bouncing the Tipo back to his hand. Mr. Smee from Nick, again, just putting in work. It's just, you can't really as freely quest with things you don't want to die with that card out there.
Yep.
Going to, again, bounce and ink that same card. Going to quest here for 1, go to 2 for Carlos.
It's such a
And just
great
pass.
play for the Tipo.
Oh, no,
to
I'm
get
sorry.
the
I thought he
most out of
passed, but
him.
instead he's playing the set 3 broom
Oof.
that can kill himself to draw a card. Going to ink.
Cheapo. Or Chenpo.
No need for the bodyguard here. Going to simply play the quill down to match. You got to match the ramp, right? Your opponent starts ramping. You got to ramp too if you're in the same situation.
Ooh.
Nice cannons there. Not letting him have any advantages here.
Yep, taking away all that card draw, which he really needs.
Is he in top? Okay, no, his hand is off to the side. I was going to say, man, he got into top deck mode fast.
There we go.
All right, Rabbit. That's always something you want to see. It looks like he does have a friend in his hand that the Rabbit can either sing next turn.
Yeah, those rabbits are just too important not to have in your deck as a purple player. I think that getting the bouncing of the rabbit into your flow is super important. And I've seen like most of the decks we've seen today with purple just don't play rabbit at all, which it just seems very surprising to me.
I mean, Rabbit is just a body with a +1, right? I mean,
Ooh, all
at
right.
least a +1.
Getting rid of that fishbone quill, Cogsworth, and a Tinkerbell.
That is what Nick wants to see. That's not good if you're Carlos here.
Yep.
Gonna ink
the Cogsworth.
That's an interesting choice.
Wow.
Dude, Mr. Smee is just too good. You got to get him out there, man.
Yeah. Valuing the board spread one hit that Tinkerbell's gonna do, I think that's gonna make sure to take out the Chernobog, and I really think that's his main concern right there.
Nick getting on the board here with 2 lore questing with that Mr. Smee. He will go to 2 damage at the end of this turn here. Drawing 2 off the friends. Again, Rabbit singing it. That's such a fun combo to play Rabbit, draw a card, sing friends, draw 2 more. Quest with Chernobog's followers and die to draw a card, go to 5. Again, though, he's just playing smaller pieces of the Madame Mim and Merlin engines. Hopefully he can get something bigger out here, maybe an elephant, maybe a Hades.
Ooh.
Okay, pretty good. Now, if only Hiram was tapped, then he could actually attack in there, but...
Yeah. I think that's why he's saving that fox and not throwing it into the Smee. Also, just because, like, if you don't have to, why would you?
Yeah, but man, Smee has been putting in work. You gotta, like, he had to trade a fully healthy snake just to get rid of that damaged Smee. Like, that's crazy.
Yep. Yeah, you always want to be able to, especially when the Smee already has damage.
It
It
doesn't feel
stings.
good. Yeah.
Yeah. Oof.
That's a good response.
There goes that big tink coming down, putting that 1 damage on the Fox. Not going to be enough attack on the board to take out that Hiram if he quests.
So yeah, Mr. Smee's taking 1 damage here. But Hades is just going to spot
Oh,
remove that Tinkerbell.
I
It
love
looks
that.
like
Really, that could not have hurt Nick more because now he has to hardcast either one of those songs in his hand.
is that Let It Go in his hand?
It's gonna be. I think he might have just drawn a Let It Go when you said that, but it was a whole new world and a Grab Your Swords before.
For some reason I thought it was Hades, but it's Grab Your Sword.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Nick plays Hades, but Carlos does. But he's going to ink the Let It Go.
Yeah, hit him with the whole
So
new
I don't
world.
care about your Hades. He's fine.
Definitely a little bit of a boost to Carlos right there, man. I mean, he was hurting for some cards, and now he's got a full fresh hand, and
Yeah, I mean,
he gets to capitalize on that before Nick does, which is oof. You love to see it.
Nick needed this, though. I mean, he has no items, and without items, Hiram might as well be a 1/6 vanilla.
Yep,
And he needed a way to draw cards
definitely.
at the end of the day.
Ooh, did you see that
Yep.
Elsa in hand? Has he got enough? It looks like he does.
I love that card, man.
Yeah, that's super, super
I also love
good.
Rafiki. Man, I just love so many cards. Blurple, I love you.
Oh,
Elsa coming
brutal.
out, tapping down.
That is such an underrated card.
And he's
How did that card fall out?
questing with Hades for 2. Well, it's time for her to come back, man.
Man.
It's time for her to come back. It's her moment in the sun, no pun
Telling ya.
intended.
It's the uninkability. That's just got to be it.
It really is brutal when you get her early game and you
Yeah.
have no baby Elsa to shift onto. It's just a dead card.
Yeah. There's that popsicle. Ooh. Oh, and a Tamatoa. Oh man, next round or next turn for Nick is going to be explosive.
Though if Carlos has a Let It Go or another Hades or some kind of removal here, Nick's not in a great spot. He can very easily get rid of his tap down cards.
There. Oh, and that was a goat. Okay.
And he's also looking at another way. He's questing for 5 this turn.
Yep. Going up to 10 right now with the Elsa.
Is that a
Oh, is he going to bounce
yo?
it?
Is that a set 1 Ursula? What is
He's
that?
going to bounce it. Let's go.
With
I
the
think
elephant.
that's so good.
And that's a 3/7 body right there, man. Like that's
Yup.
not nothing to joke about either. Like that can take out Mickey by himself.
Man, so now he has that Hades taking out the Mickey, which is an interesting play. I think
I don't hate it
He
actually.
wants to get rid of. I mean,
I think because now you're threatening the attack in with Elephant and Hades to take out the Hiram.
yeah, it's definitely interesting. I always in my games I always prioritize lore. So when I see someone prioritize something different, I try to like, oh, I wonder what they're gonna do now. How's the? Because you know that's not it. There's obviously a plan.
I mean, maybe he's also trying to incentivize his Tamatoa into attacking into Hades.
Yeah.
I mean, that is an 8/8 that you have to consider.
So he would be able to quest for 4, going up to 15. If he bounces the goat, he'll be at 16, 17 if he plays it again.
Yeah, that goat is actually super relevant here. Maybe he should have quested with the Hades. I don't know. It's gonna come down to the math. It's gonna be
It would
rough
be close.
if it's too shy. Oh
I'm
man.
telling you, it would have been really close. That's why I'm like, the Mickey didn't seem too threatening to me. I'm curious to what sauce Carlos has cooking up.
So I see the Cogsworth there. See, he doesn't have that many items though to really take advantage of Tamatoa here. He like a lucky dime. Could you imagine? Does he have one in hand?
He does, yeah. So if he
I
plays
see it there. Yeah,
and
why he needs to play that?
That's what I'm saying. It seems like the only play because right now if he plays that, he's gonna be up to I think like 11 or 12. He's putting the you win next turn or I win next turn clock on a Carlos, and that makes the 2 lore insanely relevant from Hades.
True.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play. He's gonna have to play the lucky dime.
The thing is though, maybe Nick's trying to play around. He knows how much removal Carlos has. That's the only thing I can think is that Nick's trying to be careful. Just make sure that he is always able to quest each turn and get to that finish line, because if Carlos has, say, removal for Tamatoa and then he goes too deep and then gets rid of Hiram, though he has Aerial in hand, so really no need to be conservative here, really.
Looks like he's making room for a character. Oh, he's gonna play Ariel and Cogsworth.
I mean, that's pretty great. That's a good combination of characters to play. Gonna
He's
pop the
definitely not
popsicle
doing
here.
the fish, or the lucky dime if he's popping popsicles.
Yeah, that's okay though. I mean, he just needs to pick a strategy and go with it. And obviously, he's not on the lucky dime, which you know what? Maybe he knows something we don't.
Yep, there you go. He's setting it up for next turn. He's saying you can get next turn. You have to do a whole lot of bouncing to get the win, or be very sneaky to get the win. And if you don't kill me, I will get the win with my diamond that I have in hand. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
that's 5 lore with Ariel plus the dime. That's 10 lore. He just needs that Cogsworth and Ariel. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, going back to rounds 1 and 2, I was always saying Sapphire Steel's not in any rush. He might have to be in a rush here because you got Goat on the field. Carlos might have.
If he plays the Elsa, he's gonna lock up those Tamatoa and Ariel, which would be huge.
Then he can quest for 4, go to 15. Even if he bounces, they go to that 16. Dude, this.
Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, interesting.
Whoa. You know, he's going to say, I don't want you drawing any more cards, but I don't think I like that move, actually.
No, he doesn't realize that he doesn't realize that he has to stop the Ariel, and if he doesn't, Nick will win. Oh.
Okay, let's see here.
Personally, I would never choose exerted cards over non-exerted cards in that scenario.
I think it depends on what the exerted cards are.
But you can kill Hiram with what you have on board. You can't kill that Ariel.
Yeah, I think he's thinking that he doesn't have to worry about killing Hiram. He can just quest and win next turn. So we're questing for at least 6 here.
There it is, doing the math. That's 12 right there. Nick pushing his way into top 4. Just like that, it can be that close. One decision, questing with Hades early or getting rid of Ariel as the potential quest threat. Could either of those shook it up enough to push it in his favor? We don't know, but we know that Nick was able to keep his cool and stay. And that's the other thing. You got to keep your poker face on.
Absolutely.
If Nick would have let on that he had that lucky dime in any way, it would have been a completely different game that he would have been playing against. So that's such an interesting way that one shook out.
I think absolutely. We're seeing more and more people learning how to utilize these Steel Sapphire strategies.
Yep.
Blurple, I think, was a really interesting deck, had a lot of opportunities to come back. I mean, it was really close.
Yes.
Even if he quested with that Hades, he would have been at 17 lore, so I don't think he would have quite made it. I think it wasn't that the Blurple wasn't there. It was that the Sapphire Steel from Nick was just really, really good.
100%. 100%. I'm definitely eager to speak with Carlos a little bit, pick his brain a little bit, see where he was at on the last move, because I think that's the best part about this game is how I think about things, how you think about things. That's going to be different than how Nick thinks about things and Carlos thinks about things, and each one of those matches, even with the exact same cards in the exact same order, would go differently.
Yeah, I mean, as people learn the meta more and more, like you said, with things like Pixelborn no longer being around, a lot of people come out just for these big tournaments.
Yes.
A lot of people test just for these big tournaments. So I feel like in the coming weeks, we will see a more accurate and fleshed out version of what the meta for set 5 really looks like as we go into set 6.
Exactly, and that's what I was going to say. And as soon as we figure out what set 5's meta is, it'll be set 6 time.
Exactly. That's how it always goes, doesn't it?
100%.
Yep.
Definitely got to keep it fresh, keep it new, and that's what we like to do. So that was a really great top 8 game, and now we're going to get ready to get into our top 4. Players are going to be competing there to get to the top 2, where that's when those mats are going to come into place. I think that all the players are also playing for some prize support, so we're going to be playing for packs, Enchanteds, which they already have, and the map. So whole lot on the line today.
Big congratulations to all of our top 8, including those who are leaving the tournament now and those who are going on to top 4. Everybody's playing fantastically. We're seeing a lot of deck
100%.
variety, a lot of fun strategies here today. So thank you again. We will be back with the top 4 after just a short break. And until then, stay tight. Welcome back to the top 4, the semifinals here at the Shimmering Skies, excuse me, set championship here at Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida. I am OT Silence here with Mushu. How you doing, man?
I'm excited. I mean, we just had a really, really, really good matchup. And just so we're going to be having a lot of people in the comments of this video talking about our last match and how
How
Ariel.
we're not intelligent people.
I sometimes everybody makes mistakes. It's okay. So Ariel from the last match had Ward, and that's why she wasn't selected, and that makes a whole lot of sense. So we just came off of that match. It was super, super exciting to see everyone, all those back and forths, and now we get to see Matt, third time today on the stream, going against John. John's first time today on the stream.
Love the Beast Gargoyle playmat here.
Mm-hmm.
So as you know, Matt A is going to be playing Emerald Steel, as we've seen him playing the mid-range control variant, looking to discard opponent's cards, play out some sad boy beasts, morph to shift into things. And we have John over here. He's going to be playing, it looks like, Emerald Amethyst, which we have yet to see today. Very exciting to see that. This was actually the deck that I played in Inklands format before Bucky kind of took over in set 4. I love like that tempo bounce strategy, and this is kind of an evolution of that. People have found a way to make this deck work a little bit. It looks like we're going to get right into game number 1 here, inking a big tank to play Diablo, and he's just getting a peek right away.
Oh, you see that card right there? Is that the no? It's Mother Gothel. I thought that was the
Yeah,
queen from set like 2 or 3.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
was like, oh my gosh.
yeah, this deck plays like Hyena. It plays Mother Gothel. It plays lots of bounce stuff. I think it's most lists still play some Kit Cloud Clicker. So lots of bounce. Like it's basically an evolution of that set 3 era green purple bounce deck. Some play Deceiver of All, not all lists do. And we're just gonna see him ink the Cogsworth here.
Yeah.
Playing Sago.
Some definitely interesting cards coming out of John's deck list today. Some
the
stuff that
Benja.
we have not seen today from other
Yeah.
decks, but also some stuff that we have not seen for a few sets. So very interested to see how it plays out against Matt's deck, which has consistently today shown itself to be a very dominating force. Now, Matt is 5-1, which means he has won 5 of his matches and he's lost 1. John 4-0-2 means he won 4 and then decided he wanted to take a couple games of just taking it easy.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these players having that 2 matches of rest that can either really help you or really set you back mentally.
Yeah, you never know. If you're right in the groove, maybe you don't want that. Ooh, discarding 2 rabbits, Elsa, and a Clarabelle with that whole new world. Though that's a lot of
Turn 3
uninkables,
Whole New
though,
World.
so maybe not the worst. And he draws another Clarabelle, if you can believe it.
There's nothing better than when you get to 1, see your opponent's hand, and then 2, delete
He
it.
just drew another Clarabelle. So he's going to ink one of them. Don't love to see that many this early on, but I mean, at least it's you got inkables, right? You can be in a much worse spot.
Yep.
He has Big Boy Robin Hood out now, though, so you have to be careful about what you quest with.
Yeah. Ooh. Not able to play it just yet, but that Lyle is definitely going to help him out in this matchup for sure.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. Wow, what a great hand that Matt pulled himself into with that whole new world. Some really heavy hitters on the top end there.
Looks like we're just going to quest for 2 here.
Now, I don't think that Hyena, I think it's Bonsai. I don't think he does anything. Or is it Shenzi? I can't
I
see.
always mix the 2 up.
Yeah. I'm going to look at his list. Looks like it's a Bonsai.
It's Bonsai.
Yeah.
I think Bonsai is really the one that sees more play,
Mm-hmm.
but I can never remember which is which from the movie. Gonna play Mr. Smee.
Oof. So I think in this matchup, the Pete is probably the most useless that it's going to be.
Yeah, so that's why you don't really have much of an issue inking it.
Yeah.
And again, you see here, that's what I was saying. It's difficult sometimes to challenge, or to quest when you're facing down a Robin Hood because he just killed the bonsai.
Yeah.
But he still gets the 2 lore for it, bringing Matt up to 4 lore total.
Yeah. I think that, and then having the threat of yet another one coming into play is really tough. You want to be able to sing that. You want to be able to sing the friends on the other side with the fox, and it kind of is a lot less tempting when you want to also get rid of that Robin Hood with it.
Ooh, Rourke is coming out here though,
Ooh, there you go.
and we're seeing lots of. We're gonna, and that Smee's gonna eventually damage itself too. So like you're gonna see lots of damaged characters out here. There's a potential here
There
that
we
Matt
go.
could be starting to lose some lore.
There we go. So taking out that trade with the Robin Hood with the fox is great. Now we're going to have that Lyle putting the Reckless onto Smee. Unfortunately, though, no target. So doesn't really help him. It just allows him to not quest, which in this situation, it it can help you, but it also isn't the best because now you're not getting the damage on Smee. You don't have a target for another attack, and the Robin Hood's been there again with another shift.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, Robin Hood's one of the best shifters in the entire
yeah.
game right now, and it makes sense why Matt's playing a 4/4 line. Just getting that 2 lore, and then also when it dies, drawing a card, replacing itself, just so good. Again, and then he's actually playing Sherwood Forest, which no one plays that really. But I noticed also he's also playing the 6 cost Robin Hood, that quest for 4.
Mm-hmm. A great way to close the game out.
Alrighty. Gonna sing, grab your sword. That's a little painful.
Gonna do 2 damage to that Lyle. Now, Robin Hood is in Sherwood Forest now, which means that he has the ability to pay 1 and tap himself to banish. I'm sorry, to do 2 damage to a chosen damaged character,
Yeah.
which in this situation would take away Lyle. And it would also nullify Lyle's ability to get lore taken away from Matt on banished characters.
That was actually a lot more relevant of a grab your sword too, because he very easily could have shifted into that Clarabelle this turn if he hadn't.
I
Doesn't have
definitely
much in
think
his
Matt
hand,
took that
but
into consideration, and it's interesting because the Emerald Amethyst really loves, and also Emerald Sapphire really loves the Clarabelle in it, and can work really well with it. But I don't feel like Clarabelle works that good at all with Emerald Steel.
yeah, it depends on the setup that you get, right? Like
Yeah.
it depends on the deck. I have seen it be tested, but it doesn't work as well. But yeah, you're right. Like this deck, and then also like the green blue one, but the green blue one hasn't seen as much success, unfortunately. Looks like he's just gonna bounce with Snake. Say go. Yeah, that Robin Hood really limits what you can do, and it's actually putting in a decent counter against Lyle here, actually.
Okay. So earlier we had determined that Lyle was a 5. It has to be that Lyle is a 3, because otherwise he wouldn't have had the ink to play that. So he was able to use Lyle, bounce him, and then play him with the 5 ink that he had.
Yes, Lyle. I'm sorry if I misunderstood. Yes, Lyle
Yeah, no
costs
worries.
3.
Perfect. So,
Yeah, we'll throw him up on the screen for y'all. But
and Lyle's another one of those characters that like kind of no one talked about at all, and then just someone started using him, and then he's in a lot of deck lists now. Like he's all over the place.
yeah, I started to see him towards the end of set 3, beginning of set 4 meta. People kind of realized, man, this guy's kind of broken. Um, Especially if with you can, I saw him being paired with like set 1 John Silver.
Yes.
And like a lot of like things giving reckless, right? And then
Mhm.
making your opponent challenge in and kill your stuff and hurting themselves in the process. It didn't see widespread success really, but now it's starting to come back up as people try to reinvent the bouncy tempo deck that did
Yeah.
exist successfully back then with like the 4 Deceiver Vols and all those.
And he definitely does cause tons of problems for your opponent if you don't answer him in the right way.
But again, like we're seeing that transition, right? Because like set 3 Emerald Amethyst was much more of an aggro deck, right? You played
Mhm.
Cursed Merfolk, you played Chernobog's Followers. This, you're playing Mother Gothel, you're playing the Lyle. Like you're going a much grindier route. You're trying to defend, so you can get out your big Clarabelles, things like that. Lots more shift targets. It's just a very different deck to what it was. I think the whole format as a whole has slowed down. And again, we keep talking about how good of a meta choice aggro could be, but I think the reason why control has been so successful is there's so many answers to things, and it is sometimes hard to have not brick multiple rounds in a row in a long tournament with something like an aggro deck.
Yeah. It really is
The
just hoping
control
for
is
a
just
lot of
so
luck.
strong, man. Like the steel, especially the steel control, is just so
Yeah.
strong.
And it's every set kind of seems to get closer and closer to set or turns 2. You know what I mean? Where before you were starting to do damage at turn 3, but now you can do a whole lot by turn 3. Like
Yeah.
you can be doing like with the right combinations, you can be taking out characters turn 1.
So it looks like Matt is going to quest here. He has the Sad Boy Beast out now, so he's going to start drawing lots of cards.
Yeah, I think we haven't seen the Sherwood Forest really play an integral part. Do you think that having that location in the deck is something that Matt's going to continue after this, or do you think maybe he's trying it out and it's not going to make the cut?
I'm not 100% sure. Again, it hasn't really had a chance to shine in this tournament yet,
Mm-hmm.
but he does play 11 copies of Robin Hood, so it kind of makes sense for him to play it, right?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a very situational card depending on the number of Robin Hoods that you're playing, what color you're pairing it with.
Do you think that there's any viability to playing a card like Robin's Bow instead?
I think Robin's Bow is just a little too slow. That's my main issue with it.
Okay.
Also, there's so much item removal in the game now.
Yeah.
People preparing against, again, like Ruby Sapphire, like Amber Steel Song with the Lantern variation becoming extremely popular.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much item removal that, I mean, we saw how successful Benja was, right? I
Mhm.
mean, in this last matchup that decided to play him. I think it's just not as viable. I think like locations are much harder to remove. Yeah, that's really my main point. That's my main problem with the bow.
Yeah.
I did test it out. I tested it, and I think it just doesn't quite work. It needs
Yeah.
a little bit more support. All right, so we're gonna see the Deceiver here. Look, he's just revealing. So he has the big Robin Hood, a Diablo, and a big Tink.
And there's a song. That feels good if you're Matt, being able to dodge that Ursula just by one card.
Ooh, Tink's gonna put in work here. Yeah, you're just free to quest with the beast because.
Mm.
Oh no! Is he attacking in?
I believe he attacked with the beast, but he didn't take any damage, so it doesn't make any sense. Maybe
I'm confused about what just happened, but maybe it's us yapping and we didn't see something. It looked like he attacked with the beast, but I don't know why he doesn't have any damage from Borg. Maybe he just forgot to put it on there.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Because it's definitely relevant because then he'll be able to draw cards if he doesn't have a damage counter on there.
Yeah, so we're gonna get that checked out, make sure it's our mistake and not theirs. It looks like our judge is clarifying things here. So it looks like he doesn't have damage.
I guess there's a secondary thing to Sherwood's Forest. I didn't see him move him to end.
Exerted on Forest to deal 2 damage to Lyle. I think it's something to do with this guy.
Oh, so he must have moved him to
he must
the
have moved him
Sherwood
to the
Forest,
Sherwood
and we
Forest.
missed it.
Okay, that's what we missed.
Usually when
We're
people
yapping.
have somebody in the well, there's that, but there's also usually when somebody moves something into their location, they'll put it touching the location, and I think you're just kind of in the same line. Everybody's a little different, and so we're just kind of now learning that's how Matt does it. So we'll have that for future. It looks like he just shifts them over to the side the location's on.
And we were yapping.
Well, I mean that's that's okay. And then so character also gains ward while they're there too. So that's another super relevant.
That's extremely
flavor
relevant. Yeah, I actually we have not seen the boss Ursula yet up until now. This is exciting to see a new card come out, and we just have another bonsai.
Now that's Ursula was actually last set champs promo card, which that is not the promo card right there. That is just a foil card. That is probably the card that has the most variants right now. As the regular, foil, enchanted, promo,
and the oh, you already said that. Never mind. I need to go to bed. It's been a long time. I was about to say the promo. I'm like, you literally just said the promo.
It's all good. That's why they pay me the big bucks.
Yeah.
Now we got John paying a bonsai on the field. Looks like the Tinkerbell has moved into the Sherwood Forest as well. Now it looks like they have all moved into the Sherwood Forest, if I'm reading that movement of the location correctly.
Yeah, I think that must be okay. So that is good to know that this is how Matt decides to do this. But now he's going to be drawing any time that Diablo is exerted, which is, again, just going to give him even more of a board state.
Bonsai going to go ahead and finish off the beast with that trade.
Nice. He has the Elsa in hand. That could be relevant here.
Going to go ahead and smash into the Sherwood Forest for 2 damage.
So I'm assuming he's keeping the Tink tapped down because Diablo would probably just help him.
Oh, look, I guess we changed our mind.
Okay.
Oh, because they have Ward. So he was assuming that he was going to be able to use the effect on the Tinkerbell.
But he can't because it's in the Sherwood Forest. It
And
gives it Ward.
Yep. So instead, he's going to be playing the Clarabelle. Not really gaining much of a benefit from that right now, but
Could draw him cards,
Yeah.
maybe.
And plus, when you got nothing else to play, you got to play what you got. I think that the Ward bit of information right there is.
Yeah, you were just asking if that card's worth playing. I think
Yeah.
it's showing its value right now.
Yeah, I think that that's the part we missed, right? Where paying something to activate is kind of tough, but anything with Ward is good.
Ward is one of the best, is easily the best ability in the game, I think.
Yep.
And there he is.
Big Robin Hood now has Ward on the field as a 4/5 that quests for 4, and there's nothing that you can do about it until you get rid of the Sherwood Forest. Yeah,
And-
I think that this is where it's definitely
Yeah,
supposed to be
especially
doing.
being able to move there for free.
Yeah,
This is where we're
Huge.
seeing it shine. We asked and Matt said, "Okay, here, let me show you."
I got you guys. No worries.
So Diablo is now exerted, so he will be drawing whenever John draws a card.
Going up to 7 lore. John at 3
Right.
playing that Elsa now
But no target because of Ward. But he will attack the Diablo.
because it has evasive. So that at least will give him a
rush
good benefit.
Is
right
very
there.
relevant there. So he's going to be able to nip that in the bud. But he also has to, like you said, deal with that
Ooh.
Sherwood Forest, man.
That's a good card.
Is that a
Lyle
cursed
and a
merfolk?
cursed folk.
How many
That's
merfolk is he playing?
I think like 3. Is it 3 or 4?
Cursed merfolk. Oh, this is the wrong list. That's why we're looking.
Oh, just 1?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's
Oh.
a one of cursed merfolk. This is fascinating.
That's a very interesting tech card. And then going sideways up to 13. Uh-oh. There it is. Hands behind the head.
It's the signature move.
Uh-oh. He's locked in. If John only knew.
That is it. That when you see Matt put his hand behind his head like that, you know that you're probably about to lose.
Yep. Oh. Man, yeah, he's kind of saying, I know those color combinations, and yeah, what do you got? That's gonna be really tough. The Lyle is really helpful because it's gonna force a attack instead of a quest. That is gonna be tough hill for John to climb right here.
The Ward is really what's going to kill him
100%.
because, again, that Sherwood Forest has a pretty hefty willpower. I mean, you're going to have to establish a board, and John's just going to scoop.
Might as well have been a handshake when those hands go behind the head
Yeah.
for Matt right there. I tell you what.
Again, the streak has been proven correct every time.
Yep.
The hands go behind the head. The scoop is sure to follow.
Yep. That's, just like in poker, you got to learn your opponent's tells. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And I think that, now Matt has been on the stream, 3 or 4 times today.
This is the third game today that we're seeing him.
So, I mean, those are the pros and cons of becoming famous.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Now, I think that Matt is definitely on his way for a good third game here. It puts himself in a good position.
Third game, huh?
Sorry, second match here. Sorry, second round here. When it comes to this next matchup, do you happen to know who's going first?
So I believe John is probably going to go first here.
John's going.
I would imagine.
John's going first. But do you know? I'm sorry. Do you know who went first this round? Is what I meant to ask.
I believe Matt went first.
Matt
last
went
game.
first. Okay, so got it.
So Matt is now one game away, one singular game of Lorcana away from a playmat.
What kind of play, Matt? He'll have to figure that out next round. But
Yeah.
he's very close to it. He can smell it. Now, I think that both of these players are, at this point, long has it been? It's been 7 hours of just straight playing Lorcana.
Hmm.
If you've never played Lorcana for that long, it does get a little tough. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So
playing any card game in these longer tournaments, yeah, that level of uh,
brain fatigue.
like I'm having right now, trying to
Yep,
think of the vocabulary that I'm trying to establish. Um,
that's a really good example you just did right there.
yeah, yeah, just having the endurance, that was the word I was looking
Okay, perfect.
for a 10-hour day, 12-hour day, 13, 14-hour day of playing a trading card game,
Yeah.
which when you're at this level of competition is basically just critical thinking for
Hmm.
an hour straight per
Yep.
round. Uh, it is. It's tiring. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
And that's definitely going to play a role here.
Because I know when I play, I'm put my hand under the chin and paint me because I'm the thinker. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like I'm really trying to figure out everything I could possibly think. Oh my goodness,
What a hand, man.
two of
That
those
is a
Earthlas.
crazy hand,
Mm-hmm.
especially with the deceiver to shift.
Yep.
Yeah, but we got double Diablo giving us the intel.
Yeah, and then he's gonna be able to shift that Diablo next turn, getting that card draw activated right away. Mmm.
That's a pretty good hand too.
Yep, it's going to go ahead and get rid of one of those Strength of Raging Fires, which is always good when you're going against a green deck to have two songs in your hand,
Yeah, absolutely.
and be okay with losing either one.
Deceiver's just such a great card. Arguably the best common out of the entire Inkland set.
For sure. Uncommon, definitely. Agreed.
Uncommon, thank you.
The shifting here and then having Morph on turn 2,
Yep.
I, I think that's the new Bucky play. You know what I mean? I think a lot of these people in the Emerald Steel, that's like their go-to second turn if they don't need to snipe something with Ursula. And I just think it's so strong because now you open yourself up to Beast, Robin Hood, and the next turn after that, Tinkerbell.
Yeah, absolutely. The shift targets are, wow, the double deceiver there. That's rough.
Dang.
I mean, great on John. I mean, he's putting his strategy fully to the test. He's keeping the tempo. Rafiki, we haven't really seen this since that set 3 version of this Amethyst Emerald deck. But Rafiki can really be a good tempo swing. That Challenger 3 can really be helpful, especially against something like Diablo. All right, Morph is gonna be looking to, like you said, turn into. Yep, there it is. Robin
Yep.
Hood turn 3. Yeah, I feel like that is the new go-to play. I think you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, because I mean that's just so strong and dominating, and you saw it last game. Being able to turn 3 into the whole new world, it's brutal. It looks like he's ready to go into a grab your swords depending on
Gonna
what comes
ink
down.
the Ursula here, actually.
That Ursula doesn't seem to get much play.
Yeah, I feel very mixed on it. I think like its abilities are very strong, right? But it's too situational and too
Yeah.
expensive, I think.
Yep.
But some people make it work. It has placed, so gonna play out a rabbit, draw a card here. I mean, if you're John here, what are you hoping that you draw? Like, what are you looking for most of anything against something that against a fully established Robin Hood Diablo board? That's pretty intimidating.
Yeah, and that's the hard part about that color combination is it's like as good as those colors are, like you really don't like that. I think that why we saw so much steel today is because steel has so much bite, and like why we used to see so much as a ruby was because it was the only thing with bite.
Yeah,
And I think that now you see these other color combinations where it's like, man, they're so good against everything except steel.
and I think also Steel's removal is very specifically AoE.
Yep.
And there's so much ward and evasive in today's format that you kind of need options that don't
Yep.
target but can still remove.
And the other thing is, whereas some ink colors have like a really big drawback to the abilities and what they're doing, the biggest drawback to green's abilities is its willpower.
Yeah.
You're gonna have all these unbelievable abilities on a 2-body.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, okay, that can die to everything.
Yeah, and that's why grab your sword after 5 sets is still a top
So
tier
good.
ability. Yeah.
So good.
But he does have the crab double in here to take care of the Robin Hood. He does have a Rourke. So Lyle's going to start chipping away lore if he can get some synergy going here. Diablo's going to definitely want to exert every turn.
He has 2 Diablos in his hand and another like on the field. Like, ooh.
Yeah, Matt is not going to be struggling for cards anytime soon.
Man.
Again, John, I'm happy that he was able to remove the Robin Hood, and he has an Elsa in hand, which is good, but Crab is not really gonna do it here.
If Matt plays that Diablo, that's really it doesn't take away the value of the Elsa in his hand, but man, it takes it down a notch.
Yep, and there goes the second Diablo, gonna quest to 8. I mean, look, Matt slowly but surely with these little one lore questers
Yep.
has worked his way up to almost halfway.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Oh, another Sea Witch going into the Inkwell.
The rush, Elsa gonna tap down. Looks like he's deciding still. Yeah, he's gonna pick Rourke here, and then attack in. That 0 power on Diablo definitely making it. Didn't he debuff? No, never mind. I'm tripping again. I'm sorry.
No worries. And then, ooh, his own Ursula coming down. Oh, getting rid of his card draw is massive right now. That's oh, you can see it on John's face. That's absolutely destructive. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that hurts so bad.
Matt has a full grip, and then John has a fox. And then there it is. That hurts.
Yeah.
You know that Elsa has enough to take out all 3, but that's all it's doing every time, and he's still getting benefit each turn because of it.
Now, back in set 3 when this was top tier, this purple-green deck, even then, its biggest issue was it doesn't have the removal that Steel has. And I think as we've moved into set 4 and now into set 5, with Steel becoming much more dominant than purple in this color combination, I think we're seeing firsthand why that's the case. Really, John has no way to remove these Diablos. He has no evasive characters, and he has very little removal. So it's going to be tough for him to try and deal with Matt drawing all these cards with if he can get some kind of reckless synergy going on, losing lore, or simply chipping away with Lyle here. It's going to be tough, and you're going to have to depend on things like your Elsas to tap things down, do like different types of strange strategies that way. Well, I like what he's doing here with Fox. What's going on? Attacking in with okay, he's killing the Lyle with Fox, basically. Jump.
I would have bounced the Elsa. She's at 4
I
damage.
was confused why he bounced the Crab. Did he need the extra damage to kill Lyle?
No, I don't think, because Lyle's at 4, she's at 4.
Did he just want the Crab drop again?
Maybe.
Maybe. I mean,
But I would think I would value that extra. I would just because he wants to be able. This is why I'm assuming is because he wants to also be able to play it at the end of this turn instead of just have nothing to play. But man, I value that Elsa right now so much. It's
Yeah.
my only way to deal with half that stuff, and now she's gone. Now that Diablo, he's there.
yeah. I mean, he was going to be there regardless because Elsa can't deal with that because, I mean, he can tap it down for a turn, but, like, he's evasive, so.
So is she.
I'm just going to give you my wallet at this point, man. It's like the 20th time today.
How'd you think she was attacking him the last 2 times?
I don't know. I wasn't really.
Gonna put that Clarabelle down now. That Clarabelle
We're
going
gonna make like
to
a compilation of you just owning me on this stream. All right, Clarabelle coming out here.
able to really refill that hand. That's probably the most benefit that Clarabelle has gotten in a while. And then so much so, Michael State, our judge, is coming over and he's like, well, let's double check that. Let's make sure everything is working the way it's supposed to right there. Man, that is definitely.
So Matt's at 12 lore now. So he's already over halfway. He's going to be chipping away with 1 lore each with these evasive questers. He just needs a couple more to get over that line. I'm not sure what the discrepancy here is 100%.
I think that there's a question on the Clarabelle trigger and how it because I think that they're trying to figure out if Clarabelle triggers, and then Matt also wants to see if he can get the trigger off of her. You know what I'm saying? So, Clarabelle's trigger happens at the end of John's turn. And does that trigger finish before the ready happens of Matt, and it does. So Matt should be allowed to draw
Draw
those
those cards.
cards,
Yeah, yeah.
but because it's a one, it's a May trigger, and two, it does not. That's kind of how the bag works, right? You have to fully resolve this turn before this one starts, and because of that, that card hasn't gone side, or that card hasn't readied up yet.
Hmm.
And so I'm hoping that that's the call that gets played on the field. We're getting clarification right now from Marc. I'm gonna step away for a second.
Yeah. We're just waiting on this judgment here, folks. I appreciate you being patient here. Appreciate you being patient with us as well. It's been a long day, and we really do appreciate y'all hanging out and tuning in. It has been a fantastic tournament. Again, shout out to Versus Games for hosting this tournament here in Oviedo. Definitely a great group of people here, and a great tournament. Really excited to see these players. It looks like it has been resolved, so Matt is going to ink here and simply return to play. Now, John does have that Clarabelle, but he's still struggling really to set up anything else. He's behind on lore. Not much of a board presence. Again, without that Elsa, he has no real way to combat the Diablo. So, okay, looks like Tinkerbell is going to come down.
It is what we were talking about, how the stack of the triggers was supposed to relieve. There has been a lot more talk recently because of how things like the Muses and Diablo can be resolved in certain orders. Prince John is one that also, whereas Diablo says that you may draw cards, it doesn't say you have to draw all the cards. Prince John's wording does force you to draw all of the amount of cards, but sometimes if you choose to draw one, you don't realize how much cards you have in your deck. You could deck yourself.
Yeah. So it looks like he finally did find another evasive character coming out. So potential response here to Diablo, but still Matt is going to be able to shift into bigger Robin Hood next turn.
So he's going to tap the Tinkerbell. Now,
Going to kill the Diablo here.
the Elsa still want to take out that Diablo. You don't want to give them any more card draw. And then Clarabelle coming in and mollywopping the Tinkerbell. Whew.
That's pretty cool there.
Yeah. And then John's still going to be able to get that as much value as possible out of Clarabelle. So he's going to use an ink as much as he can so that way he gets that draw off of Matt. Because I think Matt has 5.
Yeah, that rush on Elsa is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Like
super
being able to take out the Diablo this turn, not letting him get another single trigger off of it. That's very, very effective here. And then again, we get another Lyle in play.
He just drew a lot of cards right there. Both players playing with an absolute stack in their hands.
This is crazy. John actually has a really solid board state and a really solid hand. The question is, can he stabilize before Matt gets this extra 7 lore that he needs?
Yeah, he's going to have to really put some gas on it. Ooh, Cloud Kicker's not a bad one right now with Matt being as like pushed back as he is.
Yeah. That card actually I think is one of the more underrated cards in green. It got cut by a lot of lists, but I think most people have decided like around 2 is a good number to still keep in the deck.
He can be super helpful, especially if you combo him with things like the Muses and stuff like that.
Yep, absolutely. All right, along came Zeus coming out here, killing Lyle, and then he's simply going to trade into the Clarabelle with. I mean, that's a very good, sensible trade there. Still plenty of ink. What will he play?
And he still has a lot of removal in his hand. There's just zero reason to play that whole new world right now, so that's just waiting around. But I think he's got like 2 grab your swords behind it.
I think Smee is a very solid play here if you're just trying to build a. And then yeah, that's a great deceiver.
What you got?
Does he have any song?
I don't think he does, but he's got a whole lot of cards.
Wow, that's a lot of characters.
Wow. So he's not going to play as Pete because he's like, well, you don't even have a song. I'll just let you draw and hope for the best.
Yeah. So we're questing for 3 here. Next turn can be 16. Getting closer and closer to that magic number.
Gonna probably give that to the old Smee. Now, I think there's 2 damage right now on Elsa, so that grab your swords doesn't do any killing, just does a lot of damaging, and we definitely want to make sure that we're not just leaving stuff with a bunch of damage.
Oh, he has the second rush evasive Elsa.
Very nice.
And he's going to tap down the Deceiver here.
Now, is it going to be worth sending 2 things into the Deceiver to take it out?
I'm surprised he didn't pick the Smee, to be completely honest
Yeah.
with you.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, he's probably going to try to send the Lyle, or he's probably going to try to send things that can kill themselves in the process so that he can make Matt maybe lose some lore here.
Okay, so he's going to take it out with, yep, he's going to make him lose the lore. He's going to take it out and then quest for 1. So he's going to go up to 2. Matt's going to go down to 12. It's a small little bit, but, I mean, 1 lore, that could be all it takes right there.
Yeah,
I tell you
a
what.
couple of turns of a 2 swing like that, and, like, Matt might be in trouble.
Yep.
Again, Matt is still in a very solid spot, though. His hand is very good. Is that 3 rabbit? That's crazy.
Mm. Oh, and look at that giant Robin Hood coming down.
No cares in the world.
That Robin
He
Hood.
is chilling.
Ooh, his own Lyle. Very nice.
I can make you lose lore, too.
Very interesting. I've not seen a battle of Lyles, so I mean, realistically, that could just make this take forever.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, just that constant back and
Just a
forth.
war of attrition.
Then again, that Robin Hood questing for 4 and Smee. Like right now, Matt has 7 on the board versus John's 3.
Now, if Matt
Big
can get a
difference.
Sherwood Forest out along with that big, like, that might just be game there. Like, the question is, will we see the hands behind the head again? All right. Questing with the Elsa, it looks like. And then returning it with the fox.
Cool. So we're gonna go up to 3 lore for John. Now we have a bigger body on the field. At least for attacking sake. Ooh, and she's back.
What does he tap down? Yeah, he's going to tap down that
Ooh.
Robin Hood. Again, he can try to use the fox to kill it and make Matt lose lore in the process.
And that Cloud Kicker is definitely a solid one to, I mean, bouncing his Lyle right now is not like, it's pros and cons,
Mhm.
right? It's definitely not the best one, but hey, getting 1 less card on the field, that's pretty good. That feels nice. What is he going to send I think the Fox and like maybe an Elsa so it lives?
So fox crashes into Big Robin Hood. They both do.
Okay.
So
It's interesting. I would have probably picked the Elsa without damage so it would live.
Matt is going to lose the lore, and then
Ah, that's why.
yeah, that's why
That's
he's doing
what
it.
it
That's
is.
why
Okay,
he's
I'm
doing
so
it.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yep. And Ariel also has ward, just so you know.
Yes, thank you. And Elsa has evasive, and about 50 other things.
We're
today.
learning so much today.
See, this is why I need you, man. Bonsai coming in. Sad boy beast.
Now, every character that Matt's playing at this point seems to be 2 lore or more, and when you're already at 10, it feels like John's like just really trying to claw. Oh man, 3 rabbits still.
Ooh, the swords. That's super good.
Now, why does Lyle only get 1 damage?
Does he have resist?
I hope so. Not sure why Lyle got 1 damage right there. I think Lyle's flavor text is specifically about when he gets into play, giving somebody reckless, and then whenever one of your characters is banished, they lose a lore. But I don't know about the resist, so I'm not sure what happened there. And then we're going to bounce that Elsa after a quest, so going up to 4. That Fox coming down. And then Elsa coming back into play.
Tapping down beast.
Now we're going to use 2 to put Bonsai on the field. So I'm getting some questers on the field as well. You could take out the beast with the Elsa and the fox, which seems like a pretty tempting thing to do. I wouldn't really want to give up my Lyle if he's doing so much work of bringing Matt slowly but surely down. He's gotten all the way down to 11 from 13. He was at
Mhm.
10 a second ago. There it is. So he's going to use both of those into the beast, losing the fox and only getting a little bit of damage on the Elsa.
Again, making Matt lose some lore.
Yeah. I think the decision right there was, do I want him to lose 2 lore? But then if you use Lyle, you don't. So I
Yeah,
think
Lyle is under. Once he gets cooking and you can kill a bunch of your stuff, like you can just decimate your opponent's lead.
Yep.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, because theoretically, Matt should be at 17 lore right now.
Yeah, it's a great ability. It's just a matter of if you can get it off the ground.
Whole new world. If you're John, you're like, thank God. I had 3 rabbits in my hand,
Yeah.
and I was not getting anywhere with that.
All right, we're seeing a You're Welcome and a Cursed Merfolk.
Oh, some absolute heat from John. And not bad cards out of Matt's hand either. There never really are, but not like the crazy fire he was getting the last couple matches.
All right, looks like he's going to ink a Pete.
Could have been super relevant.
Morph. Quest with the Smee, go to 12.
And then pass. Now, I think that depending on how John decides to play this can really, really shake this matchup a lot.
Yeah.
He has so many good cards in his hand right now. That Elsa can sing the You're Welcome. The Merfolk can come down. Rafiki can come down. You can snipe a song with Ursula. You could Clarabelle if you really wanted to. Let's take a peek. Let's see where we're at. Man, all right. So Diablo, Hidden Cove, a Sad Boy Beast, and then a big old Robin Hood. So that Robin Hood comes down, and it's not immediately answered. I think he needs what, four more lore, and that'll be enough. So he's right there. He goes sideways with the Robin Hood and the Lyle. He'll be at 14. I mean, he's really really close right now. And
Yeah.
John only being at 2, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he has to make the best out of this really good hand that he was just given.
I'm thinking we get rid of that Clarabelle.
All right, Cursed
Ooh,
Merfolk.
and a goat. Wow.
Yeah, goat. It could also be relevant here, but unfortunately, like you said, John being only at 2, that pressure's just not there.
Yeah.
Matt, despite all the Lyle reductions, still has some pressure. Gonna play it to Rafiki, it looks like, and another bonsai.
Wow.
Just going to go wide here for John. I mean, he's threatening to quest with a lot, so he's starting to quest with 10 as of this moment. That's a 2-turn clock in and of itself.
Ooh, okay.
Gonna attack into Mr. Smee here. Quest for 1, go to 3 or 2. Because that's right, because of Rourke. Smee dying made him lose a lore. He quested, regained it.
Diablo coming out, looking at that hand. Clarabelle, You're Welcome, and Goat. Yeah, you see the look on Matt's face. Yee, those are all good cards.
Yeah.
Because he could potentially play the Goat, You're Welcome, his own Goat, gain 2 lore and 2 cards in the same turn. If he had a little bit more lead, there's a lot more scariness to that. But right now, Matt's like, well, if I just quest with everything.
Yeah, I mean,
wow, look at that. Both have just really built up great board states. Uh-oh.
The hand. Oh, it seemed a little bit more.
He wasn't sure. I didn't feel the confidence.
There was some
in those
trepidation
hands.
there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll know it when we see it.
Definitely. I think even Matt was like, "Whoa, it's too early. Too early." Now, let's see what John does with potentially his final turn to be able to stop Matt before he's getting that across that finish line.
All right, he's gonna sing You're
Ooh.
Welcome to that big Robin Hood.
Oof, such a small deck.
Dude, imagine if they naturally deck out. That's
So
crazy.
Matt right now looking all the way away from his cards to make sure he doesn't even think about potentially looking and seeing. I'm the same way. I'm like, I don't want to even a chance seeing what's on in the list. You know what I mean? Now we got that Clarabelle coming down with a goat.
Back at the barnyard over here on John's.
My goodness. All right, and we're just gonna go sideways for a hold. Oh, we're gonna send those into the location, which is
Honestly,
in
that
the
was the
cove.
cove, so that's actually a good
Yep.
idea.
Yep.
But it looks like he is questing with the merfolk, so that's gonna bring him up to 5. And did he quest with the deceiver?
Yes. So
Okay,
he's going
so
up to
that's
6
6.
total. Matt's at 11. He has 5 lore on board to bring him up to 16. He's gonna need 4 more lore.
Okay, that's a good
Ooh.
start. Get rid of the merfolk.
Only thing it gets rid of, but definitely opens the door for a lot more things to go away.
Elsa's darn close now
Yeah,
too.
that Diablo can actually take her out now.
Where is his swords when you need one?
Mm-hmm.
But
And then
honestly, like, let's see, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so he can't quest with that yet. So yeah, even if he
Matt's
shifts the
actually at
Robin Hood,
10
he's a
lore
couple.
now because of that Lyle kicking in again, and that's the other thing with your Matt where you're like, yeah, I need to take out your whole board, but
I,
and then bouncing the Lyle so that he can actually do it now.
that's so smart.
Yep,
Mother,
absolutely
mother knows
necessary.
best, man.
Man, that's got is he? And so now he's figuring out just how the math needs to play out. Looks like he's gonna send Diablo into Bonsai, getting rid of the higher questing threat, and then Robin Hood will take out the
Rafiki,
Rafiki so he
but
stays alive.
and he's 0 power right now, so no damage there. Gonna play out the Diablo. Though he did just lose a bunch of lore, right? Matt did.
John is at 5 and Matt is at 10 currently because he only got rid of 1 card before Lyle kicked in.
Oh yeah, that's right. He kicked the Lyle off the board. You're
Yep.
right. Okay. Man, that was such a good combo, man.
Yeah, super duper good. And then questing for 2 with the Beast, putting him up at 12 with half of his deck in his Inkwell. That's definitely a lot of options for Matt right now. Now he just has to make sure to get through this next turn. So John taking out the Beast and also one of his lore because of Lyle. Very, very impactful, that Lyle, man.
Yeah, that card's crazy. That card is the MVP of this matchup. That's absolutely for sure.
For sure. And again, that's a card that came out 2 sets ago.
Yeah.
Another Lyle. So Lyle coming back, giving Tinkerbell the Reckless. Now both people have the threat of lost lore. We're going to quest to go up to 5 and then bounce our Elsa. Use 5 more ink to play her again. Using that Elsa to tap down the Diablo and then rush into it. That is such a good play.
Nice.
Now that Lyle kicking in again. Now he's at 4. Such an interesting card, man. Like, oh my gosh.
It's really prolonging the games. I mean, if you're John here, you really have to hope that you can find a way to win this third game, if assuming you can cross the finish line here in game 2. I mean, green purple definitely has the ability to go aggro if it wants to, but I just don't know if he's set up for that because we're still in game 2 here.
Then it looks like
Ooh, Sherwood Forest.
ooh, everything's got ward now.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard to see. My stomach's growling.
Hungry again?
No, I'm not really. I think I'm just excited to see who wins.
So now we got Lyles on the board. It looked like he got rid of another card last. John looked like he lost another card last round. The goat. How did the goat go away? I saw the goat go to his discard, which made me think that he killed the Robin Hood with it, but didn't lose a lore. So I was just trying to. Did you happen to see that?
I think the reason why is because goat leaving the field would negate the.
Got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you very much. I
Yep.
appreciate it. That's why they paid the big bucks.
Yeah. Thank you. Man, I got one on you. That's awesome. It's about even, right?
Everybody gets one.
All right. So it's gonna.
I think we're sending it all into the Sherwood Forest. Yeah,
It makes the most sense. I mean, that ward is just way too deadly.
way too strong. And then we're going to quest for a whopping 1 with Ursula Deceiver, bringing our score to what it was 4 turns ago, 5 to 11.
Incredible. This is the power of Lyle Rourke
Yeah.
versus Lyle Rourke.
Putting so much work in. And then Cloud Kicker coming in to take the Lyle off the board. Now the Mother Gothel coming in to kick the Tinkerbell back, and now John has a full board of characters with no threats to worry about.
And
Lyle
Matt just plays the Lyle right back then.
coming back in, gonna go ahead and give Reckless to I'm not sure which character, and then he is going to give a damage to everybody with Tinkerbell, which even with things already being damaged, nothing gets taken out, and that's a great place for John to be right there.
All right, it's going to be interesting to see.
And the goat still in hand. Oh, and a
Ooh,
fox?
foxes.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there's no active targets on Matt's field. So what do? You just turn everything sideways here, you think?
Quest for 1. Now, I don't know if I agree with bouncing the Elsa here, because I think that we should have used that to gain our extra lore with the goat, but we'll see.
Also, I don't know if I love playing fox here. There's no rush target whatsoever.
That's
on
what
the
I'm saying. If
field.
you goat, fox, goat, then it makes more sense.
So much more sense. But I mean, I get it. You want somebody, you want a body on the field. You don't want to play crab.
Ah, I see the line now. So he wanted to do that so he can exert the Tinkerbell. Now he's giving the fox the +3 with the crab, and now the fox is going to be able
so
to
now
take
the
out
fox
the
can
tink.
take out the tink because of the crab buff. Okay, I get you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
He's
he's
doing.
going to use the kit.
Wow, because even
Yeah, the
better.
2 goes up to 5 power. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Wow. Oh, he's like, whoa, whoa.
Oh, but the hands are going back behind the head. Is it a bluff?
And then we got it's like the Snake, Gothel, and Ursula going to quest now. I'm sorry, just the Snake and Ursula going to quest go up to 7. The Gothel came out this turn, so it cannot quest. And so now we are just 3 lore separating the two, both still a Lyle in play. So any kind of attacking is going to be a little costly. Like getting rid of that deceiver, where normally it would be just all benefit. Now you're at 9 and he's at 7.
Yeah.
From, I think it was at the low end, 3 to 13, we have come all the way back almost to exactly even at 7 and 9.
It's
Like,
crazy.
wow.
Yeah, this Lyle Rourke card can basically completely bring you down from 20 lore, basically.
Literally. The war of attrition.
Remember when Matt was at 17 lore? I do.
And then you got the friends on the other side getting a little bit more power on the in the hand. That Mother Gothel,
That new Anna, too, in hand here.
Bell.
Thank you, that's what I meant.
No, I knew. Yeah,
I meant Bell.
yeah, that's why I heard you say Bell.
Anna's the green one. That's right.
So now that fox is gonna be able to take out the Benja. Man, going now to 6 to 9.
Dude,
Noise.
I think...
We're gonna play.
Yeah, I think we're going to probably see it here.
Are we gothling
the Gothel.
the beast to make sure we don't have any kind of draw, or are we getting rid of the lot? Yeah,
I mean, the Lyle. The thing about Lyle is he's so cheap that you just play him right back down is the problem. So what is that?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4.
So we're going up to 10.
Wow,
It's 10
John
to
has
9.
officially surpassed Matt's.
Ooh. And then there goes that Anna card.
That's crazy.
The bell coming down.
I just realized what you said.
The bell coming down. The 2 quester. Now I don't know exactly her word for word what her text says, but I know that it has to do with moving damage from one character. So
Yeah, you can move damage from one of the, I think it's 1 damage counter from one of their characters to another character.
That's definitely. It's definitely relevant going into a match where that beast, any kind of extra damage on him is super helpful. We don't want him drawing any cards, and that just makes it easier to do so. But also, it's another 2 questing body on the field, and right now, John is flush with options when it comes to questing.
I was trying to see. Yeah, he does. John does have lethal.
So Lyle is going to give Reckless to Mother Gothel, and then he's going to bounce his own Lyle, play the Lyle, give Reckless to the other Mother Gothel.
Yep, that's super
and then
cool.
quest for 2 going to 11. Ooh, good play. So now both of them are going to have to challenge into Beast and just die. Well, actually, that one lives because it didn't have any damage. They both live because it has to be on B's turn. Never mind. Dang.
Yeah, he does not have the 7.
Dang. That would have been crazy. So still on the field, not as impactful as John would have wanted. Going to go ahead and just turn sideways
Man,
while
that
he can. And then it looks like he's scooping. That's going to Matt. Matt is going to be in our top 2 today.
no, I
What?
is that
Did I miss
what just happened?
Did I just miss that? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I
I think
think
John, yeah,
Matt
John
is
just
scooping to John. I'm
yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
sorry.
I, w- I was gonna say I missed something crazy. That's why I get paid the big bucks,
That's
you know.
it right there.
But congratulations to
Yeah,
John. That was
that was a
an
crazy
absolute
comeback.
war of attrition right there.
That was an absolute crazy comeback, coming all the way from 3 to 14, I think it was, and coming back and shooting off into, I think that turn getting 11 lore. Had to be 11 lore because he was at 9.
Yeah, it's honestly the power of Rourke to bring Matt down from 17, right?
Yeah.
To take the lead and then eventually find the win there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is going to be a long, grindy game 3. I think it's going to be interesting to see how these players adjust to the time crunch a little bit. But man, Rourke is very impressive.
And they have about 15 minutes left in this match. 15 minutes left. So yeah, going into the top 2, the players will have an unlimited amount of time to duke it out for those playmats. But in this one, we had a 70-minute timer. So these players are down to just 15 minutes left. With how that last match, I think when we started that last match, we were at 50 minutes on the timer. That took 35 minutes to get through that match, which means it's time to play fast, fast and loose.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Rourke strategy is just so like it's so good. Like Lyle makes you lose so much lore. But
All right.
the problem here, okay, Diablo is a great turn 1. Again, players playing a little bit faster here. You notice the rate of play. But yeah, Lyle's gonna not necessarily be your best option here unless you end up you're probably gonna end up drawing, you know what I mean? Like and you can't draw. But
And then John just inking and then passing is brutal. Matt gonna shift that Diablo on turn 2, put the Sherwood Forest out, and Quest for 1, getting the extra card draw now, already rocking and rolling. John doesn't have an answer for Diablo until turn 5.
yeah, there's no evasives besides Elsa. You don't really have much removal because of your color combination. And Matt's just going to continue to draw 2 cards every turn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dang, already down to
and
3
he has the
cards
Rourke
and no
in hand
song.
too. Man, this is a pretty solid opening from Matt
For
here.
real, yeah, because he's gonna be able to play that Rourke down if he wants to.
And he has the Sherwood for the ward.
Ooh, interesting. Gonna
Honestly,
move him there. I love that because it's free.
regardless of Robin Hood, I think Sherwood Forest is an underrated location.
Playing 1 for the Robin Hood, 2 to move Diablo there, and then Robin Hood moving there for free. Again, whiffing on the song, another Diablo in the wins. Yeah, Matt's got a mega opening right now.
Yes, if he can get some like Mr. Smeeze or some aggro stuff out here.
Another Diablo.
That works too.
Gonna quest, going up to 3 now, getting every time that John draws a card. So is Matt. And he has the ability now to play one of his fox or his rabbits, which is what you want to do on turn 4 usually, but
Yeah.
not if you're giving your opponent cards for free. Ooh.
Yeah, Diablo just shuts down so many strategies because not only are you trying to prevent your opponent from that buff, like you have to pay for that with your own inability to utilize your own cards.
Ooh, and then he's going to go ahead and throw, it looks like, at least the fox into it, but he's going to throw the Ursula into it as well, give it to 6. Yep.
Looks like he is.
Yeah, you got to get that off the field as soon as possible. It's too strong. And then Rafiki coming in. Oof. All right, so next turn he's going to be able to play that Elsa, so he's going to be able to get rid of at least one of those Diablos, but not before Matt gets another 2 cards.
Just absolutely insane.
Is that another Sherwood Forest in his hand?
No, is that
Oh,
a cove? No, I
snap.
think that's a cove.
Oh, he's
No.
inking it, though.
Oh, it was another Sherwood
Yes, and then he's
Forest.
playing the cove. And he's going to go ahead and move everybody to the cove. Oh, fantastic play. Using the Robin Hood to take out the fox, and then now
No
he has
way. That
two.
extra strength is so relevant.
Oh, so now when that Elsa comes in, it's not going to be able to get them. Wow, that's
Questing for 2,
important.
going to 5.
And
Wow.
then taking out. Interesting. He actually
Oh,
used
he's
both
not going to
Diablos
5.
to take out the Ursula. So now he's just like really trying to control this board as
I think
best he
he
can.
knows John plays the Sea Witch, so he probably is just trying to prevent
The shift.
the shift.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
All right, Rafiki's going to put work in here at this location, and he has the evasive Elsa, and suddenly Matt is back on the back foot.
I think that's the only reason I wouldn't have prioritized taking out the Ursula is it kind of defeated the point of the hidden cove a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
just a little bit. But now that he has the ability, he could potentially take out that Rafiki with this Diablo, which I'm assuming he's probably going to want to do. But maybe. Ooh, are we singing? Nope. Okay, yeah. So he's taking out that Rafiki. He has the Lyle in hand, which is not a bad time to use it now.
Benja going to be inked.
You'd love to see something that could just deal 2 damage to that Elsa and be done with it real quick. Ooh, big old Robin Hood coming down.
You're never upset to see that.
No. And it's such an interesting thing because as we get further and further into these sets of Lorcana, we see less and less just straight vanillas. But, synergy is important. And being able to capitalize on that Sherwood Forest is, I think, way more important than people are giving credit to.
The stat line is also just so good.
That Elsa coming in to take out the Diablo. The only reason she was able to do that without dying is because the Bell was able to move all 3 of those damage counters to the Robin Hood instead. Another reason why having the Sherwood Forest would have been really, 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 really important because you have that ward classification.
Absolutely.
Ooh, and he does have that shift line for Robin Hood. And a Tinkerbell and Rourke. So Matt's still looking good. There goes Rourke.
That's great.
Robin. So for 4. And he's going to use the remaining 3 to move everybody to the cove. He's going to quest for 4 because yes. And then he's going to go ahead and pass his turn over to John. So now 7-0. A very similar situation to what we were used to or seeing last round. There we go, getting that card draw off the rabbit. Ooh, and a snake to bounce it back. Or put into the inkwell. Now,
So what do you try to target here? Do you try to target... Okay, I guess the answer was Robin Hood. My question was going to be that or Rourke. I mean, it's going to put in so much work to make you start losing all the lore that you hopefully seem to get. John is still at 0 lore, so...
yeah, I think that the Robin Hood decept for lore so much. You just got to get it out of there. Now Matt having some hard choices to make here. That Tinkerbell is tempting, but it doesn't finish anything off. So he's going to put it. I'm sorry. He's going to go ahead and put it into the cove, and I think pass. So he's putting 1 damage on everything and then letting John have the turn. Really playing it safe here. He doesn't want to over quest. He has that shift Robin Hood line he doesn't want to waste. Sending the rabbit and Elsa into the cove.
Yeah, bye-bye cove.
Because the cove already had 2 damage, so only needed 4.
Bouncing with the snake on the rabbit.
I assume so, yeah.
Yep, going to draw that card. Yeah, once you start cycling those rabbits, that's a real effective. Going to ink the Clarabelle here, play down the Rush Elsa.
Hey, and then take out that Robin Hood. That
No
is
shift for you.
super, super helpful.
And John doesn't even care about the Rourke because he's like, I don't have any lore to lose anyway.
Ooh, another hidden cove, moving everybody to it. Now, Tinkerbell going to have 5-6 as her stat line, which is super strong.
Yeah.
And then doing nothing and passing? That is interesting. So letting him have that Elsa. Oh, because she has evasive. That is why he couldn't attack it. That makes actually a lot more sense.
Play down that rabbit again, draw another card. It looks like he got a Cogsworth. Not the best in this situation.
Oh, we saw what happened last time when John starts getting that wide board that starts getting harder and harder to take control over, though.
Yeah, John Quest for 2 here goes to 2. He very well may lose that, though, with Rourke on the field.
Goes up to 3 now with the goat. Has the Cursed Merfolk in hand, but doesn't have the ink to use it. And Matt having to hard cast the Robin Hood and inking Hidden Cove. Going to move Robin Hood to the Hidden Cove and get... Oh, and just 1 lore with Diablo before passing his turn over. Really not wanting to give up any value whatsoever. He is holding on to the Tinkerbell and the Rourke to make sure that when he uses them the way he wants to.
I do think we're going to start seeing Matt get a little bit more aggressive here, though, now that he does have the, the Lyle set up with his bigger characters.
Yep.
Man, John has a decent board state, though. Like, he's definitely has a defense here. Diablo going out, trading with the Elsa. Cursed Merfolk coming down. That's a good card. That's a hard one to remove, too, if you don't want to attack into it, especially in this state of the game where you already have very few cards in hand.
And Matt not being able to attack anything right now is really tough. And John knowing that he needs that attack to be able to do anything to him, he's just building that board more and more sideways. Oh, an absolute
that is a
nuke.
clutch card right now.
So putting 2 damage on everything being super relevant because all it takes now is just 1 more Tinkerbell to just completely wipe that board other than 1 solid Elsa remaining. Oh, never mind. She would also die from a Tink. Very, very good.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Now, Matt's still trying to figure out what he wants to do to close this game out. I think John is in top deck mode. Matt passing over. He has only got 1 card in hand. All right. Matt trying to put on the poker face, trying to throw the hands back way early. This is probably the earliest we've seen him throw those hands back.
This might be deserved depending on what John draws here.
Ooh, 1 Tinkerbell is all it needs.
Or another Grab Your Sword.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, there's
That's a
big
good
sad
start.
boy beast. Still got 3 ink left. Probably going to want to move that beast to the Hidden Cove. Oh, Strength of a Raging Fire on Bonsai. The only character on the field without any damage. Great use. Now, Matt at 8 lore with 7 more on the board, putting him at 15. Now, that crab coming into play, going to give them more than enough attack to take out that cove and still be able to quest. Ooh.
Yeah, Matt really is just 1 AoE ability short here.
There it is. Going sideways all the way. John going up to 7. This opens up the door. The stalemate ending now. Matt's going to be able to take out quite a few characters.
These next couple of turns are going to be absolutely crucial.
Ooh, and that was a Zeus in hand, so even more direct damage.
Man, this is a close semifinal here, folks.
100%.
These players fighting it out to make sure they make it to the finals and get that playmat. You love to see it. He's going to attack in here to the crab. He gets to deal 2 damage because of Teek's second ability. Going to kill the Elsa with it.
Very good. Great way to get rid of that evasive. Now, John does have the ability to put that 3 attack on one of these characters, which is pretty relevant right now, considering.
Going to kill the goat, gain 2 lore from it.
With
Go
that
to
crab
10.
leaving play. I don't know if he did that or not. Oh, and then the Zeus coming down. So now Matt at 10 because of that Robin Hood taking out the goat, bringing John up to 7. Or, I'm sorry, down to 7 because of the Lyle. 8, I'm so sorry.
Yes, this is correct.
Uh-oh.
But then now we have a Lyle of his own.
Oh, no, you just
and
saw it
we
on
are
Matt's
back.
face.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. So now slowly but surely, let's see. Matt's going to lose 1 lore because
Of the rabbit.
Lyle.
Oh, my God, dude.
Oh, and then Elsa coming down, going to tap down either the beast. Oh, and tapping down the beast, put the 2 damage on him. No, actually going to finish the beast off all the way. 3 damage on Elsa.
Okay, 3 damage on Elsa. And again, Matt losing, going down to 8.
Oh. So John at 6, Matt at 8. Wow.
This is brutal.
Constant back and forth with this lore. This is the first match I've ever seen where the lore, more than just once or twice, it's constantly changing
Ooh,
up
but
and
that's
down.
super relevant. Along came Zeus to get rid of John's Lyle right there.
All right. And so that brings Matt back up to 10 questing, and now John is at, I'm sorry, 11, and then John is at 6. That Elsa going to be able to quest for 1 before getting bounced back to his hand for 2 and then being played again. Now using that to tap down that Robin Hood. Is he going to use it to kill the Robin Hood? No, he's going to take out that Tinkerbell. Man, all right, so now I've never seen someone get as much value out of a 5-cost card that needs to be played over and over again
Yeah.
than John tonight.
No, this Elsa is one of the biggest reasons why this deck and the Blurple deck both can actually exist.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenal tool. It really empowers the bigger Elsa. It just the rush, evasive, bounce, or tap down is like such a great triple threat for 1 card.
Definitely.
Definitely a great new purple edition.
Ooh. Man, this is going to hurt. So Matt's going to be able to go up to 15 lore with that Robin Hood and drop John down 1 to 5.
So it looks like he's questing too, so he's going to go to 16.
Oh, he's just questing.
He's not even attacking with the Robin Hood. So he is threatening lethal, assuming they don't kill something.
All
Gonna
right.
double into Robin Hood here.
Going to bring John down by...
1, go to 6 versus 16.
It technically should be 2, though, right? Because he...
Gonna go back up because of the goat. Pete coming out. Double Pete. The
Ooh.
repeat.
Going up to 18.
And the top deck. Does he have it?
He does
It's
not.
Crab. Looks like Matt might be walking away here into the finals. Matt. Congratulations to
Wait.
Matt Alvarez. He is one of our finalists here today.
That was crazy. The speed in which that second round or the third round was played.
I know.
The second round they were figuring out the interactions with Lyle. They were testing the waters. In the third round they're like, all right, now that we got that worked out.
I think they were like, I think by game 3 they were like, okay, we just have to get rid of the Lyle because the Lyle war is bad.
Yes.
And that's why you see like they prioritized the Along Came Zeus right on top of that Lyle. I think that was the beginning of the end.
Oof. Yeah, I think that both of these lists are super interesting, but I think it's one of those things where not every green list is playing Lyle, but both of them are. And
Yeah.
man, you could see if just one of them was playing it, it would have totally tilted the game in their favor.
Yeah.
But both of them playing it made it to where it was this nice, even ebb and flow back and forth. But man, that was close. I really did. I mean, I didn't see it shaking out that way. I really thought that oh, I'm blanking on his name now. We just watched him for an hour. Matt, sorry about that. I really think that Matt right there had, I want to say, the advantage. You know what I mean? Going into that, really felt like, oh yeah, he's got this in the bag. But no, it was not anywhere near that simple. You know what I mean? John really, really made him work for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, and again, that Emerald Steel deck is not necessarily the easiest to play these days, but people have found ways to make it work.
Yeah.
And I think that Lyle card is just one of the most deadliest additions.
For sure.
And I think it does work a little bit better with Steel than necessarily Amethyst.
You guys aren't going to believe this.
Oh, no.
What's that?
So Nick Larson's out there the whole time, and I was assuming he was the other side of finals. So it actually, the guy who beat Nick to go into finals, he left.
What?
He
He
had to
left.
leave.
So does that make Matt Alvarez our champion?
Matt Alvarez is your champion.
All right, Matt Alvarez. Apparently, we had a unfortunate evacuation for our other finalist. Had to leave the building.
Taylor, I believe, was their name. Yeah.
Taylor, congratulations on being a semifinalist, or like a runner-up. You made it to finals.
Can I have his Matt? No, I'm just
It's-
kidding.
But yes, congratulations. So that makes Matt Alvarez, the Emerald Steel player we've seen 3 times today, win over and over again, your set champion for Shimmering Skies. Man, Emerald Steel won the event. Can you believe that? That's kind of crazy.
Honestly, if you would have told me that last set, I would have been like, yeah, I know, I get it. But now this set, I really feel like Emerald Steel had to earn their place, and they did, and they made it fun to watch. They made it entertaining, and they made it innovative. They made it do. He did stuff that we don't see as much. I'm
Yeah.
seeing a lot more emphasis on things like the muses in most of these other decks. I didn't
Absolutely.
see him utilize the muses at all. I don't even think he's running the muses, and I think he's able to run a completely different side of that. That was just so like the Sherwood Forest. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Why not? It's so good. That ward, just the ward classification, where I think it was Fang was one of the other locations that allowed you to gain a ward with your characters.
Yes.
But it just something about it didn't flow right. Now with that free moving Robin Hood to there, that right there, those
Yeah,
synergies.
that is the flavor of Emerald Steel. The wheel, Robin Hood, Sherwood Forest, Lyle Tiberius Rourke strategy was the flavor that ended up working out today, and walking away with a promo card, a champion playmat, and tons of prize support here for the Shimmering Skies Store Championship. Thank you all for being here and for watching this video and for hanging out. Thank you, Mushu, for another great set championship.
Yeah, thank you for showing up and being here this
I know,
time.
I'm not
I'm
sick.
super excited.
Thank you for always reminding me. I'm a very forgetful person. I
You're just
put my
testing
foot in my
me
mouth.
all,
Yeah, it's
all
all
day today. You've been
all
testing me,
test.
and so I appreciate you keeping me on my toes.
Yes. So I'm excited for set 6. I will make it next time. I will not get sick.
Definitely. And I think that by set 6, I'm hoping that we have some announcements to make on our end, so that way if you guys are enjoying us commentating these streams, we're hoping to bring you a little bit more entertainment in between those times that we're not here. So definitely be looking out on Mushu TV social as well as OT Silent socials for
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
I know I'm excited to be bringing them that news soon.
Yeah. And we're going to potentially be doing more stuff together too. So we're still figuring that out, but definitely look out for that. I'm always streaming on Twitch and then also on TikTok too. I just started recently doing TikToks. I'm a
Nice.
TikToker now.
Heck
so.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, once again, I appreciate you coming in, and I appreciate Versus Games for
Yes,
letting
shout
us
out
do this.
Versus Games in Oviedo, Florida in the Oviedo Mall. Definitely come check them out if you have not. A great venue, great people.
100%. So without further ado, we'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you for showing up. And as always, we appreciate you.
And that's going to be another wrap for this one, y'all. As always, thank you so much for watching. You can check out our latest video upload right here. Make sure you're subbed to the channel. And as always, keep on gaming, gamers. Versus Games.